אחד השמיענו, אל המיוחד אדוני אחד, ושמו אחד לשם ולתפארת ולתהילה. לאחדוני לקראתה, בני שבת מקבלה. לאחדוני לקראתה, בני שבת מקבלה.
לקראת שבת לכו ונלכה, כי היא מקורה ברכה, מראש מקדם נאסוכה, סוף מעשה במחשבה תחילה.
לאחדוני לקראתה, בני שבת מקבלה. לאחדוני לקראתה, בני שבת מקבלה. מקדש מלך עיר מלוכה, קומי צאי מתוך ההפכה, רב לך שבט בעמק הבכה, והוא יחמול עלייך חמלה. לאחדוני לקראתה, בני שבת מקבלה. לאחדוני לקראתה, בני שבת מקבלה.
התעוררי, התעוררי,
כי באורך קומי אורי,
אורי, אורי, שיר דברי,
כבוד אדוני עלייך נגלה. לאחדוני לקראתה, בני שבת מקבלה. לאחדוני לקראתה, בני שבת מקבלה.
לאחדוני לקראתה, בני שבת מקבלה. לאחדוני לקראתה, בני שבת מקבלה.
יממי
לא תבושי ולא תקלמי, מה תשתוכחי בדמי, ואך יחסו אני עמי, ומבית העיר אל תילה. והיו למשיסה שוסייך, ורחקו כל מבלעייך, יסיס עלייך אלוקייך, תיסוס חתנה קלה.
לאחדוני לקראתה, בני שבת מקבלה. לאחדוני לקראתה, בני שבת מקבלה. אמוני עם סגולה, בואי קלה, בואי קלה. לאחדוני לקראתה, בני שבת מקבלה. לאחדוני לקראתה, בני שבת מקבלה.
Hi, happy Monday, and welcome to Torah Today with me, with 𝐤𐤐𐤉. And we always say the Torah is so relevant today, just as it was yesterday at Sinai. And we know always so personal to me and you. Today, let's talk about life, the journey of life. To be sure, so unexpected. Who knows what tomorrow brings? Roadblocks, setbacks, so many unusual, mysterious encounters. But we progress, and eventually we all arrive. 𐤌𐤐𤐦 Mas'ei b'nei Yisrael. These are the journeys of the Jewish people that they took out of Egypt. This week's Torah portion actually is two, Matot and Masei, but we will talk about Masei today. 42 journeys, says the first Hasidic master, the Baal Shem Tov. That actually alludes to the trajectory of our lives. Each and every one of us go through 42 journeys. We leave Egypt, we leave the womb, the confines of that space, and we go out to freedom, to the world, freedom to choose our responses to whatever life has to present to us. And just like then in the desert, we go through different stations. The Jewish people, their first stop was in Sukkot. Sukkot, that can be reminiscent of a time of hovering and feeling closeness and embracing of Hashem over us. Piacherot, same thing, chirut, freedom, a time in our life when we feel expansiveness, ease, calm.
Oh, interesting.
And then there are those
Piacherot is chirut is freedom, but then pi is mouth, the mouth of freedom, or kind of like, it's like almost like the last thing you have to go through till you're to freedom. It's I don't know.
difficult moments. There's Mara. There's that bitter time of strife, of challenge, of difficulty. Kivrot hatava, when we're so immersed and indulgent in the physical pleasures of life, just like the Jewish people then craved meat. And all of these are necessary stops, necessary steps in our journey as we go forward and continue to grow and become more and more aware and head towards our purpose and our destination. There's another fascinating thing that we see in this week's Torah portion. Mas'ei b'nei Yisrael. These are the journeys, the plural, the journeys that the Jewish people took out of Egypt. But if you think about it, they left Ramses on the 15th of Nisan and then went to their first stop. They camped at Sukkot. That's the only time they left Egypt. The subsequent journeys are not out of Egypt. They're additional steps towards their journey to Eretz Yisrael. But they're not actually leaving Egypt. So why the plural form? And the Torah points out something so crucial. In our journey in life, yesterday's Egypt that we left is behind us. But today we reach a new level and we reach a new awareness. And then suddenly this level feels like it's constraining. It's restricting us. There's another level I can aspire to. There's so much more I can accomplish. And every time I take a step, another step to a next journey, I realize, I still feel confined. I'm more sensitive now. I'm more aware. You know what it reminds me of? Can you think back and say to yourself, I used to think that? I used to believe that? Wow, I've come such a long way. And don't we all in our journey of life? And this is why it says, Vayisu mi Ramses, Vayisu mi Etam, Vayisu. They traveled from. The point being, I left my destination, my yesterday's spot, post. I'm headed further, onwards, all the time. Vayisu, yesterday's journey is behind me. I am aspiring to the next level up. And that's why David HaMelech says in Psalms 51, V'chatati negdi tamid. My sin is always before me. David HaMelech, he was such a tzaddik, such a righteous man. How could he say that my lack is always in front of me? Because once he took himself out of whatever level that was, and he was a new space, suddenly there was a new sensitivity and a new awareness I can't stay here. This too is lacking. I want to move forward. And so here, let this be our takeaway. A few really important things. Let's remember. First of all, there are no wrong turns in life, no mistakes. Every station is a spot, is a stop for us to acquire. Teach us something. We never lose, we never fail. We only have an opportunity to learn, to grow, and to move onwards. And your journey is yours. And even sometimes you feel like, I'm all alone on this journey. Just know, you never walk alone. Hashem is always with you, with me, with all of us in every step, every baby step of our journey. And in truth, every baby step, even sometimes if it feels like a baby step in our journey, is a step to the next experience, to the next growth. And the journey is ongoing. Trust the process. Trust wherever you are, that's where you're meant to be. It is crucial. And know that you will arrive. Have a beautiful day.
Interesting. I definitely thought it was interesting kind of looking at it as like, the thing that like, kind of there is no true like final freedom. It's a process.
I understand that. A lot of what she's saying there is way too close to that toxic positivity for my taste, where there's no right, there's no wrong, it's all a step in the process. Well, if you buy that, you can't condemn Hitler and the Nazis. You got to take your choice. Either there is evil and you get to condemn evil, or there is no evil and you just have to accept as the fate of the world these people doing unimaginably inhuman things. Do you see the dilemma I'm dealing with there, Ariel? Tag.
I mean, yeah, I don't think this is to excuse people's actions. It's more so like, and like I get how like if there's not a clear boundary established, how you could read it that way. But I think it's more so like like don't beat yourself up for what you can't control. It's about the past is the past. Again, that doesn't mean that the past is not relevant or that it doesn't matter, that people shouldn't be held accountable for it. It's more so that the past is the past. You can't change it. And it's about trying to move forward from where you are. I definitely you could hear that as toxic positivity, but how I was reading it, it's more so like kind of this idea of growth more than it is about positivity, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, and I guess this is the mathematician in me. If she does have those sorts of boundaries, I want to hear where she's drawing those boundaries. It's sort of like the other day where it triggered an autistic meltdown with me, with those people saying, well, as long as it's two people, it's okay. And it's like, no, there's some things that's not okay even with two people. And that's, again, some of it's the mathematician autistic in me, is where I'm comfortable with somebody like that, with that message. And I agree with you. I like that message within a certain boundary. But I'd like to hear the person explaining that boundary exists and how you determine that boundary. Because if you just leave it nebulous, too many people, if you don't even mention a boundary, too many people aren't even going to be aware a boundary exists. And they just think it's a one-size-fits-all application. And they, again, that's where you can rapidly slide into toxic positivity. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I think one other thing to keep in mind is because she's speaking in the context of the Jewish community, especially the Orthodox Jewish community, there's those boundaries. So I might not 100% agree with them, but like that is the context. It's kind of like it's implicit because she's saying it, because the audience she's speaking to already has this concept. again, it couldn't hurt to emphasize it. But yeah,
totally agree. It's something that could very well be baked in. No, and it's not for me. Tag, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, what I try to do, because it's just how my brain works, I always just pay attention to the positive and don't try to reproduce the negative, because at the end of the day, what's said is said, but it's kind of like, what do you do with it?
And me, I'm kind of listening for boundaries and extremum claims. You know, it's just we listen differently on things. That's what I'm listening for. Tag.
The Rebbe's carriage sped through the swirling mists of a Russian morning. Inside the carriage, the Rebbe and his sham The Rebbe's carriage sped through the swirling mists of a Russian morning. Inside the carriage, the Rebbe and his shamus, his equerry, sat in silence. All that could be heard was the dull thud of hooves cantering on thin turf. Suddenly, the Rebbe told the shamus to stop the carriage. The carriage came quickly to a rest. The horses snorted and whinnied, pawing the ground with their hooves. Then there came up from the field the most beautiful sound, the distant song of a shepherd singing. The Rebbe listened intently. His brow was creased as though he was trying to remember something. Suddenly his eyes narrowed, his mouth widened with a smile. "Please ask that shepherd to come here," he said to the shamus. "When I heard you," said the Rebbe to the shepherd, "I thought what a beautiful song you were singing. Would you mind singing it for me again?" "Sure, why not?" said the peasant. He began to sing the tune again. "Beautiful," said the Rebbe, when the shepherd had finished singing it. "Now let me see, it goes like this." And the Rebbe began to sing the tune note for note precisely as he'd heard it. "Yes, that's it, exactly," said the peasant. "I wonder," said the Rebbe, "would it be asking too much of you if you could sing it for me just one more time?" "All right," said the peasant, and he opened his mouth to sing. Nothing came out. He closed his mouth and tried again. Nothing. Politely, the Rebbe wished him good morning, climbed back into the carriage. The Rebbe and his shamus sat in silence in the carriage for a good few minutes, and then the shamus couldn't contain himself anymore. What happened back there? "When I heard that peasant singing," said the Rebbe, "I realized he was singing one of the songs that the Levium, the Levites, sung in the Holy Temple, the Beit HaMikdash. For 2,000 years, that tune has been in exile, passed from one stranger to the next, wandering from one country to another. That peasant was like a shell containing a precious spark of holiness. As soon as the spark had been returned to its owners, the Jewish people, there was no further need for him to remember the tune, and so he forgot it." At the beginning of this week's Torah portion, Masei, the Torah lists the 42 places where the Jewish people camped in the desert on their way to Eretz Israel. What is the reason for these 42 stops in the desert? There's a mystical concept that there are sparks of holiness in this world that are trapped in the desert's emptiness. The purpose of the Jews wandering in the desert for so long was to release and gather these sparks. Each of the 42 places they stopped corresponds to a letter of the great name of Hashem of 42 letters. And so, by gathering the sparks from each place...
I'm confused. Why do you think the name changed? I'm legitimately so confused right now.
A little more of God's name, His presence, His revelation in this world was revealed. 3,000 years later, the Jewish people are still wandering. 100 years here, 200 years there. On our journeys through Spain, England, China, America, the Jewish people free the sparks of holiness that are trapped throughout the world. And when this process is complete, the Mashiach, the Messiah, the Anointed One, will gather all the Jewish people to the land of Israel. And on that day, Hashem will be one and His name one, and all the songs of holiness will be heard once again.
Oh, okay, yeah, that clears it up. A parent I just messaged on Messenger. No, he was looking at my other channel because I just have it double stream just in case, because I forget why in the first place, but I got like, I think it's 2 strikes, and I mean, luckily I've kind of learned what to and what not to do, which it was just some stupid copyright thing, but they don't take it off your channel after however long, so yeah. I mean, really not worried about that too much, but it's always just, doesn't hurt to have a backup. Let's see. Ooh, this looks good.
Shabbat Shalom. In this week's Parashah, Parsha𝓁𝓍𝓬Mas'ei, a double header this year in 𝐤𝐿aretz, we have the famous story of the request of Bnei Gad and Bnei Reuven, the children of Gad and Reuven. For 40 years, the Jewish people have been traveling in the desert. Finally, they're arriving at the gates of the land of Israel. And all of a sudden, 2 of the tribes, Gad and Reuven, make a request to meet with Moshe Rabbeinu. Now remember, Moshe himself will not be allowed to enter the land because of the events that took place at the rock of Meribah. They come to him with a request and says, we don't want to go to the land of Israel. We'd rather stay on the east side of the Jordan. We have lots of cattle and sheep, and this area is particularly fertile for us. Let us rather stay here. Let the others go to the other side of the Jordan, and they can have our land, which was set for us, and everything works out. Everyone is happy. Moshe's response is out of character. He rebukes them, lambasts them, says, how dare you? Who do you think you are? You want to cross, you want to stay on this side? Our ancestors did the same thing with the spies. He accuses them of being the spies, of preventing the Jewish people from going on and crossing the Jordan and going into the land of Israel. What promotes Moses to react in such a way? Is he angry with these people because they are turning or spurning a gift that he himself can't have? Or is there something more in what they are doing without them even realizing it? Rav Mordechai Kamenetsky points out the following idea, that what Moshe Rabbeinu was worried about was not so much what they said, but how it would be interpreted. Indeed, if on an accounting level, it made a lot of sense. We have lots of cattle, there's lots of land, works well. And everyone else gets a bigger share of the land of Israel. How fantastic. Tick all the boxes. But how does that play out in the minds of the rest of the children of Israel? For 40 years, they've traveled in this. They're about to go to the land of Israel. And here are 2 tribes who don't want to go, who say, we're not interested. We'd rather stay on this side of the Jordan River. We have our comforts. We don't want to go. How does that impact and play on the minds and the morale of the people who are going to cross over the Jordan? And this was Moses' concern. And this is why he accuses them of being like the spies. Because what the spies did was, through their actions, they destroyed everything. And for 40 years, they had to wander in the desert. They had their reasons. They had their calculations. There may have even been a logical reason as to why the spies argued they should not go into the land of Israel. But the effect of their words was devastating. And this was the fear that Moshe had with the children of Gad and children of Reuven. And here is the message for each and every one of us. When we are making decisions, when we are doing things, we have to take into consideration not just how the calculation for ourselves. Does this make sense on a moral level, on an ethical level, on a practical level, on a financial level? We also have to ask ourselves the question, how does this play out in the eyes of the people that mean the most to us? What do our friends, what do our children say about what we're about to do now? Is this something that we can live with? Are the consequences too great? And this is what Moshe Rabbeinu says to Bnei Gad and Bnei Reuven. You may be right on all your levels, but how does it look to the rest of the people that 2 tribes are backing out and not wishing to cross over, not wishing to be part of the nation, not wishing to make their contribution? What does it say about you, and what effect will it have on the morale of the people? And thus, Bnei Gad and Bnei Reuven says, we will go forth first. We will keep our land, but we'll go for you. We will fight, and we'll go in the front of the battle for our brothers, the house of Israel. And we will build shelters for our sheep and our cattle, and houses for our mothers, our wives, and children. And Moshe Rabbeinu says, no, wrong. You'll build houses for your children and your wives, and then you'll build the pens for the sheep. Even then, Bnei Gad, Bnei Reuven got their priorities wrong. It was all about the money and the cattle. Their wives and the children were less important to them. And in a tragic end to the story, at the end of the book of Joshua, the children of the fighters of Bnei Gad, Bnei Reuven return after 14 years, and they do not recognize their own children. They were so consumed in winning this battle for the children of Israel so they can go back and have their sheep and their cattle, they didn't recognize their children. And this is the great challenge for each and every one of us. When it comes to our careers and our business.
You know, that kind of sounds like a twist on the old Odysseus tale. He returns to Ithaca and nobody recognizes him.
Except for his loyal servant. Yeah.
You mean his dog?
In this case, dog. Yeah, and in the other case, it was his one of his maids.
Wait, what do you mean?
In Odysseus's case, he was recognized by one person.
It was his dog.
No, he was also recognized by the one woman.
Oh,
because they end up paralleling that in the Bible as well. Or maybe this is the tale that they, I was going to say, I know they have that with the. No, that was the New Testament with the feet, with the feet washing. Okay.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Businesses. When we're making decisions, what is the result of that decision? How does it affect our bank balance? How does it affect our business? And how does it affect our children? Do we want to wake up after 14 years, walk in the door, and we do not recognize our children, and they do not recognize us either? That is a decision and a thought we have to have when we're making these big decisions. And that's Moshe Rabbeinu says to Bnei Gad, Bnei Reuven, you want to go, you want to do this? Think about the consequences of your actions. Not just in terms of financial, but how do they affect the people that count the most, your family. Shabbat Shalom. Hi.
The Rebbe's carriage sped through the swirling mists of a Russian morning.
Shalom, shalom. This week in Israel, we are reading Parshat Masei, and the rest of the world is finally going to catch up, even though they're going to be reading two Parsha𝓁𝓀, which we read in Israel last week, and Masei, and now the next few weeks for sure, we will be on the same page, talking about the same Parsha and reading the same Parsha on Shabbat. And I'd like to share a quick thought that I had with you on this week's Parsha Masei, and it opens up with God telling Moshe to write down the encampments that the Jewish nation had from the time they left Egypt, Mitzrayim, until now when they're about to enter the land of Israel. And there are 42 encampments mentioned, and some of these are the first time that we're hearing their name. We didn't hear them in the past, and it's been said the reason why that we don't know about them, they're new to our ears, because nothing earth-shattering happened in those encampments that it was worthwhile to tell us about. And the other ones that we do know is because something monumental happened, either some grave sin, like let's say the 𐤌𤐤𐤏𝐿, the sin of the golden calf, or the sin of the spies, 𐤌𤐤𝐻, and those greatly affected the course of our history. And we were meant to learn lessons from them, or other things that somehow impacted the character of the Jewish nation or lessons to be learned. And therefore, those were the ones that we heard about, and the rest of them, no need. So the question is, well, then why do we need to hear it now? Why is God telling Moshe to have it mentioned now, have it written down at this moment in history? And I think that there's an important lesson here. I think that in our lives, we think that the things that have really had an impact on who we are, and they do, are either great tragedies or, these earth-shattering moments that we recall many times, and we know how they've affected our lives, and we see that. But there are other things that we think that have happened in our life that are inconsequential and that they don't mean anything. We say that didn't mean anything to me. That doesn't mean anything to me. That is basically just air pollution and didn't affect me in any which way, shape, or form. But I don't believe that there is anything that the brain computes, anything that you see, hear, smell, taste, sounds, where you sleep, all of this somehow has an impact on who we are. Everything that comes into this brain, it triggers different things. It's connected to different things. You don't know why all the time. When we ourselves in our own lives don't sometimes know how something impacts us. Sometimes you'll hear people say, I just don't like the way that smells, or I just don't, that doesn't appeal to me. I don't know why. I can't explain to you. I just don't like that. And a lot of times there'll be some subconscious reason that we picked up something and we connect it to something else, and we're not always aware of what that is. And I really believe that every single thing that happens, or every single thing that we take in, somehow affects us in some way, shape, or form. And I really think it's an important thing to recognize, and that for me specifically, I have certain goals and things that I want in my life. And if I know that everything will go into, how I feel going into doing something, then I want to put myself in an environment that everything is conducive to get me towards that goal. And whatever might not be conducive towards that goal, I'm going to try and steer away from, whatever it might be, right? Like even small things that we think don't make a difference do make a difference. And everything goes into our decision making. And so I think that we should all keep that in mind, because everybody wants success in whatever they want to do. And that we need to know that everything in our lives has impacted us, and everything will. And so from now on, we make wise choices to get us to where we want to be going. And we don't know what that is. That's why God told Moshe, you write this and this and this down, because God does know. God knows how each of those journeys has changed the character of the nation, or what it went into and how it affected them. And just even maybe by mentioning it, it might trigger something in those people that will, put them either in a certain frame of mind or a certain feeling, which is what they needed now going in, for whatever reason that God knew that we might not know. I think it's important for all of us to keep that in mind. And that will help us to live the better lives that we want. With that, I wish you a Shabbat Shalom.
Interesting. It definitely goes into a lot of interesting theories regarding, like what the brain processes and how that affects the body. I mean, also just kind of, because we connect our minds to our brain and then associate our bodies with, the physical part of our body, but really it's all physical. But again, it's not to say that it isn't, spiritual, or that there isn't something more to it. It's just like, it's all couched within that realm of the physical, within which, we don't know what else is what that is couched within. But just the idea that, people have this idea that, what they experience doesn't affect their body, at least not directly, but it's like, it's kind of insane to think that it doesn't.
Well, I was going to say, I'm not sure how they managed to think that, their experience of a bullet going through their body doesn't affect them. Yeah. It's
I don't
things like that.
I don't think anybody's arguing that.
Well, that's all. That's the mathematician in me. Again, Dr. Hilton's the only one who ever understood as soon as somebody proposes a principle, I try to test the boundaries, the limits to see if it's extensible everywhere, or if there's some places it doesn't apply. That's what jumps out to me here is, it's, I go with a go with a multi-level one. There's a body level, a mental level, there's a spiritual level, there's an emotional level. All of them are different.
But they're all connected.
And they're all connected. And you can't say that the body's the primary one. You can't say that any of them's the primary one. They're all interconnected.
No, I know.
I'm getting a little ancient Egyptian on this here, so.
Yeah, I'm more so saying just that, from what we can tell, what we consider the mind. And again, it's not to say that's where it originates, but that the mind is essentially located in the brain. The brain is a physical structure. And so basically what I'm saying with that is that there's a lot of people who just have this perception that experiences that you like a lot of people, if you get shot by a bullet, yeah, people are going to recognize, yeah, that's going to affect you physically. But if you witness a shooting, a lot of people might not actually consider that could physically affect you beyond it might make you feel bad. And so then you feeling bad is going to cause you to maybe physically deteriorate. But no, I think it's science is showing that our experiences affect so much more than just our perception, but also how DNA is expressed.
No, I agree, and that's the point of the boundaries. Is those people are drawing some sort of boundary where they're able to sit there and say, yeah, I recognize the bullet, but I don't recognize watching somebody in a movie getting the bullet. When it's it's a question of degree as opposed to question of whether or not, a 1 or a 0. Okay.
But then there's also a difference between watching a movie that has someone getting shot where it's not actually real versus if it was real, it's going to completely change it. And functionally, it's kind of like with a magic trick, someone making it appear like they're doing something versus someone actually doing that. To the viewer, it's functionally the same. And but for whatever reason, when we know something is not real and we're able to acknowledge that it's not real, then it has a different way of being encoded. It's
I agree. I agree 100%. Two thoughts on that one. One is there were movies, I don't know if they're still around, but back in the day I remember watching them, Faces of Death, where you had movies where they actually had filmed people dying. They just showed the whole movie of just people dying.
Yeah. I mean, also what was it with all the animals that were harmed in Holy Mountain?
Yeah. Part of the issue there is you have that middle ground where people aren't sure whether what they've seen is real or not. And too many people, that's where manipulation comes in. The whole people sell them that it's real when it really wasn't. And how do you know if what you witnessed was real or not? Because I guarantee you, if you took some of these footages of a real murder versus a movie murder and showed them to somebody from 70 years ago, they wouldn't be able to tell the difference between them, which one was real and which one wasn't. Okay.
Yeah, you can look this up. From what I understand, the animals that they used were basically they were sent to feed the local people, but still, just the that movie is so odd. It definitely is. There's parts of it where it's if it was just that and they didn't include certain other parts, I'd honestly recommend it to a lot of people. But it's just it's really fucked up. not saying that it doesn't have an interesting, like plot line. It's definitely a well done movie, but it's just I wouldn't feel comfortable recommending it to anyone, honestly.
Well, the people that I could recommend it to are people who like foreign films, and people who tend to like the avant-garde in general, because they're fairly inured to that sort of message.
Yeah.
Now, again, I saw Magic Mountain back in the day, and I still stand by
Magic Mountain.
Yeah, the Jodorowsky film.
Oh! Sorry. I thought you were saying Holy Mountain, but then you said Magic instead of Holy. Never mind.
Oh, my bad. Yeah, no. It's one of those where I saw that back in the day, and it's a fabulous movie. The visuals, you can see his brilliance as a director. The content that he chose to go and some of his story, the story he chose to tell, kind of questionable. But his skill as the filmmaker, I still go. It's beyond beyond criticism. He's talented. What he does with the talent, you can criticize. Tag.
Yeah, let's see. It was one of the several odd movies that folks watching quotes. I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, it has a lot of symbolism that you could use to kind of transpose whatever you want onto it. And not the baby of make. What? I don't get the context. But anyway.
In Parsha Masei, in Perek Lamed Daled, Pasuk Daled, it says the border shall go around south of Ma'ale Akrabim and shall pass towards in and its outskirts, Krabim.
Ma'ale Akrabim, reading it as Amale Amalek Rabim. I wonder if that's where he's going. Because Ma'ale is Mem Ayin Lamed Hey, Ma'ale. And then if you switch here, actually let me see if I can how would I do this? Let me open up here. I don't know why I just went to Breaking Olympics, but okay, so here. So Ma'ale sorry, I don't have I'm just going off of muscle memory and it's not the best. Okay, Ma'ale Akravim. So then what you can do is you can actually rearrange that to get, let's see, So yeah, you just rearrange the mem and the ayin to ayin and mem, and then here, let me actually look this up because I forget exactly how it's spelled. Amalek Hebrew. Oh no, that's correct. So it's literally just here. So yeah, so here you have 3 of the letters in Ma'ale, and then Akravim has the Kof. And so you can get Amalek from this. And I don't, like, all I saw, to be fair, the only context I have for that video, so this isn't like, I don't know this ahead of time. The only context I have was tear away the Satan. And I know that the Satan's commonly associated with Amalek. And interestingly enough, there's actually a theory that that Amalek in real life was actually that like Amlaka, or so means nation or people, so the people of Laka or Luka, which it's interesting because that was one of the sea peoples. So I don't know, might be something to it.
Shall pass towards Zin and its outskirts shall be south of Kadesh Barnea. Then it shall go out. So it says, shall the out and its outskirts shall be the south of Kadesh Barnea. And I was just reading a little commentary from the 𝐤𝐤𝐤𝐿, Rabbi Abir Yaakov, and he says that right here in Kadesh Barnea, which is Kadesh Barnea, and its outskirts shall be south of Kadesh Barnea, allude to the words of Karasatan, means tear away the Satan, which also are also part of the 42-letter name of Hashem in the world of Yetzirah. The allusion is to as follows: the letter Dalid in Kadesh Barnea can be switched with the letter Tet, as they are produced with the same part of the mouth. Thus, the word Kadesh Barnea can be read as Katesh Barnea and contains all the letters of Kara Satan, tear the Satan, from the 42-letter name, with the letter Bet remaining. A letter Bet remains from Kadesh Barnea, hinting us that these letters, Kara Satan, tear away the Satan, are in the second group of letters in the 42-letter name of Hashem, representing the second Sephirah Gevurah, as we know in Tikkunim 47a. The letters Kara Satan, tear away the Satan, specifically correspond to the Sephirah of Gevurah, strength, because it is the attribute of divine strength that tears the Satan. It is now that the forces of impurity are left powerless. The Shekinah, the border, removes the sparks of holiness from them, taking away their life energy. And so we see that Kara Satan is in the second line of Anabakoak. Anabakoak Gedola Yemika Tatir Zara. We see Kabarina Amkasak Beno Toreno Nora. The first letters of these words spell Kara Satan.
Interesting. I wonder like how that actually oh god, this looks like it's going to be super cringy.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Matt Barr.
Why am I doing
raps,
this?
baby.
Parsha𓁇𝑀as'ei.
Let's do this.
Now the Hebrews were almost in the promised land, looking out onto the Jordan in the hot, hot sand. They knew they'd have to fight to make it in, and they'd have to work together to be able to win. But the tribe of Reuben and the tribe of Gad saw the land of Jazer and the land of 𝐤𝐿ad. They said, we'll stop here, no need to travel. This land is the perfect place for cattle. They pleaded with Moses and Eleazar, saying, come on guys, we won't go too far. This place is for cows, and cows we've got, so please let us stay. It's a really great spot. Moses said,
how dare you not cross the shore? Will you chill with your cows while your bros go to war? Will they be like you and turn back to not counting on God to see it through? This is Kadesh Barnea all over again. When we sent 12 spies to scout the land, 10 said we couldn't do it, and the people believed them. Without faith in God, their fear deceived them. So God sentenced us to wander the desert, sweating in the hot dirt, walking till our This is Kadesh Barnea all over again. When we sent 12 spies to scout the land, 10 said we couldn't do it, and the people believed them. Without faith in God, their fear deceived them. So God sentenced us to wander the desert, sweating in the hot dirt, walking till our feet hurt. That generation is gone at last, yet here you are, learning nothing from the past. If God makes us do it a second time, then we'll all be gone, and it'll be your crime. This action is something I wouldn't advise.
but the tribe said, what about a compromise? We'll build barns for our sheep, safe homes for our families, fortify our cities, come and join you overseas, fight with our brothers till the land is one, and we won't.
They just say overseas, it was over a river.
Fight with our sheep, safe homes for our families, fortify our cities, come and join you overseas, fight with our brothers till the land is one, and we won't come home till the war is done.
If you do,
said Moses,
everything you say,
painful.
and each and every man who can fight will stay until God
This might be really cool for a kid, but for me,
then you shall be clear of your obligation.
this feels like
Keep
the
your word,
emotional
'cause if you
version
fail,
of
then
being
the
dragged
sin
down
you
a
committed
road
will
by a
be on your
car.
tail. Go build your towns and pens for sheep, but don't forget you've got promises to keep.
Moses told Eleazar the priest the plan,
That's
because he
wrong,
was in charge of dividing the land.
They can keep �𝐿AD if they keep our trust, but if they fail to fight, it's
Canaan with us.
Sure, said the two tribes, that's what we'll do. It's the best for us, and it's the best for you. We will keep our word and our lives we will give, because we're one B'nai Israel, no matter where we live.
That was extremely painful. I do not know why I did that to myself.
You have me wanting, Moshe MC and Easy Irving doing, boy, it's so humid, as kosher as they want to be.
Is that actually a thing?
Yeah, that's the musical group Two Live Jews.
Interesting.
No, 100% serious on that one, Ariel. They were a reaction to Two Live Crew back in the day.
Interesting. Let's see.
Yeah, Jews have always been funny my entire life. That's not a new thing.
Oh, what's this?
In Parsha𓁇𝓀_Mas'ei, we have the account of 𝐤𝐿evim that are commanded to be separated from other cities in Eretz Israel when the Jews go to conquer the land, and there are 6 of them.
Oh, shoot.
Welcome back to another episode of Shabbat.
In Parashah separated, and there are 6 of them, and the Gemara, of course, mentions that there are 42 extra ones, a subtotal of 48 𝐤𝐿evim cities of Leviim scattered around the entire land of Eretz Israel, both in the east and west side of Yarden, of Jordan River. And what's interesting about it is that whereas you have Yerushalayim Ir HaKodesh, which is sanctified by the place that it is, by the Kedusha of the creation of Yerushalayim and the Beit HaMikdash, 𝐤𝐿evim, who don't have a closer vicinity to Yerushalayim or to the Makom HaMikdash, also are called. In Parsha𓁇𝓀_Mas'ei, we have the account of 𝐤𝐿evim.
There's a lot of counting and measuring, distributing of land and tallying of distance and people in Masei, the last chapter in Bamidbar, the book of Numbers, which makes sense when you think about it. After 40 years wandering from campsite to campsite, from springs to date palms, from wilderness to desert and back again, the Israelites who went forth from Egypt are about to reach their destination.
Ooh.
Here in Masei, God gives Moses detailed boundaries that lay out.
So this is kind of interesting. So this just gave me an idea. So in Total War Pharaoh, which I might actually play a bit of after this, I might try this concept out. So this is interesting, but there's this concept that lets you have horde armies, which is basically the equivalent of like you can move around and basically you take your buildings with you. And so it's not like you can still take cities and stuff. So what I think I'm going to do, I don't know why I didn't think of this sooner. I'm going to, unfortunately, it's only sea peoples that have access to that. So it's the Shekelesh and the, it's the Pleshet and the, and the Sheridan. Now, unfortunately, I mean, I'm sure I'll probably check to see if there's any mods for that. But so far, it's the only way you can have access to the horde encampment. So short of being able to use Canaanites to do that, what I might do is I might just go off of the whole theory of, that some of the tribes might have come from Crete, and then play as the Peleshet, change the name to be like B'nai Israel, and then there's some Peleshet with them, but and then mainly recruit native units. And then basically I could just, role play as the Israelites, and then I can have my little encampments, and then that'd be cool. I might have to do that. It's just unfortunate that the only ones capable of using the horde encampment, at least playable by the character, is the sea peoples. Which, I mean, they're fun. They're fun. Nothing wrong with them. But, they're not Canaanites.
I was going to say, they did bring down a whole, multiple civilizations. So some people can't hold that against the sea peoples. But hey,
People accuse the Jews of that. I mean, hey, maybe they get along better than you'd think.
Well, isn't there some theory about that some of the tribes of the Jews, like the tribe of Dan, may be sea peoples? Right?
Oh, yeah. You have, was it Dan, Issachar, some people think possibly even, I forget which. But, yeah, that would be interesting to kind of break it down with Code and Collect sometime. You know, like theories of like the real origins of the different tribes, like the real inspirations for the mythical tribes.
No, exactly. No, because Dan was always one with that was always one with the boats and the reference with the Danube and the Tuatha Dua Dan and
also the Danube.
Yeah. It's just that there's a whole lot of connection there. It seems like there should be at least a little fire with the smoke tag.
Exactly where the Israelites will live when they actually arrive in the land. Each of the 12 tribes are assigned hefty chunks of land. One tribe, however, is left out of the plans, and that's the Levites. The Levites are teachers, judges, construction workers. They're an urban bunch. They're more comfortable amidst the buzz of the crowds on a street than the fields of a farm. God wants them to focus on studying and learning and the work of the temple and doesn't want to burden them with land ownership. City planners have always believed that people's well-being and the harmony of communities are deeply affected by their physical environments. So instead of giving the Levites a chunk of land,
So
God asks,
in the same way that which affects you like mentally or emotionally or spiritually can affect you physically, the physical can also affect the spiritual. Who would have thought? I'm using my rabbi voice, which isn't really a rabbi voice. It's more so a Hasidic voice.
each tribe to give 4 cities within each of its states to the Levites. 12 tribes with 4 Levite cities each. That's a total of 48 cities. There, the
That's a lot of cities.
Levites will live the urban life, rent-free, while the other tribe...
Are you hearing what I'm hearing?
What, the Levites are cutting a sweet, sweet gig for themselves?
Oh, that the Levites are urban elites.
Yeah. That hadn't come across in your Bible reading before now?
No. I just looked at them as the priesthood. I didn't really consider it as like, oh, they only live in cities. Because they didn't have herds to take care of.
Okay, I guess that's from my outsider view. I always saw the Cohen in general as the priesthood and the Levites as the elites.
Oh, I see what you're saying now. Yeah, okay. Yeah, sorry. You're right.
Yeah, no, I was going to say that was always my initial takeaway on the Bible. The Cohens were the priests, and then the Levites were like the special elite priests. Yeah.
Yeah, it's almost like the Levites were the bureaucrats, and then the Kohanim were the religious functionaries.
Yeah, exactly.
Interesting.
Yeah. No, I guess that one jumped out at me and not you. So.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes it just takes out a different perspective, even if whether it's outside or an inside or just another perspective.
Oh, exactly. No, that one itself probably doesn't have anything to do with insider or outsider. Just
Leaders get the satisfaction of doing a kind and generous act for an honored group. The Levites are to be the ultimate role models for this new nation, respected and looked to for advice. They're supposed to teach and set the tone of good living through good ethics and wisdom. The Torah insists that, as teachers, the Levites be treated as serious VIPs. We're not allowed to forget how important the teacher is in shaping our society. The Levites will focus on studying and guiding the nation through words of the Torah. And this is when the real city planning kicks in. Each of the 48 Levite cities are models of great design, spirituality, and urban harmony. These are places where one might easily run into neighbors on the street, hear the latest news, shop, go to school, study, all within easy walking distance. Around each of the urban centers sits a ring of open land, ideal for reflecting, thinking, and smelling the roses. This park-like space extends in all directions from the city to create a ring around it. Away from the hustle and bustle of the city, no work takes place here. A great place to take a walk on Shabbat. Beyond that, the Torah states is another ring of land, just for farms, vineyards, and grazing land for animals, where there's room for grapes to supply all the wine needed for festivals, blessings, or a last-minute sacrifice, and enough space for fields to supply food for all the people living in the city, all close by and organized. In other words, a utopian community, a model society for the respected tribe of Levites, the teachers and learned ones. Even when you don't pay rent in physical money, you still have to hold up your end of the bargain. If the rest of the tribes are to look up to the Levites, then the Levites have to be continued to be worthy of being looked up to. To help in maintaining their spiritual elevation, the Levites are spared from worrying about owning and caring for land. And in return, everyone else is able to come, hang out, learn, and offer up sacrifices on the Levites' home turf. The Levites are set up in well-thought-out cities with just the right mix of living space, parkland, and farmland. This journey through the urban jungle takes us out of the wilderness of Bamidbar. Stay tuned for the next episode when we crack open Devarim and shift gears from numbers to words. Chazak, chazak, v'nit hazek. Be strong, and may we be strengthened.
Shalom, this is Levi Shore. Welcome back to Swing Torah. So today we're going to do Parsha Masei, about the 42 wondrous journeys we had in the Midbar, in the wilderness. So it's an amazing lesson that this Parsha teaches us. And it teaches us about Simchas Chaim, about the happiness of life. How can we be happy through the journey of life? So we're going to see in this Parsha, it's going to teach us amazing things about Simchas Chaim, about just enjoying being alive. So Hashem told Moshe to record the 42 different places we camped in the Midbar, in the desert, for the 40 years that Hashem made a gezerah that we would have to be in there until we can enter Eretz Yisrael, until we can enter the land of Israel. So what are these 42 journeys teaching us? And what does this teach us about, the 4,000 years of journeying we've had, in exile and in redemption of the Jewish people? And what does it tell us about our own personal journey through life? So we're going to dive right into this Parsha. It's really incredible. So one thing it's going to teach us, and we're going to get some help today from the Midrash Says, from Rabbi Moshe Weissman, incredible sefer, highly recommend it. Great collection of all the Midrashim. So Moshe recorded the name of each place we camped, and then he recorded when Bnei Israel departed from it. And when the Jewish people arrived at the shore of the Jordan River 40 years later, Hashem commanded Moshe to compile a complete list of all the places we camped. So why does the Torah record this? So to later generations, it would seem almost past belief, beyond belief, how a nation numbering millions of souls could survive 40 years in the wilderness, in the desert. So they would attempt to interpret this period of history in a natural manner by advancing all types of theories, such as Bnei Israel traveled through habitable regions, and similar to other nomadic tribes, they sustained themselves from regional water sources and nourished themselves on plants found there, or plants which they planted and harvested during their long travels. So the Torah therefore repeatedly describes the deserts crossed by the Jewish people, and most of them were completely uninhabitable. And if you ever been to like the Sinai Desert, you'll see even today that it's very difficult for anything to live there. So most of them were completely uninhabitable by human beings, and they lacked water and plant life. And a large population of men and women and children could never have survived there. So in order to firmly implant in our hearts the emunah that Hashem himself miraculously led our people through the wilderness, the Torah specified the names of the stations, and former generations knew about these regions and knew that they were not habitable. So the camps are ordered to demonstrate Hashem's kindness. Although he decreed 40 years wandering period, he carried out his sentence mercifully. And of the 42 camps of which the Jews traveled, They stayed at 14 the first year before the spies were sent, and 8 in the 40th year after Aaron's death. So in the remaining 38 years, they traveled just to 20 different camps. So moreover, in one station in Kadesh, they camped for 19 years. And then in the remaining 19 years, they traveled through these 19 different stations, an average of a year's camp in each place. So the stations Bnei Israel listed in order to teach that their wanderings were dictated by a definite spiritual plan. So this is an interesting mushal he brings here. So a man had a very sick son. So he took him from one doctor to the next and from one hospital to another for treatments. So gradually the son recovered. So when the father was finally able to take him home, he pointed out on the way home all the places where the boy had undergone treatments and operations. He said, remember when we stayed in this ward overnight? As they passed another place, he said, here you had the chills, and another, here you were plagued by headache. Similarly, the Torah wishes to draw notice to the fact that Hashem caused Bnei Israel to travel at certain camps in the wilderness to cure their spiritual and moral illnesses after the exile in Egypt. So how does this help us with Simchas Chaim? How does this help us with the happiness of life? So one thing we see is, and we see a hint here in the 42 camps, relates to the 42 letter name of Hashem. And it's a special name. It's the name that was used at the Kriyas Yam Suf, at the splitting of the Red Sea. So it's a name that opens up the supernatural, beyond the natural world. And it's a name that was pivotal in the creation of Masei Bereshis, the creation of everything. But Hashem's showing us here in this Parsha that even in the Midbar, even in this desert wasteland, he sustained us that year miraculously. And we had, the Anani Kavod, we had the clouds of glory that surrounded us and protected us. We had the manna fell, and we had the Beer of Miriam, the well of Miriam that gave us water, and that caused like fruit trees and things to grow. So Hashem sustained us in this supernatural manner that year, those 40 years in the Midbar. But what we can take from this also is we can take, and this can lead to a Simchas Chaim, because we realize that Hashem is always there with us in our personal journey. And he's been there for our 4,000 years of exiles, of guluses and geulas and redemptions. And B'ezrat Hashem, we're going to see this final geula, this final redemption soon. But Hashem's always been there with us. And even in the darkest periods of history, Hashem's been with us. And in our greatest heights, Hashem's been with us. And in our own personal journeys, no matter what's happening. See, if happiness is only related to when it's sunny out and when we're healthy and when, we get a raise at work or a business, our little business takes off and becomes bigger, or if it's only related to our triumphs, then we're not happy in our defeats. But if we see that Hashem is always with us in our journeys and always doing this, and why is he doing this? He's doing this to help us grow spiritually, to grow in ruchnius. And all these things that we see as obstacles sometimes are there for us to overcome it, to defeat it. It's just like a sparring partner helps the boxer get better. And these troubles that we see as troubles and difficulties and obstacles in life are there to help us grow, to help us become better people, kinder, nicer, more filled with rachamim, more filled with compassion for everyone else. And we get out of ourselves and we start thinking of other people. And that's the journey of life. And that's the Simchas Chaim. And that's when we start really being, happy of being alive. We take great joy in our friends and our family and meeting new people and building relationships with our family and our friends and building a relationship with Hashem. And then we create a kinder world, a world more full of compassion. And when we see that Hashem is always with us on this journey, we have an infinite being, this all-powerful infinite being that's on our side, that's in our corner. And even the difficulties in life are only being brought for our good, even though we can't see it. But they're being brought for our good to help us grow and help us become better and stronger and leading us. And this path, this journey is leading us eventually, B'ezrat Hashem, to the geula, to all the Jews returning to Eretz Yisrael, to the land of Israel, but ultimately to fixing this world through the Tikkun Ha'olam B'Malchus Shaddai, to fix the world for the kingdom of the Almighty, and to create that world, that true world of peace that we all crave so much, a world where people are getting along, and at the end of this fighting and bickering and disease and death. And it's all leading us to Olam Haba, where we fix up the world, where we return the world to where it was in the state of Gan Eden, to the Garden of Eden, and then fix it up to its full potential, even beyond what it was in the Garden of Eden. Okay, I hope you enjoyed it. I hope we keep going on many of these Masei, these journeys together of sweet and good Torah.
Amen.
Yeah, we'll get started in a moment. I just want to see what else I can find about this real quick. Parsha Masei. Masei so myself. Oh, this should be good.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm sure there's some sort of deeper meaning behind the names and everything. It just is a matter of trying to figure out just how they encoded it. Hey.
Definitely.
Welcome back to Breslov Campus. Insights in the Parsha of the week, the Parshiot, two Parshas, Matot, Masei. In Parshat Matot, the Torah goes into the laws of kosherizing vessels. The law is that when a Jewish person buys new kitchenware, new pots and pans and knives and whatever, so if they were purchased from a Gentile, or in other words, or they're manufactured by a Gentile, so you have to do what's called hag'alat kelim. So hag'alat kelim is besides taking the vessels to a mikveh. There's two things you have to do. You have to explain. There's number one, because it belonged to a Gentile, and now they're entering into a Jewish domain, they have to go to the mikveh. Like a convert also goes into a mikveh, a body of water, and by that becomes a Jew. So to the vessels have to become Jewishized, if you want to say, to become Jewish by putting them in the mikveh. But that only helps in the spiritual element of the vessels. But how about vessels that we don't know what the Gentile used, or number one, in manufacturing them, or number two, if they were used vessels, so how can I kosherize the unkosher elements which are in the walls of the vessels? This, by the way, also applies when you have meat and milk vessels and you want to alternate them to switch them from becoming meat or milk, or Passover dishes, you want to make something, a vessel that was being used with chametz all year round, and now you want to kosherize it that it should be kosher for Passover. So there's what's called hag'alat kelim, which is certain vessels, not all, for example, not glass, not wooden vessels, not corningware, not plastic vessels, metal vessels. Metal vessels can be kosherized by being placed in a pot of super duper boiling hot water, and the boiling water extracts from the wall of the vessel any impure, non-kosher elements, oils, or food ingredient that is stuck on the wall of the vessels that don't come out even with soap. The boiling hot water, hag'alat kelim, brings it out. And afterwards, they put it to cool it off immediately in cold water, because that closes the walls of the metal vessel, not to absorb back again that which it let out. Okay? So, the wording in the Parsha this week is Kol asher ta'avo ba'esh, ta'aviru ba'esh. Every item, any cooking item, a vessel, a pot, that it was used on fire. So to kosherize it, you have to use fire. Like we said, the boiling hot water is for vessels that were used with hot water. But now with pots and pans that were on the fire, you have to put them again on the fire to release the fatty, non-kosher ingredients. So the way that the item became non-kosher, the vessel became non-kosher, that is the same way to release it. Kol asher yavo ba'esh ta'aviru ba'esh. Any item that was used with fire, the way to kosherize it is with fire. Which means, by the way, a glass cup, if you put it in, you can't put it in a hot bin, because a glass cup is used with cold liquids. So that's a different way of kosherizing it. It's out of hagala, but hagala is specifically with fire-used items. So Rabbi Nachman explains, this also applies to a person. Your body is a vessel also. Now, with the heat of lustful desires, you allow on yourself
I wonder where he's going
the
with this.
impurities attached with the lustful desires. A person gave in to his heat, his impure heat, to do things against the will of Hashem. So this allows onto his physical body, his vessel, these impurities. What's needed now to get them out is another type of fire. They came into me with the heat of lust, but now I have to extract them from me.
Oh,
What heat do I have available
love
to get
love
out
for
from me
Hashem.
the lustful desires, the damage, the unkosher, the impure, damaging influences that have attached themselves to my essence, my neshama, my body? So there is a type of heat that burns everything. And he teaches Rabbi Nachman, this heat is generated from the words of Hitbodedut. That when a person talks to Hashem with the heat of his heart, this
Yep,
heat can
that's
burn
more or
and
less right.
destroy all the impurities attached to a person.
The
This
the
is what
Eish
King
HaMetzorah.
David says in the book of Psalms, Cham libi bekirbi, right? Hagigi tivar esh, dibarti bilshoni. Cham libi bekirbi. My heart
Should
is
I stop
heated up
listening for him
inside
to
of me,
go into how it
right?
needs to,
So what
if
do
it's
I do with
dairy, it
this
needs to
heat that
bathe in a
causes
bath
the
of milk,
lusts
and
to
if
attach
it's meat, it
themselves?
needs to bathe in a bath of blood?
Wait, what?
Well, he's talking about how it has to bathe in, bathe in the fire and all of that one. I was curious, since you have different dishes for meat and dairy, did the dairy ones have to bathe in a bath of milk and the meat ones have to bathe in a bath of blood? I don't know where he's going with this either, Ariel. I'm just trying to anticipate.
So no, because the whole, if you're trying to get them, I see it. It's basically, it's not water as in the like the substance water. It's more so like water versus fire, like on the elemental level.
Okay. You see where I was trying to figure out where he was going and piece it together there. It's
Yeah,
like,
but the problem is if you try to kosher something, but like basically you have to neutralize it, and you can't think of it like it would be like trying to get something to neutral level if it's acidic by adding more acids, or getting something to be more neutral when it's basic and you add more bases.
of course, that leads me to think it's like, well, you need to then put the meat ones through the milk bath, and it's like, I just think it's easier just to use water,
Yeah, and if you did that with the meat and the milk, then you'd just be breaking that mitzvah by doing that.
Exactly. Like I said, I kept trying to figure out where he was going, and none of it was quite making sense for me. So I'll abandon trying to think that. Thanks.
Yeah, that might be more of a Sabbatean type logic. Let's see.
Barti bilshoni. I spoke with my mouth, right, in order to get out the fire. Because the words of passionate prayer are a holy fire, and these holy words have the ability to release the impurity attached to a person. This also you can see in someone who is accustomed to doing the practice of hitbodedut, of talking to Hashem. You don't necessarily have heatful words every day. It comes from time to time. Normally, when do heatful words full of passion and heat come out to Hashem is when you're going through so much and you're overburdened by being tested with lust and everything, and you just can't handle it anymore. You burst out in heatful words. Hashem, help me. I really want to be a good Jew. When you start talking from your essence, which is generating a spiritual heat, this heat has the ability to cleanse a person. This is the fundamental advice that Rabbi Nachman gives for us, that you have to talk to Hashem on a daily basis. Because if you don't, you will become overwhelmed with the damaging effects of all the heated lusts and everything that are just attaching themselves to you. You become overwhelmed. You need to extract it. This is the daily devotion of Hitbodedut, which gives a person a much better chance to have those opportunities to be heated up with words to Hashem, and with those heated up words, to get out the fire, the heated lust and damage caused by the impurities, to get out and to be released from a person.
Interesting. Let's see. the road goes over on. That sounds interesting.
Shalom. This week we conclude the book of Numbers, Sefer Bamidbar, with a double reading of its last two Torah portions, Matot and Masei. These two portions are generally read together most years, but this Shabbat is also Rosh Chodesh Menachem Av, the first day of the new month, the month in Hebrew called the Consoling Father. And indeed, both portions are always read during this particular period of time, the annual period of our focus on the destruction and rebuilding of the Holy Temple. The days known in Hebrew as Bein HaMitzarim, between the straits. Our first portion of Matot begins with Moshe giving over to the heads of the tribes a new commandment of Hashem, the laws of vows and oaths and their annulment. In addition to teaching us a great deal about the sheer power of the words that come forth from our mouths, these laws also emphasize the integrity of the family unit, which was assaulted in the disaster of the Midianite women. But it's all very deep and all about the power and seriousness of speech. There's the neder, a type of vow by which a person can sanctify something, and a shavua, an oath through which one could prohibit something in oneself or obligate oneself to perform a particular deed. All out of a desire to grow closer to Hashem, a person can take upon themselves an extra stringency, and Torah is revealing that words can affect change. With words, a person can vow something to the Holy Temple, or change something's status. With words, we can sanctify something for a divine purpose. And there are many details to learn about all of these concepts of vows and oaths, but open up your heart. Why is this concept, the commandment concerning vows, why is it being given here and now, as the book of Numbers winds down, and the new generation is finally making preparations to enter the land? Why was this not given previously to the generation of the wilderness? After all, so much about the book of Numbers and that generation of the wilderness was about words and their results. The sin of the spies, the rebellion of Korach, complaining about the manna, the evil speech against Moshe, the confession of the Sota, the Nazarite vow, the priestly blessing, the question brought about Pesach Sheni, the power of the words of Bilam, the request of the daughters of Tzelafchad. Look how much has been influenced by and changed by words. And again, looking back at that remarkable generation of the wilderness, despite all their shortcomings, Torah testifies that they were spiritual beings who could almost be compared to angels, as Psalms chapter 78 and verse 25 alludes to. Humans ate the bread of angels. These people ate manna and drank the water of Miriam's well. They were constantly surrounded by protective clouds of divine glory. And therefore, open up your heart in the deepest way, they were far from physical desires. Material lusts were not at all relevant to who they were. Such desire was totally distant from them on the level of what the essence of their souls was really all about. And thus we learn back in chapter 11 of Parshat 𝐤𝐿𝐿 regarding the rabble among them, those who cultivated a craving. The Hebrew there informs us, hit'avu ta'ava, which literally means they craved to crave, because on account of their spiritual nature, they had no material desire at all, and they craved to have the desire to eat meat in order for them to experience material desire, because they were so far from it. But the goal in making a vow of abstention, as Rambam explains, is to help prepare oneself for an extra measure of sanctity, to separate further from material desire. And so this was totally irrelevant to and unnecessary for the generation of the desert. And the deepest truth is that there's something about this idea of the power of words that is intrinsically relevant to this new generation, the generation that will be entering into the land of Israel, a land flowing with milk and honey, whose food will be the fruit of the land. These people will be challenged not to be drawn after material desires, not to be overpowered by the Yetzer Hara, the evil inclination, and the laws of the vows are to help them overcome their physical desires when they become overwhelming. As opposed to the passive nature of the generation of the desert, the generation of the land is all about doing, all about involvement with this world for the purpose of elevating it. And all that ensues within the land will be the result of their own initiative. The power of speech that was given here to these people is very special. The ability to make a vow as an expression of a desire to do more, to go the distance, to express an extra level of holiness, it fits in perfectly with the new reality of the land. A vow is a transformative device, channeling the power of words to enable words to create a new reality. This is a manifestation of the proactive generation of the land. The portion of Matot ends with the children of Gad and Reuven receiving and conquering and settling the land they sought on the eastern side of the Jordan. And they're promised to act as vanguard in the nation's battle. So we would think that the natural progression would now be for our second portion of Masei to pick up the thread and continue with the verses which we only first find beginning in verse 51. Hashem spoke to Moshe in the plains of Moab by the Jordan at Jericho, saying, "Speak to the children of Israel and say to them, when you cross the Jordan to the land of Canaan, you shall drive out all the inhabitants of the land before you, etc. You shall possess the land and you shall settle in it. For to you have I given the land to possess it. You shall give the land as an inheritance by lot to your families. To the many you shall increase its inheritance, and to the few you shall decrease its inheritance." This would be picking up exactly where our first portion of Matot ended, on the matter of tribal inheritance. For after all the focus now is on preparing to enter the land. So why then, in the middle of the whole process for preparing to enter and inherit the land, why does Torah interrupt with a recollection of all the way stations of the desert through which the children of Israel traversed over the past 40 years? And the whole goal all along has been to enter the land, whose moment is now finally drawing close. So what is the point in recalling all of these journeys, which were only a means to the end of inheriting the land, had no intrinsic value themselves? But the truth is that all of us, all of our lives, we are always on a journey. And so now, for this generation, it's essential to be reminded that we're always on a journey. And what's more, they need to know that even when entering into the promised land, we're still on a journey. All of us, wherever we are, all of our lives are part of a great journey, leading up to the redemption of all the world. And each one of us plays a vital part. And open up your heart in the deepest way to Hashem's amazing timing that we read this now on Rosh Chodesh of this month of Menachem Av. A human being was not created to be stationary, to be standing in one place. The road goes ever on. We must be ascending spiritually and improving ourselves, refining our humanity hour by hour and moment by moment. Expressed as the secret of the verse in Psalms 84, they go from strength to strength. And this is the greatest secret. So too, the land of Israel constantly reveals new levels of knowledge, great sublime spiritual lights, because its inner essence, the very essence of the land, is constantly being renewed. And at each moment, it's a completely new land. So much so that it changes hour by hour. The revelation of the land of Israel is a constant process taking place forever, ascending level upon level, and its truest and most infinite light will only be revealed in the future. And this is the secret of the words, as we find in Leviticus 19:23, "V'chi tavo el haaretz," when you shall come to the land, because at every moment we are coming into a brand new land. And because the very land itself is constantly renewing itself, and its light is constantly strengthening, therefore all those who dwell in it are also in a state of perpetual motion, of constantly moving forward and renewing, and therefore they are constantly being tested in order to rise to the next level. This renewal is the secret of Hashem's words to Abraham in Genesis 13, "Arise, walk about the land." And each moment in the land of Israel is like just being born at this moment. But the deepest truth in the world, and here you have to open up your heart deeper than ever before, is that those who truly dwell in this land with dedication to Hashem, in this constant state of rebirth which cleanses them of the past, they are free of the illusions of this world. They're blessed with a great clarity of vision that enables them to perceive the deepest truth about this world, which is that this world is only an entranceway to the next world, which is the most important realization of all, the real and only game changer. This concept of the unique, divinely powered, continuous rejuvenation of the land, which in turn leads to a heightened awareness of the true nature of the world, was revealed to those spiritual giants, the forefathers, who knew and felt that they were but sojourners in this land. Open up your heart in the deepest way. The definition of the word sojourn means to stay somewhere temporarily. This is the secret of why we find that the land of Israel is called, for example, in Exodus chapter 6 and verse 4, the land of their sojourning in which they sojourned. And back in Genesis 37, Jacob settled in the land of his father's sojournings. Why was it called the land of sojourning? Because it's only in this land that they were able to comprehend life's transience, that we are all just passing through this world. As the holy King David said in Psalm 119, I am a sojourner in this world. He also knew and recognized this wondrous level of the land and merited it. The land of Israel provides more than a reality check. Life in the land of Israel is a reality enhancer. Next week, we begin Sefer Devarim, the book of Deuteronomy. Over the period of the last 5 weeks of his life, Moshe spoke the words of the 5th book of the Torah, further exhorting and preparing the children of Israel to cross into the land and preparing them for the time that he would no longer be with them. And indeed, we too are at a crossroads, and indeed we need strength in our time to make the tikkun of truly entering and dwelling in the land of Israel. As we enter into the month of Menachem Av and we intensify our yearning and desire for the Holy Temple, may Hashem bless Israel's leaders and all of us to understand the land's intrinsic holiness and the land's inexorable connection to the people of Israel.
Of course.
And to courageously stand against those who seek to destroy it, and to declare to the world once and for all that Hashem alone is sovereign, that he has commanded his people Israel to inherit and settle the entire land, and to build the Holy Temple, so that the ultimate blessing of the knowledge of God will flow freely from the blessed land to the entire world. Shalom, dear friends. Thank you so much for your support.
I do
We
think it's
appreciate
important to
so
look at it
very
on
much.
context,
It's
because
only your
there is totally a reading that that would basically have the tribes of Israel be, and like the reason people even have this idea of like, oh, there was the greater Israel of which over which King Solomon ruled, and the fact that they were only under that for a very small amount of time in the grand scheme of things, it kind of reads to me that this was talking about more than just, you know, the land of Israel, but also more than just what we think of as Israelites. And so with that, it's entirely possible that, you know, I mean, it includes parts of modern day Jordan, Syria, Lebanon. And to me, like, I don't see that as something that needs to be, you know, separate or that, like, I don't know. I see a lot of people who they need it to be their perception of it. Whereas, like, I don't have any, what's the word? I don't have any, like, connection to any one way of reading it. I mean, like, obviously there is the way it's been interpreted for so long. I think to deny that reality would be kind of stupid. But at the same time, that doesn't mean that that reality is exclusive. Like, especially when you read some of the stuff, like you basically have to argue, well, how was this Israelite city and it was also a Phoenician city? Well, it's like, maybe it was both, or maybe the distinction is something that, I mean, you know, just look at the term Phoenician. It's a term applied to the coastal Canaanites by the Greeks. So, I mean, the two aren't exclusive. But anyway, I took off to fill in, at least on my arm, because, well, it's nighttime. I keep this one on for a little bit longer, just because, I don't know.
I was going to say, one of the things that jumps out there is there's always that idea of the promised land was to cross the Jordan River, yet Reuben is settling on the opposite side from the promised land. So it's clearly, it's like, you know, that's like bonus land, I guess, conquered land. You know, it's definitely something more complicated going on, Peg.
Yeah. Oh, strange. I didn't even realize. Wait, what's going on here? Wait, huh? Okay, hold on. That's weird. Sorry, I just got to rearrange this. There, I think. That'll do it. Is this uneven or something? Oh, no, that's what it is. Here. That's better. All right. We're just about ready. Let's see. Wait, what? Hold on. Again, nothing wrong with this, but I just want to see before I show this. Is this guy... Let's see. You know what? Let's just listen, and then if we have to, we can judge from there.
There's water flowing under every shoe, water flowing under me, flowing under you. This water is given from high, high above. This water is God's great love.
Parshah Masei, Journey, Numbers 33:1 through 36:13. Masei outlines the 42 stops along the way on our wilderness journey. The blessing. Sometimes I think of my life as one long, interesting journey. Masei reminds me that every journey takes place in stages, and each stage carries its own distinct lesson to be unwrapped and savored, its own messages to be gleaned and digested. The word Masei really refers to the setting forths that we do. As each stage of a journey comes to an end, we pull up our stakes and moves on, initiating a new adventure. At each stage of the journey, I become aware of my own transformation. I'm never the same adventurer who set forth the last time. 42 stops or stages along the Israelite paths are enumerated and named. Each stopping point on the journey holds a blessing for us. The Parsha𝓁 reminds us, whatever happens to the people as a whole will happen to each individual. All the 42 journeys of the children of Israel will occur to each person between the time he is born and the time he dies. We recount the itinerary of our wanderings in order to receive the lessons and blessings of each stage of our journey. As we become aware of the significance of each stage, we can receive its benefit. It is our awareness and appreciation that transform our story into a blessing. The spiritual challenge. It is important to remember at each stage of our journey that we will encounter some obstacle or resistance. However annoying, difficult, or devastating that obstacle is, its presence can call forth a particular power that lies hidden within us. The way in which the obstacle compels us to transform demonstrates the exact transformation our soul needs for its growth. I'm going to repeat that. The way in which the obstacle compels us to transform demonstrates the exact transformation our soul needs for its growth. In fact, the potential that lies buried within us often require an appropriate challenge in order to be released and manifested. I'm going to repeat that. In fact, the potentials that lie buried within us often require an appropriate challenge in order to be released and manifested. It is more than a strange coincidence that the secret, unpronounceable name of God that can dissolve the obstacles in our lives has 42 letters. Perhaps each letter represents one stage in our journey, and the magic power of this name lies in its
and that's the connection with the 42 stations in the desert or the wilderness.
Rabbi 𝐤𐐤�� ben Hakana
who lived in the second half of the 1st century CE, wrote a special prayer with 42 words, the initials of which comprise the 42-letter divine name. The first line is Ana Bechoa, 𤐤𐤐𤐦Mas'ei, Tatir Tzura. Please, with the strength of your right hand, untie our tangles. Rabbi 𝐤𝐤𝐤 wanted to be able to pronounce the unpronounceable, to call out and call forth the reality of the whole in order to deal with the stubborn tangles that keep us stuck. We move through our obstacles by knowing them in the context of our life's journey. The spiritual challenge of Masei lies in seeing the big picture, even as we are stopped along the way by seemingly insurmountable resistances or difficulties. Those impossible challenges that we face represent the work of our soul's growth. Understanding that the obstacles are the point of the journey may help us manage the pain or despair that we may experience as we encounter these inevitable difficulties along the way. At the time of my divorce, this is Shefa speaking, years ago, the pain of my broken heart seemed unbearable. My tears filled up every crevice of my being and overflowed until I could barely imagine ever feeling happy again. At some point, a small, wise voice spoke inside me and said, "In a year, you'll feel just fine, maybe even better than fine." I believed that voice, embraced its promise, and had a moment's vision of myself a year from then, filled with joy. Then I saw the year ahead, during which I knew I would be doing the hard work of grieving and healing from not only this divorce, but from every loss I had ever suffered. Can't I just skip this year? I whined. We learned from Massei that every stage is essential to the journey. There are no shortcuts, no way to skip over the challenges. Even what seemed like mistakes or dead ends or wrong turns along the way can provide us with the necessary raw ingredients for wisdom. Those ingredients must be prepared with self-compassion, unwavering attention, cooked with patience and humility, and served up with a sense of humor. A ritual for honoring the journey. I originally conceived this ritual to honor a friend's 50th birthday, that she might look back and receive the blessing and lessons of her journey thus far and release whatever might be weighing her down from the past. Preparation. Invite friends and loved ones and set a beautiful table. Prepare a special cup for each decade of your life and fill each cup with your most favorite drink from that era. For example, you might fill your 0 to 10 cup with chocolate milk, your 10 to 20 cup with root beer, your 20 to 30 cup with coffee, your 30 to 40 cup with fine brandy, etc. Begin the ritual by welcoming everyone and chanting Kosi Rivaya, which comes from Psalm 23. Kosi Rivaya, my cup overflows. The cup of the first decade is then passed around the table. Each person reflects on that decade of their own life and shares what it is they learned from that stage of the journey. If the ritual is honoring a specific person's passage, he or she receives the cup last to drink in the blessings of wisdom that the others have gathered. The cup can then be passed around once more, and if someone would like to let go of a shame or a blame or a regret that they may be carrying from that time in their life, they can release it into the cup, either aloud or silently. After each cup, everyone chants Kosi Rivaya. As you pass from decade to decade, only those who have lived in that decade can take the cup and share. So gradually, the younger people become silent and may benefit from listening to the wisdom and experience of their elders. At the end of the ritual, each person can choose to sip from the cup that represents a time from their life that holds a lesson they need to remember and integrate right now. Shabbat Shalom.
Interesting. I enjoyed that. I thought that was really powerful. Oh, this will be good.
Parshat Masei,
The goat.
the end of Sefer Bamidbar, comes to a close with an account of the Arei Miklat, the cities of refuge, the 6 cities, 3 on each side of the Jordan, that were set apart as places to which people who were found innocent of murder, just guilty of manslaughter, were sent. Of course, the cities of refuge are all about the fact that in very early societies, especially non-urban ones, without a police force, or wherever you find the breakdown of law and order, there was always a danger that people would take the law into their own hands, especially when a member of their family got killed, and then began a cycle.
I mean, there's good and bad parts of Gnosticism. I mean, I could understand why it could get on, but I mean, keep in mind, just don't let what some people say, because it's so much more than that. Like, a lot of people view, the whole idea of like the demiurgic creator in this negative sense, but there's so much more to it than that. Especially because if people were looking at it exclusively from this monotheistic worldview, then of course that could, be seen that way. But in a society where it was the norm that there were multiple gods, it's a lot different because it becomes a lot more almost like archetypal, as opposed to when there's literally only one. That one in being the creator of this quote unquote false reality. But even then, the whole idea of a false reality, I think, is a relatively modern thing, because it was maybe more so that there was truer realities beyond the one that they were in, not necessarily that they were in a fake one. I think a lot of that has to do with, the zeitgeist that our society has as like a really, basically, if you want to explain Plato's cave to someone, you say, have you watched The Matrix? And that gives people this idea that the reality has to be false. Whereas in a lot of times it could just be levels of perception, or in some cases it could literally be the idea of a world that exists in another world, and not necessarily in a physical sense, but more in this like literal sense, like in the same way that, a game world exists inside of our world. And, for all we know, our world exists inside of something else.
Well, I was going to say, the analogy, that whole Plato's cave, the idea's been around for a long time. And it's not that the shadows are false. The shadows aren't what that person takes them to be.
Exactly.
And because it's not what that person takes them to be, they're living in a false reality. But it's a false reality that basically of their own creation. Hey, with help from the puppeteers, of course.
Yeah, it's the followers that are getting righteous and their zealousness as any organized religion. I mean, yeah, you definitely have that with the Iron Group. It's, just let that reflect on the people, not on the tradition that they claim to follow. Concepts I'm found with Plato's Cave, yep.
Cycle of vengeance and retaliation that has no natural end. One revenge killing leading to another until the community has been decimated. In other words, the story of the Montagues and Capulets in Romeo and Juliet, or the Sharks and the Jets of West Side Story, or of course the Corleones and the Titaglias in The Godfather. The only way of avoiding an endless replay of these side stories, or of course the Corleones and the Titaglias.
Is that like from a video game or like animation that doesn't look real? It looks uncanny. That cannot be like.
My guess is from the Godfather video game.
Okay, that would make more sense, because I'm like, this cannot be film. This does not look like real life.
Is in The Godfather. The only way of avoiding an endless replay of these revenge killings is the effective and impartial rule of law, but there is one persisting danger. If somebody is killed by accident, then at the end of the day, the person who killed him is deemed innocent of murder, but the family of the victim feel, we lost one of our family and this man is walking free. And therefore there was a particular danger that the family would still feel the need to take revenge. And that is why, to prevent this cycle of revenge killings, the cities of refuge were set apart. And what is very interesting is this little detail, that somebody who was sent to the city of refuge had to stay there until the death of the high priest. That's how long they had to stay. And what on earth has the death of the high priest got to do with it? And here is where I want to signal the difference between two approaches in Judaism, both attempting to answer the question, what's the connection between cities of refuge and the death of the high priest? Here is the way the Gemara, the Talmud, deals with it. An old scholar said, I once heard an explanation at one of the sessional lectures of Rav that the high priest should have davened harder. He should have implored divine grace for the generation, and that he failed to do. In other words, obviously, I mean, the high priest couldn't avoid people murdering one another, because somebody murdered somebody else, did so of his own free will. But what about where the killing was accidental? Surely the high priest, if he davened hard enough, would have brought about a situation in which accidents like that didn't happen. So, not only does the manslaughterer have to stay in exile, but somehow or other the high priest has to share in the guilt. It's while he's still alive, it's not fully atoned for. Now, Maimonides has a completely different approach. And here it is. He says, somebody who killed another person unknowingly has to go to exile. Why? Because if he stays where he is, he'll bump into members of the family of the people he killed, and they'll get upset and they may come to take revenge. So he has to go out of sight. As in America, they have something called a witness protection program nowadays. That's what it is. And then the Rambam says, now, why did he have to wait till the death of the high priest? Because the high priest, when the high priest died, that was a period of national mourning.
Wait a second.
Everyone was in grief. And the Rambam says, when everyone is grieving, you forget your private self.
But yeah, people don't grieve forever. I wonder if it has something to do with this idea of, let me see if I can find it after this.
Sadness, because you're part of the collective sadness. So when the high priest dies, everyone is mourning the high priest, and they forget their own individual loss. There it is. It's a natural phenomenon. He says that we find consolation in our misfortune when the same misfortune or a greater one has befallen somebody else. Among us, no death causes more grief than that of the high priest. So according to the Rambam, the death of the high priest has nothing to do with guilt or atonement. It's simply, that's it. There's collective loss. Everyone's very sad. And so.
But Maimonides was also, he was also like Aristotelian. He was a rationalist. He tried to explain away supernatural shit. So, don't take that as the only thing. But let me see if I can find it. Here, I might have found it.
Between these two different accounts, the same phenomenon.
It's still a pretty worthwhile read.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Because they really are different accounts. Well, the first difference is being sent into exile a form of punishment or not? According to the Gemara, yes, being sent into exile is a kind of punishment because there's some kind of guilt. And so the manslaughterer himself has to go and atone by exile, and the high priest has to die because he should have done harder. Whereas the Rambam says it's got nothing to do with guilt. It's only got to do with anger. In order to avoid somebody taking revenge and being angry, put the manslaughterer a long way out of sight so he never meets him. And secondly, you wait till, the anger's diffused because somebody else died. And of course, that's the first difference. But there is a more fundamental difference. The Gemara assumes a supernatural explanation. You see, according to the Gemara, if you pray, then no accidents happen. If an accident happens, it's clear, it means you didn't pray hard enough. There's something supernatural going on. Whereas the Rambam is saying, no, it's got nothing to do with anything supernatural. It's got to do with social psychology. When somebody famous dies, everyone feels the grief. Look at all the flowers there when Princess Diana died. Everyone feels involved in that kind of grief, and so we forget our own individual grievance, and that, says the Rambam, is a natural phenomenon. So now you see there is a fundamental difference that runs through the whole of Judaism. There's God, there's the universe. How does God connect with the universe? It connects, according to some, through supernatural means, through miracles, prayers, change nature. But according to the Rambam, God connects with the universe naturally, through ordinary things like social psychology. Prayer, according to the Rambam, changes the world because it changes us. You don't need miracles to explain how prayer changes us and makes us more grateful for the miracles around us, gives us more focus in our lives to recognize the divine presence in our lives. So both are equal paths in Judaism, and they always were taken by different people. You had, on the one hand, the priests, on the other, the philosophers. On the one hand, you had Rabbi Yishmael, who was a rationalist, Rabbi Akiva, who was more of a mystic. You had the Rambam, who was more rational, Yehuda Halevi, who was more supernatural, and so on. In each generation, you had the supernatural Jews and the natural Jews. They're both ways in Judaism. All I want to say is that we should never forget that there is a natural way of reading Judaism, as Rabbi Yishmael read it, as the Rambam read it. That is that God changes the world, not through miracles, but through us. And for that, you don't need miracles. All you need is to go with the flow and the logic of human emotions when they are dedicated to God. Shabbat Shalom.
I'm just going to
The 9 days. We're approaching the 3 weeks. We're approaching the 3 weeks, the 9 days, Tisha B'Av, the time when we commemorate, think, and mourn over the Churban Abayis, and think about the Averas that brought us to this, and the tikkun that can redeem us from this. In Mitzrayim, the Rabbeinu Shalom said to Moshe Rabbeinu, Ehyeh asher ehyeh. I'll be with you in this tzara, I'll be with you in the future tzaras. And the Meforshim learn out from here that Mitzrayim was the foundation, the prototype for all the Goliaths that would happen in the future. The Sas Emes says that the Golus Mitzrayim, that is the Yesod, the foundation for all the Goliaths. And the redemption, therefore, from Mitzrayim, The Geula that occurred then is a prototype for all future Geulas. What was the chet that brought to the Geulas Mitzrayim? It's known that Chazal say when Avram Avinu said, Bama Edo, Kiarashena, there was this mas'ei, this kefi madregasa, which we cannot even begin to fathom. This chuta saira of Chesarn and Amuna Kivyochel, that necessitated.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Like, this is too much. What is it? Like, you have to know what he. Even I don't know what some of what he was talking about there was. Let's see. Yeah, this should be better. I think this will be good.
3 weeks is a time of introspection. It's a time for us to think about how can we improve our ways in order to merit the rebuilding of the Beis Hamikdash. The Talmud Yerushalmi says, "Kol dor shelo nivne Beis Hamikdash biyamav kilu hacharibo." Every generation where the Beis Hamikdash is not rebuilt, it's as if it was destroyed. It means, on some level, we should look to the causes of what brought about the destruction of the Beis Hamikdash in order to work on what we can do to undo those actions and to improve upon ourselves to bring about the rebuilding of the Beis Hamikdash. So the Gemara in Gittin tells us that the second temple was destroyed because of sinas chinam, because of baseless hatred, because of a lack of sensitivity shown by fellow Jews towards each other. And the Gemara says that there was a man who was very, very angry because he was humiliated when he was invited by mistake to a party. And when the host realized that he was invited by mistake and the host really didn't like him, his name was Parsha𝓁, the host threw him out. And while he was being thrown out and degraded and debased and humiliated, the rabbis who were there just sat there and didn't do anything. And the Gemara then says that man then came up with a plan to take revenge, and he approached the emperor of the Roman, the mayor or governor, to send a korban and a sacrifice to be brought in the Beis Hamikdash. And this man, Parsha𝓁, put a blemish into the korban, and as a result of the blemish, the korban couldn't be offered. And when Rabbi Zechariah ben Akulas was approached, perhaps to give some sort of leniency for the korban to be offered anyway, so as not to incur the wrath of the Roman government, Rabbi Zechariah ben Akulas said, no, we have to uphold the integrity of the Torah, and therefore we can't do that, and we also can't kill Parsha𝓁 for doing such a thing, because people would then distort what the halacha was with respect to putting blemishes in their korbanos. So the Gemara then quotes Rabbi Yochanan as saying, "On Misanusa shel Rabbi Zechariah ben Akulas," the humility of Rabbi Zechariah ben Akulas, "Hecharivos beisenu v'safos hechalenu v'higlisanu me'artzenu," was responsible for the destruction of the Beis Hamikdash and for our going into exile. So we really have to focus upon this statement. What was it that he did, Rabbi Zechariah ben Akulas, that we can learn from in order to undo the damage? J. David Blythe, Shlita, explains that this isn't necessarily a criticism for what Rabbi Zechariah ben Akulas did. In fact, it's praiseworthy that he upheld the integrity of the Torah so that the Torah shouldn't be distorted. So then how would this lead to the destruction of the Beis Hamikdash? So I'd like to suggest that maybe the explanation is based on another Gemara, the Gemara in Yuma. It talks about how everybody's obligated to learn Torah, even if they're very poor, even if they're very rich. And the Gemara says, well, how do we know that everyone's obligated, even if they're very poor? From Hillel, because Hillel Mechayev Aniyim. Hillel was very poor, but despite that, he was able to find time to learn Torah anyway, so he obligates all the other poor people. Rabbi Elazar ben Charson was very rich and had lots of business investments that he needed to look after. Nonetheless, he was able to find time to learn Torah, so he's Mechayev the Ashirim. He obligates everybody who's very, very rich. So the fact that Rabbi Zechariah ben Akulas was able to stand up for the principle of the Torah, that's Mechayev us, that obligated the rabbis, including himself, to stand up for other principles of the Torah, not only the Bein Adam L'Makom, the service towards HaKadosh Baruch Hu, but also the fact that HaKadosh Baruch Hu wants us to be kind towards each other, the Bein Adam L'Chavero. And that was not displayed during the Suda, during the feast in which this Parsha𝓁 was humiliated and degraded, and the rabbi sat and didn't do anything. In fact, the Medrash Eicha says one of the rabbis who sat and didn't do anything was Rabbi Zechariah ben Akulas.
So for anyone who doesn't know the term HaKadosh Baruch Hu, it means the Holy One, blessed be He. And this was a relatively unique term that I'd never heard. Like obviously, calling someone holy or calling them blessed but specifically this lingo of like the Holy Blessed One, I'd never heard that besides this idea of HaKadosh Baruch Hu in Judaism. Now, I was reading the Baal cycle and I saw it, at least one of the possible translations. So you have Lady Atirat of the Sea's home, or Rabat, was this Rabat Atirat Yami, Lady Atirat of the Sea. That's the best, most basic translation. Anyway, so what I found really interesting about this is that she has, I mean, what's basically equivalent to, I'd say, to like almost like maybe Adonis, or like basically it's this almost like a servant. And his name, it doesn't, we don't know if this is a title or a name, but it's Kuchwa Amrar, or Kodishwa Amrar. Kuchwa Amrur. No, yeah, it's Kuchwa Amrur, which means holy, and apparently in Ugaritic, Amrur could be blessed. And what's interesting about that is that the holy and blessed, basically, it would be implied that it is the one that is holy and blessed. So it's kind of a semantic thing, but at the end of the day, it does have that idea of holy and blessed, and it is what's implied to be the lover of Atirat, which is the Ugaritic form of Asherah. So I do kind of wonder whether or not that might actually be one of the origin points of is this like of the God of Israel, the God of, specifically of the Judeans, Yah, because a lot of these characters, they can have titles, but they can also have names, and it's possible that was the name of the figure or of the deity that was later identified with, or I don't know the exact dating how it would go. It's just a proposal. I'm not saying it's the case, but there definitely is some syncretism going on there between the two traditions, at least the usage of that title.
Yeah, I always interpret them as sort of like being embedded. It's like, I don't understand, how you could be holy without also being blessed. I can understand how you could be blessed without being holy, but it's like I would think that, blessed comes with the package when it's holy. Egg.
Well, so it's more so the Holy One, blessed be He. You're blessing the Holy One.
Oh, so sort of like the Puba to Muhammad, peace be unto him.
Kind of, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, okay, that's funny that you render that as Puba, like Grand Puba.
Oh, that I stole that one from the Flintstones. Was that an inappropriate connection I was supposed to make?
I don't know.
It worked for me.
I mean, if you say peace be upon him to someone every time you say his name, he's probably the Grand Puba.
Exactly. You're definitely, he's an exalted one. So that's why, yeah.
Back to that, to the Rabbi Safai ibn Akulas was able to uphold the integrity of the Torah, shows that it's possible, but we need to do that in the Bein Adam L'Chavero realm as well. And that's something that we should take to heart during the period of the 3 weeks, that we have to, of course, strengthen our commitment towards the Bein Adam L'Makom, to keep all of the mitzvahs of the Torah, to keep all of our obligations towards HaKadosh Baruch Hu in impeccable fashion. At the same time, we also have to heighten our observance of the Bein Adam L'Chavero, of taking care of each other. Like Rabbi Yochanan says elsewhere, that what does it mean an misanuso? That b'chol makom she'tamosei gidulaso she'Hakadosh Baruch Hu shama tamotei an misanuso. Wherever you find the greatness and the power of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, that's where you find his an misanuso. What is that? That's the fact that he takes care of the ger and the yasam and the almana. HaKadosh Baruch Hu takes care of the stranger and the orphan and the widow, of all the poor and vulnerable people in society. That shows our tremendous integrity and our strength, that we're able to stand up and always look after the underdog, always look after the vulnerable, always take care of each other, regardless of the difficulty of the circumstances and the embarrassment of sometimes standing up for somebody when nobody else is doing that. That's something that we have to do. And the course of our doing that should enable us to be zoche, to merit, to bring about the rebuilding of the Beis HaMikdash in our days, speedily in our time, and to bring about the redemption for the entirety of the Jewish people in the world.
As today is the beginning of the 3 weeks, the period leading up until Tisha B'Av, the day that the Beis HaMikdash, our temple, was destroyed, we're all in the mindset of thinking about what caused the Beis HaMikdash to be destroyed. And we know that it was because of sinas chinam, baseless hatred, and therefore during this time period, we have an extra focus on trying to think about how we could bring greater shalom, more peace, more harmony amongst people, amongst each others, how we can relate to others. And I want to try to focus on one area that I think would be the kickoff of how we could start to try to focus ourselves towards bringing people close to us, bringing ourselves closer to others. The Talmud Yerushalmi brings the Mishnah, many of us say every morning in davening. It says, Elu dvarim she'ein lahem shiur. These are one of the things that have no limitations. What is that? V'avat shalom bein adam l'chaveiro. Bringing shalom between people, bringing peace amongst people is tremendous, enormous reward for enhancing peace. So the Gemara says as follows on these words. It says, the pasuk says in Tehillim, Perek La Medalad, pasuk Tezvav, the pasuk says, Sur meirav asei tov, you should turn away from bad, you should do good. Bakei shalom v'radfeu, you should seek peace and run after it. Says the Gemara, Baksheu mimakomcha, you should seek it from your place. V'radfeu mimakom acher, and you should chase after it in a different place. So what does that mean? I should seek peace in my place, from my place, and I should run after it in a different place. So the commentaries on the Talmud Yerushalmi try to figure out what this means. Some say, well, you should try to make peace from your home, basically, from your community. And if you can't make it happen, so then you should go outward to find the people that you have to go ahead and do. Okay? Doesn't sound like that in the Gemara. Doesn't sound like it's missing a piece here. If it doesn't work out, you should go find it somewhere else. What is it saying that you should seek peace in your place and run after it in the other places? And also, why did the Gemara have to bring the beginning of the pasuk in Tehillim? The pasuk in Tehillim says, Sur meira, you should turn away from bad. V'asei tov, you should do good. That's not really relevant to the second part about seeking peace in your place and running after peace in other places. So why did it have to bring the beginning of the pasuk? There's a sefer called the Afike Yehuda. It was written in the 1700s. It was written by an author of Yehuda Leib Edel, which is written in many other svarim which are used in yeshivas, called the Iyei Hayam, the Mein Avtoach. And he writes the following idea. I'd like to share it with you and hopefully bring it into our mincha that we're about to daven momentarily. And he says as follows. He says, really, what is it that causes us not to be able to relate to others, have shalom with others, connect to others in the way that we should? Why would it be that anyone ever speaks inappropriately to another person? How does that really come? He says it really starts from an inner contradiction within ourselves. There's like a split. We have two different forces within us that are always fighting with each other. Forget about the other people. We have an inner fight that is going on all the time. For example, one person knows that he should be zariz. He should act with alacrity. He should be getting up early. He should be running to do things. Ask anyone in the world, of course. On the other hand, we have this laziness side that's saying, don't get up. What do you mean, get up? Don't get up. Get up. And it's like, you could go crazy, right? We have these different forces that are fighting against each other. On one hand, we have rahmanut, we have mercy. We feel bad for people. Someone is down and out. We want to help them. We want to give to them. We want to give them all the money that we have to give them. On the other hand, we don't want to give up our money. We worked hard for it. Maybe we'll need it in 30 years from now. Maybe, who knows? It's hard for us to pick the dollar out of our pocket and give it to someone. But we know the other person needs it. I don't need it. He needs it. And I'm worried about him and I care about him. But to give that money, kam tzanut, we're cheap on some level. So we feel that. On one hand, we want to give gratitude to people. Someone does something good. We want to let them shine. We want to let them know that, wow, look what you did. Look what you accomplished. You did so much for us. We want to express the gratitude. On the other hand, if I let someone else know how good they did, that doesn't let me shine, right? And I want my own honor. So I have my own honor that's at stake. We have the idea of Klal Yisrael, where we all want entire Jewish people to be able to experience what we experience, to be able to get closer to God, to be able to be better people, to only have Kiddush Hashem, sanctifying God's name. We always think about the Jewish people, the Jewish people. On the other hand, if I'm focusing on the Jewish people, what's going to be with my growth? I'm not going to be able to advance. I'm not going to be able to move forward. I'm not going to be able to be the big that I want to be. Right? We have all these things, and all of us are going through this 24/7, right? And the goal, our goal in life, is to try that our neshama, our very, very pure soul, is able to be mitgaber, is able to overcome and override our physicality that's pushing us to other different directions. That's really where the fight comes from. It's our spiritual side against our physical side. And our goal in life is to try to become more spiritual and to allow our beautiful neshama to shine forth and to overcome all of these other physical struggles or goals that seem to be occurring from within us. If we can't figure out, if we can't achieve self-mastery to be able to make it that our guiding force within ourselves, within our actions, is our seichel, is our mindset, what we know is right, what our neshama tells us is right, what we feel inside us, if that's not what's pushing us, if that's not what's allowing us to go ahead and be successful, because our physical is pulling us in other directions, how in the world is it possible that we'd ever be able to go ahead and then connect or reconnect or fix with other people the same issues? I don't want this guy to succeed because then I'm not going to succeed. If I can't figure out within myself how to rectify the area where I'm totally in control of, I could control my feelings and my actions. If I can't get that under control, how in the world am I going to be able to bridge the gaps with other people? The other person I can't fully control, right? And I can't control what he's going to do and he's going to say, etc. But if I can't control myself, how in the world am I going to be able to connect and bring shalom with other people? And therefore, he explains as follows. The Gemara specifically brings the beginning of the pasuk, Sur meirav asei tov. If your whole goal in life is to push away from the bad and just be good, that's all I want. I only want goodness, which is being motivated by my neshama, my pure soul, my spiritual side. All I want is good. That's all I want. Nothing bad. So then, bakei shalom, I should seek out peace. Seek it where? Mimakomcha, from your place, from within us, from within you, from within the person. You have this fight going on in myself. Look for peace. Try to create peace within inside you. How do you create peace within inside myself? How do I do that? By allowing my intellect, my pursuit of goodness to override the ra, the bad, the evil, the physicality. And when I'm doing that, once I'm able to do that, so then then I'm able automatically to go and run. Easy, I don't have to seek it. I can run after it in other places, with other people, in other communities, with other different types of people that aren't similar to me. And I could go ahead and I can make shalom. Once I've created the inner peace, I'm then able to go ahead and create outer peace and connect with others. Because really the only thing that divides people is our physical interests. On a spiritual, our neshama is all one. We all share the same exact big, huge, humongous, gorgeous, pure neshama. It's only our physical self that makes us look different, act different, speak different, want different things. And if we could push out our spiritual self within, then we're easily able to go ahead and connect with the other people and have no issues and difficulties with others. We could go ahead and have shalom. In our Shmona Esrei, we daven for shalom. Sim shalom, tova uvracha. Every single day. Always asking Hashem for shalom. It's not easy. We need help. So we ask Hashem for shalom. And
Sim shalom, tova uvracha. So sim shalom, place peace. Holy crap. What is the phrasing that's used? Let me check this out. Because that's interesting. That's definitely a Semitism, like something that appears in Semitic languages because, let's see if I can find it. Let's see.
Yeah, I'm totally down with this message of, the only thing you have a shot at controlling is yourself, not that other person. And that's where you need to focus. Hey.
Let's see. Alright, so listen to this. So, Kiri'i Biatsi Mala. Oh, yeah, this was before let me see if I can find one that, there's got to be a better one for this. Oh, please tell me it's there. Yeah, here. Kiri Beratzi Malchamata. So Kiri, I forget what Kiri is. I think it might be place. It's just because some of the roots are different with the Greek, but Kiri Beratzi Malchamata, place in the earth, war. Shiti be'apari ma dudayama. Okay, I do not remember off the top of my head what, but basically it's different words that mean the same thing. They're synonyms. But place in the earth, war. Shiti be'apari ma dudayama. Place in the like in the soil, or not the soil, but the earth, like the dirt. It's the same root as afar. It's like the earth. Place into the earth, love, dudayama. And then here, Siki Shalama le Kabidi Archi. Kabidi Artsi. And this is place peace in le Kabidi Artsi into the midst of the earth, I think. Oh my god, I am rusty on this. It's been a few weeks since I read the translation for the ball cycle, but you have that same idea of sim shalom. In fact, I wonder, is sim, is that even a similar root to anything that's used there? Let's see. Kiribi artsim alchamata shiti. Wait, is it? No, siti be'apari ma dure. Yeah, Siti Be'apari I could have sworn there was another one of this that has it better. Let me see if I can real quick. Maybe there's a reference here. Nah, I can't find it. Whatever. No worries. But yeah, like I've noticed a lot of similarities between Judaism and between the Ugaritic tradition, which is very representative of, at least in part, of Canaanite culture, because it also had a lot of influence from the Hittites as well. You can't ignore that. Oh. Let's see. Here we go, and then we'll start.
In the bracha we say, Sim Shalom Tova Bracha Chen V'Chesed V'Rachamim. Yes, for mercy. Aleinu.
Sim Shalom, so place peace. Sim Shalom. Tova Bracha. Goodness and blessing. Chen V'Chesed V'Rachamim. Grace, kindness, and mercy.
On us, and on the entire Jewish people. So this is a question.
And what's interesting is that, like, how I grew up, it was always, what was it? May God make peace for us, for Israel, and for all the world, for all men. I forget what it was, but yeah, like, you have to keep in mind that these prayers were written in a time when it was very much tribal, before you had this idea of, before a lot of these, like, more liberal ideas of, universality. So I think that, like, there's a lot of people could be like, oh, how come it's just you guys? It's like, a lot of people don't just view it that way. Some people do, and it's, I think that says more about them than it does about the tradition personally, but especially in this day and age when, things have changed. Like, you have plenty of people who still find value in a tradition that they're capable of evolving. And I mean, it's also interesting because I find a lot of value in much older traditions while still using, the insights that we've gained in the, thousands and hundreds of years since that, certain values have developed that maybe didn't exist back then.
That could be asked in a couple places in Shunas, right? What does it mean if we're asking for everyone? I'm part of everyone. So what does it mean, aleinu, which is plural, on us? What does that mean? Let's say a guy is davening without a base medrash like this, right? When we say aleinu, I could say it means aleinu, all my friends over here that joined us together in the minyan, and everyone else outside. What is if I'm davening by myself at home? So should I say sim shalom alai, on me? What's aleinu? Aleinu is plural, on us. Who's us? So some of the Mefarshim, the commentators on the Siddur, explain what it means is the two parts of us. Aleinu means the right side and my left side. My physical self, my spiritual self. The two forces that are fighting within each other. We want Hashem, we're asking Hashem, give us shalom aleinu. Let me have an inner peace. That I'm able to have everything working together in the direction that I want it to be going, for the good. And then, I'll call you Salamecha. And then on the entire Jewish people. So as our first step towards rebuilding the Beis HaMikdash and achieving shalom with everyone, we should first try to work on our self-control, on our ability to maneuver and make sure that everything that's driving us is our neshama, our pure soul, and our seichel, our intellect, telling us what's good, allowing all the forces from within us that's fighting against to all be b'shalom together, and then Bezrat Hashem we can continue to move forward to bring shalom with others and all Jewish people.
This is Torah Nation TV from Jerusalem, and we are interviewing the head of Machon Shiloh, Rabbi David Bar Chaim. Shalom, Rabbi Bar Chaim.
Shalom.
Many people are disturbed by the factionalism and infighting that has come to the fore in the Torah world due to the upcoming elections for Chief Rabbi of Israel. In Torah-based thinking, is there room for different opinions?
Everyone knows the statement of
This
the
was 11
Talmud
years ago, by the way.
in Tractate Yoma, Daf Tet, where it says that the second Mikdash, the second temple, and the Jewish presence here in Eretz Israel was destroyed or seriously, severely mauled by the Romans as the result of the Great Revolt against Roman control, Roman occupation of Eretz Israel. And Chazal point out that at that time the Jewish people suffered from something called Sinat Hinam. Sinat Hinam, simply translated, means needless hatred. But a lot of people don't really understand what Sinat Hinam is all about. Some people think that Sinat Hinam is when a person dislikes another person because he did something to them, he made some nasty remark, etc. And therefore this person now has a grudge, bears a grudge against this person, and therefore perhaps speaks Lashon Hara, spreads rumors about him, or what have you. And this is how they understand the concept of Sinat Hinam, needless hatred. That's not true. When a person dislikes another person because of something that person did to him, that's not needless hatred, it's hatred. Or it's dislike, it's animosity. But it's not
Another
needless.
way I've heard it is
There's a reason
baseless
for it.
hatred.
Whether he should respond in that manner is a different question. But there is a basis for that hatred. Sinat Hinam is something very different. The Netziv, Rabbeinu Naftali Tzvi Berlin, 𤐤𤐿𝐼, the Rosh Yeshiva of the famous Yeshiva in Volozhin, points out in his introduction to his Perush on
Wait a second. Is that
Chumash Bereshith.
I think I've been
His
there.
work on the Torah is called the Netziv, Rabbeinu Naftali Tzvi Berlin, 𤐤𝐿𝐼, the Rosh Yeshiva of the famous Yeshiva in Volozhin, points out in his introduction to his Perush on Chumash Bereshith. His work on the Torah is called Ha'amek Davar. In his introduction to Bereshith, he points out that Sinat Hinam is something very different. Sinat Hinam is when a person hates the other person, another Jew, simply because he belongs to a different group, or he has a different point of view, a different philosophy, a different way of doing things,
Never mind, I
different
don't think
halachic
I have.
perspective, different minhag, a different custom. That very fact that this person is different from me, the fact that he does things differently from me, that is my reason for hating and disliking that person. That, says the Netziv, that is Sinat Hinam. Because what we had at that time in Am Yisrael, and unfortunately we see this today as well, what we had then and what we have today is a very widespread phenomenon of very clear dislike and sometimes outright hatred directed at anyone who holds a different position, holds a different view, a different hashkafa, a different world outlook of Judaism, of how to practice Judaism. And we're not talking here about reform or conservative Judaism. We're not talking about another form or strain of Judaism, so-called not based on Chazal, on the sources of the Halakha, not based on the Talmud or the Mishnah. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about different positions, different philosophies, different customs, different outlooks, based on solid and unassailable Torah sources. Within the world of Halakha, there has always been, in the world of Jewish thought, philosophy, there's always been room for different positions. There's always been Beth Shammai and Beth Hillel. There's always been Rabbi Yehuda and Rabbi Meir. There's always been the Rambam and the Ra'avad. There's always been Rav Kook and the Hazon Ish. all these people
Now, does
represented
Frankism
legitimate
and
positions
Sabbateanism, does
and
that escape
understanding.
the criticism there?
Well, no, because I mean, like, so the point is that you can dislike someone for being a heretic. You could say, oh, they're a heretic, but it's kind of like, say they're a heretic, and then you start using that as an excuse to go around insulting their character, like in a way that's it's kind of, how do I explain it? Like, if you dislike them, I don't know if the word hate, but like, yeah, like if you have a dislike, or you have an issue with someone, I mean, I guess technically even hate someone for being a heretic, then that's a basis. I mean, it might.
No, I see that. I'm probing in one of those nebulous areas that I like to probe in, where it seems like if you're following some of those antinomianisms, you're doing things that people have legitimate reasons to hold against you, but you're doing them because of your beliefs. So it's like on the one side, he's saying you can't, you shouldn't hold it against the people because they believe differently. You see what I'm saying?
Well, yeah, but it's like the same thing with that lady that I was telling you, like this idea of hashgacha. Hashgacha. I just want to make sure I get it. Hashgacha. Hashgacha. Divine providence or private super. Oh wait. Oh god. Sorry. I just. I need to get a Tums real quick. I don't know what I ate, but no, it's more so this idea of like an established custom, and I guess you could argue, oh well, the defining thing in that is majority in time, but I mean, there's plenty of like traditions that are. Hold on. Basically, you can't like. It's implied that with what he's saying that you have to be within the bounds of basically you have to be within the bounds of Judaism. Now the problem is as that's changed over time, there's some people who consider people who are fully well Jewish to not be Jewish purely by reason of they don't follow what they believe. And so it creates these issues, but I mean, in reality, it's kind of like, I mean, I really think it's kind of a thing of common sense. Like, if you're breaking all the rules and saying, oh, but I'm, like, it's one thing if you're breaking them, but like, you're like, okay, but I'm not religious. It's another thing if you say I'm religious and I'm breaking them.
Okay, I see what you're saying. I'm having trouble as to how I fit Korah into that one, because he didn't have the Torah around yet to violate.
I think they did.
Well, no, because the Torah is what Moses wrote, and that would include all the stuff that happened after Korah's incident.
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure.
Again, I'm going with tradition, of course.
Let's see. Did Korah get swallowed before the Torah was given? No, it was after.
Now, are they talking by the Torah? There's just the 10 Commandments?
No, the Torah is the 5 books of Moses.
Well, that's where I'm having the problem is, there was a whole lot of events after Korah that was written in the Torah.
And?
Well, are they saying that Moses had that all written down before the incident with Korah?
Yeah.
Then why did they have the problem about Moses writing about his own death then?
What do you mean?
Some people have thrown that as a flag and sat there and said Moses wrote everything in the Torah except his own death, i.e., implying it was an ongoing writing.
No, I'm pretty sure the tradition holds that he wrote his own death as well.
Oh, I know some do. I'm just saying that there's multiple. Again, you're going to have multiple midrashes, of course.
Let's see. No, I'm actually pretty sure it actually explicitly says that he was told to write down these words. I might be wrong, but I think it includes that as well. But again, I'm not sure.
Well, I'm just saying I have read that one, and I've read people who say otherwise.
Things within the realm of Torah. That is not to say that they were all equally right at one and the same time about the very same issue, about which they disagreed. That's not reasonable, at least not most of the time. Occasionally that's also possible, that both positions are equally reasonable and equally correct. But more often than not, one side is more correct than the other. Nevertheless, both positions are legitimate. Both are possible and flow from a true and sincere understanding of Torah. When people are incapable of accepting that there are other people in the world, other Jews, who are just as dedicated to Torah as they are, but who have a different position, even if they're convinced that that position is wrong, that when they hate that other person and they want nothing to do with that person because they hold a different view, and they feel themselves at liberty to blacken that person's name, as we have seen recently in the run-up to this imminent election for chief rabbi here in Israel, that one side within the so-called Zionist religious world in Israel found it necessary and proper to blacklist and defame, essentially, a certain rabbi who is one of the candidates for this position, based on wild, baseless claims and insinuations. When it comes down to it, if we ask ourselves, what is this all about? My answer is that this is all about sinat hinam. Those particular rabbis who found it necessary to expend so much energy and time opposing this particular candidate for this position, in my view, they did it simply because they cannot bear the thought that this person might become the chief rabbi, even though he holds a different position, a different philosophy, a different view on certain issues, perhaps on many issues. But it cannot be denied that all the positions and all the views and the opinions of this particular rabbi and any other rabbi running for this position are based on Torah. And this is exactly what the Netziv tells us, that sinat hinam is when one person or one group looks askance at the other simply because they hold a different view or they act in a different way. They follow a different posek, they follow a different psak halacha, they have a different halachic position. And immediately they begin to see this person as some kind of epikorus or min or tzadoki, to use the terms that Chazal used in their time. And today, the favorite terms are to say that someone is a dati light, that is to say, not very serious person when it comes to religion, or to say that he has reform leanings, etc. This is outrageous, and this causes only more sinat hinam and more division, and it leads to nothing good at all. The basis of the Torah is to know that everything that flows from the Torah, all opinions that can be shown to have some place within the realm of Torah, are part of the Torah. We don't always accept all opinions, and very often we have to decide between one opinion and an opposing opinion, because we can't act in accordance with both of them. And we can't always adopt all positions, all philosophies, all outlooks. But these different points of view, these different opinions have a basis, and there is room for these ideas in the world of Torah. And that makes Torah a much more beautiful, much more profound and meaningful system. And it is precisely this kind of behavior which actually turns many people away from Torah, and it's important that people be aware of this. Many people are turned away from Torah, people who otherwise may have entered the world of Torah, and some people who were born into the world of Torah leave it, or are turned off by that world of Torah and become very indifferent towards it, because they see this kind of small-minded and baseless kind of hatred, of dislike, of intolerance toward another position. This has nothing to do with postmodernism. This has nothing to do with moral relativism. I'm not suggesting that
I
one
just
has
thought
to
about
accept.
something. What if the reason that so much of, the not the Exodus, but like what happens after the Exodus of that narrative involves this conquest that never seemed to have happened? What if it's because the conquest was actually the conquest of the sea peoples and their myths just got blended together with the Israelites? You there?
Yeah, no, you're expressing a lot of more of the revisionist history of some of the invasion theories. Like the Aryan invasion of India is one that you can't deny the change in culture, but when they look for it in the archaeology, they can't find a lot of battles and such. So it's almost more of a cultural usurpation rather than a military invasion. Is that
yeah.
kind of where you're headed there?
No, I mean specifically like this idea of like all these cities being destroyed. That hasn't been found in the archaeological record, but we know of plenty of cities being destroyed by the sea peoples, and it's possible that that cultural memory got blended together with this idea of the Exodus. What happens after the Exodus? You leave your homeland, and now there's a new land, and you have to conquer some of the cities. But we know that the Canaanite descended Israelites didn't do that. So what if it was the other ones who did?
Yeah, no, that could easily have a role to play. I can see that being part of the mix, definitely.
Or announce as a philosophical premise that all positions are equally right, equally true. That's not the case. One can examine different positions and decide that this position, this idea, this opinion is more correct than the other. But that has nothing to do with considering the other opinion to be illegitimate, just as no serious Talmudic scholar would consider the explanation of Rabbeinu Tam as opposed to the explanation of Rashi to be illegitimate. One can either accept it or not accept it. One can think it's reasonable or not so reasonable. But Rabbeinu Tam's position is just as legitimate as Rashi's position, and the Rashba's position is just as legitimate as that of the Ramban, etc. And so it is down to the present day. This is the truth of Torah, and it is a terrible shame and a tragedy, in fact, that there are those who are causing the Torah to be viewed as something which it is not, something which is small, narrow-minded, dark, and monolithic. That is not true, and that is misrepresentation of the Torah.
Thank you, Rabbi Bar Chaim. A word to our viewers. If you would like to sponsor or dedicate a video interview with Rabbi Bar Chaim in honor or memory of a loved one, or if you would like to obtain Birkon Nusach Eretz Yisrael, please email us at office@machonshiloh.org.
All right. Let's get started. Well, first up, Baruchu et Adonai Mvorach, Baruch Adonai Mvorach leolam va'ed, Baruch Adonai Mvorach leolam va'ed. Sorry. Baruchu et Adonai Mvorach, Baruch Adonai Mvorach leolam va'ed, Baruch ata Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam, אשר בחר בנו מכל העמים, ונתן לנו את תורתו. ברוך אתה אדוני נותן התורה. All right. Oh, shit.
even though he holds a different position, a different philosophy.
Yikes. Let's see. Where was it? Okay. So I'll pause whenever. Actually, I'll start off and then. All right. Masei bnei Israel asher yatzu me'eretz Mitzrayim לצבאותם ביד משה ואהרון ויכתוב משה את מוצאיהם למעשיהם על פי אדוני ואלה מעשיהם למוצאיהם וייסעו מרמסס בחודש הראשון ב15 יום לחודש הראשון ממחרת הפסח יצאו בני ישראל וירמה לעיני כל מצרים ומצרים מקברים את אשר היכה אדוני בהם כל בכור ובאלוהיהם עשה אדוני שפטים וייסעו בני ישראל מרמסס ויחנו בסוכות וייסעו מסוכות ויחנו ביתם אשר בקצה המדבר ויעשו מאתם וישב על פי החירות אשר על פני בעל צפון ויחנו לפני מגדול ויעשו מפני החירות ויעברו מתוך הים המדברה וילכו דרך 3 ימים במדבר איתם ויחנו במרה וייסעו ממרה ויבואו אלימה ובאלים 12 עינות מים ושביעים ימים במדבר איתם ויחנו במרה וייסעו ממרה ויבואו אלימה ובאלים 12 עינות מים ו70 דמרים ויחנו שם וייסעו במלים ויחנו על ים סוף, ויישאו מים מים סוף, ויחנו במדבר סין, וייסעו ממדבר סין, ויחנו בדופקה, וייסעו מדופקה, ויחנו מאלוש, וייסעו מאלוש, ויחנו ברפידים, ולא היה שמים לעם לשתות, וייסעו מרפידים, ויחנו במדבר סיני, וייסעו ממדבר סיני, ויחנו בקברות התאווה, וייסעו מקברות התאווה, ויחנו בחצרות, וייסעו מחצרות, ויחנו ברתמה, וייסעו מרתמה, ויחנו ברימון פרץ, ויעשו מרימון פרץ, ויחנו בלבנה, וייסעו מלבנה, ויחנו בריסה, וייסעו מריסה, ויחנו בקהלתה, וייסעו מקהלתה, ויחנו בהר שפט, וייסעו מהר שפט, ויחנו בחרדה, וייסעו מחדדה, ויחנו מקהלות, וייסעו מהמקהלות, ויחנו בתחת, וייסעו מתחת, ויחנו מתרח, וייסעו מתרח, ויחנו במתקה, וייסעו ממתקה, ויחנו בחשמונה, וייסעו בחשמונה, ויחנו במוסרות, וייסעו ממוסרות, ויחנו ממבני האקן, וייסעו מבני האקן, ויחנו בחור הגדגד, וייסעו מחור הגדגד, ויחנו ביוטבתה, וייסעו מיוטבתה, מה ויחנו מעברונה, וייסעו מעברונה, ויחנו מציון גבר, וייסעו מציון גבר, ויחנו במדבר צין, קדש, וייסעו מקדש, ויחנו בהור ההר בקצה ארץ אדום, ויעלה אהרון הכהן אל הור ההר על פי אדוני, ויעמד שם, ושנת 40 לצאת בני ישראל מארץ מצרים, בחודש החמישי באחד לחודש, ואהרון בן 23 ומאת, השנה במאותו בהורן, וישמע כנעני מלך ערד, והוא יושב בנגב בארץ כנען, בבוא בני ישראל וייסעו מהור ההר, ויחנו בצלמונה, וייסעו מצלמונה, ויחנו בפונון, וייסעו מפונון, ויחנו באובות, וייסעו מאובות, ויחנו באיי העברים בגבול מואב, וייסעו מהם, ויחנו בדיבון גד, וייסעו מדיבון גד, ויחנו, וייסעו מאלמון דבלתיימה, ויחנו בהרי העברים לפני נבו, וייסעו מהרי העברים, ויחנו בערבות מואב, על ירדן יריחו, ויחנו על הירדן מבית הישימות, עד אבל השיטים בערבות מואב. Oof. That was a lot of places. That was all just listing. They're going from this place they camped here, then they went to here, and then they camped here, and then they went to here, and then they camped here, and then they went here, and then they camped here. It's kind of repetitive, but the English is there, so if you're following along, you can see how repetitive this part has been. But thankfully, we're moving on to less repetitive stuff now, and I'm going to give my voice a break. So,
ويدبر دبر البني عرضوث مؤاب ويدبر أذوناي الموشي بعرضوث مؤاب على اليردين يرحو لمور دبر البني إسرائيل وأمرت عليهم كي أتيم عوفرين إث اليردين الإرس كناعان ואורשתם את כל יושבי הארץ מפניכם, ואיבדתם את כל משכיותם ואת כל צלמי מסכותם תאבדו, ואת כל במותם תשמידו, והורשתם את הארץ וישבתם בה, כי לכם נתתי את הארץ לרשת אותה, והתנחלתם ורשתם זקנה
Oh, of course I tune out in the part where it gets violent. What is this? I'm just going to read the English part to catch up. Hashem spoke to Moses in the plains of Moab. And I'm going to translate from Hebrew. Like upon the Yarden, the Jordan River, Yericho, like on the way near Jericho, or Lamor, saying, Daber el b'nei Israel, say to the children of Israel, V'marta alehem, and say to them, or speak to the children of Israel and say to them, rather, Ki atem ovrim, when you cross over, Eta Yarden el Eretz Canaan, over the Yarden to the land of Canaan, the Horashtem, you will drive out. Wow. What's interesting is that it shares a similar root with Yarash, which means you'll inherit. So it's interesting. I wonder if there was a context where it was you'll inherit all the habitation. It's saying that, it's basically saying it's the same people, but no, this renders it as you'll drive out all the Kol Yoshvei Haaretz, all the inhabitants of the land, Mifneichem, before you.
את כל יושבי הארץ מפניכם ואיבדתם את כל משכיל.
And you shall destroy Kol Maschitam. Interesting. I've never seen that before. Prostration stones. I've never seen that word for it. That Kol Tzalmei, all their images, Masechotam, that were cast. That's what it was, like all cast images. So it means like maybe metal. Te'avedu, you will destroy them. That Kol Habamotam, all their high places. Tashmidu, you shall shamad, you shall annihilate, destroy. Yeah, wow. So notice this. It says Horashtem. Here, Horashtem means you shall take possession. And over here, Horashtem means you shall drive out. Something's weird though. So it can mean drive out or inherit, which I think is kind of interesting. It's so much why isn't it you shall inherit all the oh wow, what if it's you shall inherit all the inhabitants of the land before you? Holy crap, that completely changes the context. You there, Graham? Hello? You're muted if you've been talking. But no, I am. What is it? So, yeah. If you read it like this, you will inhabit, or I mean, sorry, no, you will inherit all the inhabitants of the land from before you. And you will destroy all their prostration stones and all their images that you shall destroy, and all their images that are cast you shall destroy, and all their high places you shall demolish. You shall.
כל משכיותם ואת כל צלמי מסכותם תאבדו ואת כל במותם תשמידו והורשתם.
Yeah, and you shall inherit the land, and you shall dwell in it, for to you it has been given, the land has been given to Lareshet, Lareshet, I think maybe to rule. I really think this is, I mean, literally, one place, Horashtem, means to drive out. But the thing is, holy crap. Because the word that's very similar to that, this is huge. let's see if I can find it. So check this out. So if we go to garash, garash means to drive out, to cast out. Garash means it. So now if we go, so I mean, let's just look at the context. Maybe it'll give us some. Garash, to thing thrust or put forth, yield. Gerusha, expulsion, violence. Gershon. Well, that's a different root. But so now if we go to Yerash, which is where Horash comes from. Yerash means to take possession of or inherit. It can mean to dispossess. But yeah, see, like, it's tricky. It's very tricky. But it also shows you how multi-level this in text is in a way that other texts are very specific, but because of that, you end up losing this this fluidity. So, I mean, technically, yeah, let's see. Yerusha is a possession. Yerusha is possession or inheritance. Interesting. Reshet. Oh, it comes from the same root. So I don't get how it's a net. Maybe like that. Yeah, I'm lost. Moreshet, Morasha. Morasha could also be like inheritor. Not legacy, but Reshet. Oh my god, what is the word for this? It's yeah, I don't know. Anyway, the point is that the root for this, so like just to show you, so this is for Yerash. The Horash comes from Yerash. But just to show you, if we try to find it with a hey, Harash, what are we going to find? Because sometimes you get it where it kind of goes to both. No, there's a Harar, but there's no Harash. So yeah, it's Yerash. So that, all things considered, that means that this Yerashtem, I'm sorry, this Horashtem, Hofal, that'd be Hofal. So let's see, I can actually figure out what this means here. Let's see. Let's see, Yarash. All right, check this out. Just tab, reference. Wait, no, not reference. So Targum. So I meant reference. Sorry. Maybe not reference either. Where would it be? Oh, here. BDB. Tirosh. Let's see. Tirosh, Morash. Oh no, I know what I need to find. So here. So we just double click on this. Okay, now we have to there. So check this out. So the Hofal for this. Oh, I used to have such a difficult time figuring this out. Wait, where's the Hofal? Huh? Where's the Hofal? Why is it not here? So there's a Hifil. Hifil, to cause to inherit it, to leave by will or by the... So that'd be like Yerashtem, maybe? I'm trying to think. Now, see, look at this. This same word, the Hifil, can mean both to cause to inherit it or to leave by will or by law of succession. Or it also means to drive out or dispossess. So it's completely context dependent. But the thing is, context is kind of, it's almost an Ouroboros. Context creates its own context. So you read it in certain context and you take that as the truth or the main truth. You kind of forget about the other things, even though it's technically by tradition just as, potential. Let's see. All right, so there's Kal is he took possession of, inherited. So like took possession of, inherited. Nifil would be was dispossessed of. But I wonder, could it also be was possessed of, or like was caused to possess? Let's see. PL is he took possession of. So there it's similar to the call. The Hifil, he caused to possess, made to inherit, or he dispossessed, drove it. So again, there you have the double meaning. Yarit, he inherited. Interesting, from the Ugaritic Yarat, to take possession of. Arabic Warita, Ethiopian Warasa, he inherited. This is fascinating. I want to study Semitic linguistics better because I am fascinated by this. Here's another meaning for Yerash: to make poor, impoverish. Take possession of, inherit. Maybe it has a hafal here. No, I think I already looked through it. Hifil. No, I'm not seeing it. But are you there, Graham? Graham? All right. I don't know what happened, but all right. Let's see. Where were we?
נתתי את הארץ לרשת אותה והתנחלתם את הארץ בגורל למשפחותיכם תרבו אתנה חלתו ולמחק תמעיט אתנה חלתו אל אשר יصلו שמה הגורל לא יהיה למטות אבותיכם תתנחלו ואם לא תורישו את יושבי הארץ מפניכם והיה אשר תותירו מהם לסיכים בעיניכם ולשנוא
No, this is huge. Look at this. Ve'im lo torishu. It says if you do not drive out, do not expel. What if we read this as you do not inherit or give their inheritance? Et yoshvei haaretz, the inhabitants of the land. Mifnechem. If you do not give them, their inheritance, you do not inherit them. V'haya asher todiru. V'haya, and it'll be that those that you leave or like remain mehem from them sikim, they'll be like barbs, it says, or thorns beinechem. It is barbs. And then vitzininim and thorns bitzidechem, bitzidechem, in your side, bitzaruru, and they will harass you, etchem, you, al haaretz asher atem yoshvim ba, and they will like distress you upon the land that you that you are dwelling in. Literally, this is like almost prophetic because some people probably read this as I mean, most people probably read it a certain way, but in reality, it's if you don't have this equal lot where people are being treated fairly, then you do have this, and it is kind of eerie how much it lines up with how things are.
بسديخيم وصارروا إفخيم على آريس أشير التيم يوشفيم باه وهيا كأشير دميثي لا عسوت لهم عسي لخيم ويدبر أدوناي المشل لمور صاو إذ بني إسرائيل وآمرت عليهم كي أتم بائيم الهارس كناعن زوث هارس أشر تبول لخم بناحلا إيرس كناعن لغفول فيها وهيا لخيم بأثني غيب من مدبر صين على يدي إدوم وهيا لخيم جبول نغيب مقصي يا مهميلح خدمة ونسب لخيم هالجبول من نغيب لما عليه عقربهم وعبر صينا
I'm just going to read a translation. And say to them when you come into the land of Canaan, this is the land that shall fall to you as an inheritance, the land of Canaan, 𝐤𝐤𝐤𝐿, according to its borders. And it will be for you, Peat Negev, and it will be for you the side from the wilderness of Tzin, so the Sinai, at the side of Edom, which is in the east. For you, Gvul will be the border. Negev to the south, Miktzeh Yam Hamelach, from the edge of the sea, salt sea, or the Dead Sea. Kedma, to the east.
جبول نغيب مقصي يا مهميلح خدمة ونسب لخيم هالجبول من نغيب لما عليه عقربهم وعبر صيناء وهيو توصي أثاو من نغيب لقادش برنيع ويصاح حصر الدار وعبر عصمونا ونساب هالجبول مي عصمون نحلى مصرايم وهيوم ثوصي أثاو هيام وغفول يام وهيا لخيم هيام هقذول وغفول زيه لخيم جبول يام وزيه لخيم جبول صفون من هيام هقذول تثاؤوا لخيم هورها.
To the north from the Great Sea, she'll draw a line for you to Tahor the mountain. Wait, what is this? So Safon in the north, Tahor the mountain, I think in the south probably. Whoa, wait a second. Holy crap! Grandma, are you still there? This is going to be fascinating. I wish Avi was here right now. So from min Safon, it's Safon. Min hayam hagadol, from the Great Sea, Tanu. You shall draw a line, lachem hor hahar, to the mountain Hor. From the mountain Hor, you shall draw a line to Hamat. So, the one I want to focus on, though, is it says Sedad. Now, I've been playing a bit of Total War Pharaoh, in case y'all don't know. And, I'm just going to show this because this is probably the best way that I can explain it. Let's see, window. Will this work? No. Present, share screen, entire screen. Just do this for now. So, here. So,
immovable, undaunted.
So, I can't really see it, but this... Oh, wait, actually, here, I can show you this way. Damascus. Wait, no, that's MR, sorry. Damascus is... Is this Damascus? Yeah, this is Damascus. So... Ah, shit. Well, it doesn't show you, but... I wish I could zone in better. But one of the locations that they control, which is... It's up here in Syria, it is called Sedad. And so I wonder if Sedad is Sedad, which, it wouldn't be unreasonable at all for Sedad to beat Sedad. And so, let's see, stop screen, present, share screen, new tab. So now let's open up maps. Let's see. So, I don't know. I went all the way down to south of the Gulf. I meant to go over here. So, let's see. Where was it? So, Damascus is here. Wonder if it would have kept the name. Sedad. So, now look at this. If I type in Sedad, Libya, Indonesia, Syria. That's it. So, does someone want to explain to me why it's... Well, and it's entirely possible because... Well, let's see. Where is... Actually, I might be able to chart this out. Let's see how I'm going to do this. Shoot. 1 second. Okay, here. So check this out. So we're going to start with, okay, I don't know all these places. So we're going to start with the wilderness. Okay, let's go back as far as I can. Okay. The south side, Sinai. The edge of Edom, it shall be for you. So let's go here. We'll start with, this is probably also where they are at this point, and then they're just, charting it up. So we know that the wilderness of Edom probably refers to Petra more or less, but we also know that they were down south, like, let's just estimate. Okay, well, where is Petra? I do not know. Is it Wadi Rum? Where? I never realized I didn't know. Petra. I know it's in Jordan, but I just don't know where in Jordan. Oh, Wadi Musa. Okay, so yeah, I mean, let's say here. So this is the eastern southern border, more or less. So we're going to put down, how do we put down a pin? I do not know. I want to drop a pin. drop a pin. Oh my god, I feel so ineffectual right now. Maybe do I just... Okay, let's... Okay, wait, where was this again? Okay, so... Ow, I just hit myself in the eye. No, that wasn't that bad. Okay, so... from the wilderness of Sin at the side of Edom. So I guess it's saying... So yeah, this would be Petra. And it shall be for you the border to the south. From the edge of the sea... Miktseh. From the edge of the Sea of Salt to the east... Oh, wait. So let's see. So we're starting with to the wilderness of Edom. I mean, let's see. From the it's an east of the. So I mean, let's just assume. Dang it! This is so difficult to reconstruct. Negev. Okay, so it says to the south, or is it saying the Negev? Gvul, from the border of the south, Miktseh Yam Hamelach Kedma, with the no, so that's to the east. So the Salt Sea is to the east. Wait, from the edge of the salt eastwards, Yam Hamelach, from the edge of the to the east. Oh my god, it's not totally clear. Let's just maybe assume southeast. That's good. And so it used to be all this, but unfortunately so much ecological devastation has gone on as a result of industry. It's really unfortunate. You know what? Let's just say here. Let's find a nice little place. Up here in the mountains. That's probably where they were. So how do I drop a pin? All right, measure distance. So where's the next place we have to find? Okay. Malei Akravim to the south. Kadesh Barnea. Let's see. Oh wait, how do I do this if I don't know where? Wait, no, I don't know where this is, so let's figure this out. Kadesh Barnea. Kadesh Barnea? Interesting. Okay, so this is in the Negev too? Yep, it is. So how do we do this? So from, let's say like here at the Tefillah, measure distance. Wait, oh, here, directions. That's what I was looking for. From, no, I don't want my actual location. Sorry. From, let's say, just at Tefillah to Ma'alei Akravim. Ma'alei Akravim. Is that the only thing that shows up? I mean, it's roughly in the same area. This is in, maybe if I can figure out what the hell this is. I doubt it's connected. Oh. Maybe it is. I don't know. What's Mish? There's a whole rabbit hole. Mishol Ma'alei Akravim. Ma'alei Akravim. Wait, what? Wow, I didn't know this. Ma'alei Akravim, ascent of Akravim, ascent of the scorpions, locality mentioned several times in the Bible as being at the southern boundary of the Promised Land. According to Numbers 34:4, the border started at the end of the Salt Dead Sea eastward and turned south of Ma'ale Akravim, continuing towards the wilderness of Sin. The account in Joshua 15:3 is similar. The border of the Amorites apparently ran from the Ma'ale Akravim from Selah and upward. Abel identified it with Nakab al-Safi to the west of the Arabah, while Mazar locates it to the east on the road to Selah. The Acrobatine of 1 Maccabees 5:3 apparently refers to the district of Akraba to the north of Jerusalem. Ma'ale Akravim is now the name of a section of a road to a lot that snakes down into the canyon of Nachal which is the river Wadi of Zin, about 2.5 miles, 4 kilometers west of the small crater Maktesh Hakatan, until the road to a lot that passes through the Ma'ale HaAtzmaut by Mitzpeh Ramon was built. All traffic to a lot passed through Ma'ale Akravim. The spot is an excellent lookout point. But is that is it the same Ma'ale Akravim? Let's see. Here, what's this? Ma'ale Akravim. Okay, but where is it? Shouldn't be this difficult to find. Mishol Ma'ale Akravim. Images. So what is that thing that... Okay, here, I think I found something. It's the most beautiful and dangerous road in Israel. Nobody can drive there. Ma'ale Akravim, descending from the mountaintops to the Arava desert in an ancient, adventurous, and winding road. A moment after reaching the summit of Ma'ale Akravim, scorpions passed there with silence. Each of us took a deep breath, raised a palm to shade the eyes, and looked east. From the top of the ascent, one can see the verdant banks of the Nachal Tzin, Mount Sin, and the expanse of the Arava desert. The view is mesmerizing. Below us winds a narrow road, descending south in 18 hairpin turns. This is one of the most beautiful and scenic. Okay, but where is it? Let's see. So this is clearly not it. I don't think so. Because this doesn't make sense. It's saying it's here, but there's no way that it wouldn't be here. That something's not right there. Like, that's out in the middle of the desert. Yeah, this is in the desert, but let's see. Ma'ale Akrabim. I mean, seriously, there's got to be something else that shows up. Oh, that's weird. I don't know why that didn't. Maybe did I not put in it before? Okay, so here we are. So, well, it's going to, because unfortunately it won't. Maybe I just have to do distance. Measure distance to here. No, I don't want to. Let's see. I wish it would just show me straight up. So from here to, well, I need to see where it is. Wait, Ma'ale Akravim. Okay, now to here. So we can see it here. Here we're just seeing the straight line. So then we can go over here, and where was... okay. It was like a treasure map. Okay, so to the border of the south, Ma'ale Akravim, and it shall pass towards Sin, and its edges shall be to the south of Kadesh Barnea. So now we have to find Sin. Mount Zin. Okay, so down to Sin. And then now we have to find Kadesh Barnea. south of Kadesh Barnea. So is there anything significant down here? Archaeological site Nitzana. Well, let's just say maybe like here. Okay, so this so far is the boundaries that we have. This is the southern border of the land of Israel, according to, or at least the territories that they're talking about. Let me check to see if there's any comments. There has not been any comments. If anyone wants to comment, feel free, because I feel like I'm talking to myself right now, and I have no clue what happened to Graham. Okay, what do we have? Malay Akravim.
مقصي يا مهمينا قدمة ونسب لخيم هالجبول من نغيف لما علي عقربهم وعبر صيناء وهيو توصي ثاو من نغيف لقديش برنيع ويصاح حصر الدار.
Oh, Khatzar Adar. See. Wait, Hor-Hahar? Where's Hor-Hahar? It's saying Har-Tzin? Interesting. Wait, wow, it even looks kind of frosty. But it's just maybe like white sand, I don't know. Okay, so what are we looking for? We're looking for Adar, Khatzar Adar, Hazar Adar. Khatzar Adar. Okay, time to figure out where this is. Hazar Adar. Hazar Adar. West of Kadesh Barnea and east of Atzmon. Okay, let's see if we can find this without having to look it up. Okay, so it's going to be west of there. Now, of course, any place in Egypt is going to have its Arabic name. So let's see if we can find. Where's Azmon? Azmon. Where's... See, this is what's weird. Wait, is this... Oh, I must have missed the context. Did it switch? Okay, so now we're talking about to the south of Kadesh Barnea. Then it shall go out. Okay, so Khatzar Adar, right, shall the border from Atzmon to the stream of Egypt. So, okay. And its edges shall be to the south of Kadesh Barnea. Then shall go out to Khatzar Adar and pass to Atzmon. There's got to be another Azmon unless this is going to the north now. Let's see. Azmon. Okay, that's interesting. Maybe if I put in a T, it'll give me more examples. No? No, but this thing, what is this, a kibbutz? No, I don't want... Wait. Okay, that's interesting. So Mount Atzmon is something different. So... Okay, this is strange. So now we just have to find where is Hazar Adar. Southern border of the Promised Land. Desert west of Kadesh Barnea. Okay, but where do people actually know where this was? Some people think it was all like on a... No. Gotta find something better. How is it this difficult? Hazar Adar? Well, where is this? All right, so where's Arad? Beersheba, Adar. All right, Adar, it's saying. So if Mount Hor is there, Halak. Okay, let's see if we can find Mount Halak. Mount Halak. Halak. No, I do not want a Lebanese bag shop. That's not what I'm looking for. Oh, this is frustrating. Adar. Let's see, Adar, Israel. Egypt. Well, it's not that. Al-Warak, the green. Okay. I've got to use the other hints that I was getting. Okay, so again, it's presumed. So if Hor is there, we just need to find. Oh, so this is Mount Hor. So it's going to be over. And then do they have Kadesh Barnea on that map? I don't think they did. So south of Beersheba, something's weird about. So maybe like, you know, I really have no clue. Let's see. It says it's west of Kadesh Barnea. I guess I could theoretically just look at the, you know, kind of density map in order to figure out what would. Well, it's definitely not the Sinai White Cement Factory. Would it be Arish? I mean, I know it really doesn't matter for the sake of things, but I do kind of want to try to find something that's more or less accurate. So if this is Kadesh Barnea, the closest Western settlement to that. I mean, I guess if you get really small, but these are just like roads. It's not like. But then again, ancient just seems like there would be some sort of archaeological site, maybe over. Now there's an airport. I have no clue where it would be. What's this? Kherbet al-Adas. No, no, it wouldn't be that far. All right, whatever. We're just going to move on. Wait, what is that? Sorry about that. No, I'm not doing this for a class. I'm just trying to figure this out because nobody is here. Well, except for y'all who are watching. I don't know where Graham went. And where did my map go? Oh, it's here. All right, so what we're looking at, we're trying to figure out, let's see, Kadesh Barnea, then it shall go out to Hazaradar, and it shall pass to Atzmon. The border shall turn from Atzmon to the stream of Egypt, and its edges shall be towards the Mediterranean. See, something about this doesn't make. So it's saying its edges shall be to the Mediterranean. Okay, so if I go back to this map, Kadesh Barnea, out west to the Mediterranean. I mean, maybe it's including parts. It wouldn't be unreasonable for it. You know what? Let's just assume for the sake of things. Let's see. I think Port Said used to be. Was it Port Said or? This is why I hate when places change names. Port Said. It used to be called. Name. Oh, wait. Huh. So no, it's not Port Said. That was relatively modern. Was it Damietta, Damanhur? No. I think it was one of the first cataphracts of it. Tanis, was it? I'm just going to assume. Let's see. What's the furthest you can go west before? Let's just assume it's right at the edge of the desert. So let's just say here. Wait, no, that's actually going no. You basically can't get to the sea unless you continue out all the way past Alexandria. So, let's just say it's more or less west. Okay, so this is apparently the set. Now, when I search for Atzmon, the only thing that shows up, there's Mount Atzmon, but that's in the north. So what's the deal with this? It's also interesting that you have this place called Moreshet, located right, though this might be modern, to be fair. All right, so let's go up here. Okay, so, this actually works. Okay, this works. So if we go out to here, it actually does create more or less a border with the sea, so you can see this. This is getting cool. Oh, no, I mean, I did, but I really can't find much on the places that I'm trying to find. Hatzaradar, nobody really even knows. It's all speculation. So I'm just assuming, okay, you go out as far west as you can before you hit the sea. That's more or less where I marked it. And then it actually makes sense to go up north from there because then it doesn't cut through the land. It's actually going across the sea. So if you were to describe, the furthest west point to the furthest, north or whatever, it starts to make sense. Let's see. What's this? A hidden facility secret? No, dude. That's just how all of Israel is because of how many people are trying to get to sensitive places there. So all of it's just fuzzed out once you get to a certain level. Which, I mean, to be fair, I don't blame them. It'd be one thing if there were only certain places, then it'd be more suspicious. But it's everywhere. See? Everywhere. So going back to this, it's a shall be okay. Tatzmon. Okay, so wait, this changes things because it said to the stream of Egypt. So that actually means that it's almost like doubling back. So, oh shoot, how do I get? Dang it. All right, so first we have to go. Where do we start? So to the stream of Egypt. Well, that can only be referring to. Oh wow, that's fucking sad. It's so difficult to see the Nile because of how much it's dried up. But there were multiple. Yeah, so I'm not sure that this is going to be the right one. Where were the? Okay, so here's. Could have sworn they had multiple entrances, but maybe the other one's dried up. Okay, so let's just to the river of the Nile. So, let's say that goes out to here. We're just going to be generous with our assumption. So now we go back out to Mount Atzmon. Where were we?
توصئ ثاو هيام وغفول يام وهيا لخيم هيام هقذول وغفول زيه لخيم يفول يام وزيه لخيم يفول صافون من هيام هقذول تثاؤول لخيم هور هار مهور هار تثاؤ لفو حماث وهيو توصئوا ثقبول صيدا.
Okay, so it's saying that you shall draw a line for you to Hor the mountain. From Hor the mountain, you shall draw a line to, okay, Hamat. So Mount Hor. So we're going to go back to Hor. It's not going to be pretty, but it'll work more or less. So draw a line to, oh, what shoot, what did I just do? No, I go back. Please help. It just got rid of, did it seriously just get rid of everything? That is really fucking annoying. Okay, just gotta read it. So start off at Tefillah. Measure distance to, oh, what was it? East of, dang it, I have to look up all the different places I've looked up. Nitzanei Sinai. Oh, wait, let's see. Mali Akrapim. Mount Hor. Wait, where did, shoot. Is it to the north? Where did it go? There was, oh my god, what was the name of the other place? It was, how am I forgetting this? Let's see, Kadesh Barnea, right. Kadesh Barnea. Yeah, so okay, yeah, it's there. So we'll just put it here. Then it was out to, so just continue to here. Then Ras Albar. Then to Atzmon. And then down to Mount Hor. Oh shoot, what did I just do? No, I didn't mean that. Oh, dang it. Okay, so I need to put it near it, apparently. Wait, where is it? Shoot. Hor. Wait, so no, it was Mount. Oh my god, what was the name? It wasn't Hor, it was Sin. Or Sin. Okay, here. So then it was to Kadesh Barnea. Then it was over here. Then here. Oh my god, that is frustrating. Mount Atzmon. Now I have to go south to Hartzin again. Wait, no, because it says, so maybe, for whatever reason it showed that as Hor, so now we have to find where was Mount Hor. Hor Hahar. Mount Hor. So here. Okay, this is interesting. This is starting to actually show us a rough estimate. Okay.
هور ههر مهور ههر تثقوا لفو حماث وهيو دوصئوا ثقبوا.
Okay, so now we have to go to Hamath. Now, I don't know which Hamath. There's Hamath Tiberias, but I doubt it's that. Hamath. Hamath. Wait, Hamath. Is it possible it's talking about Hama? I need to look up the history of Hama in order to find out. Hama, Syria. Hamath. Oh, wow, yeah. It was Hamath. Holy crap. So, yeah, wow. Okay, so Hamath. Whoa. And then where it said something about Sedad. And its edges of the border towards Sedad. The border shall go forth towards Tzifron. Oh my god, this is so complicated. So, Hama, Sedad, towards Sedad. I'm going to be honest, I don't really feel like the person who came up with this description, like, I don't know, this doesn't seem like borders. This seems more like the wanderings, if I'm going to be completely honest. I mean, I don't see why it can't be both, but I do feel like there's something going on here. So, okay, so Sedad is down here. Right here. So, and then it was Zifron. I doubt it's there. Zifron, Levant, maybe? Okay, time to bust out the old Google. Zifron Bible. Hatzarenan. Okay, but does anyone know where the hell it is? Zifron location. Zifron location Bible. Here this proposes it is okay. So Hamatzova Katna Hatzar. So it's saying it's to the east of Sedad. East of Sedad. I don't know how far east I should be looking. There's not really a whole lot here. Wait, what was the name of the place it said? Did it even suggest? It did not. It basically just says east of... Wait, but Okay, that's weird because this is Hamath should be a little bit south. Something is weird here. Hama. Oh, maybe there must have. Yeah, that's weird. I think they just probably had something wrong with a map, which is why I should not be using a shitty map to determine this. Karayatain. Ħerbatias. Let's see if I can figure this out. Ħerbatias. I'm not saying anything there. So irritating. You know what? Let's just assume maybe it's like I don't know, like this. It doesn't have to be exact.
ويصار هجبوا الزفرونة وهيو ثوصي أثاو حصار عنان زي لخيم جيبوا الصفون وهي تقوي ثيم لخيم لغفوا القدمة مي حصار عنان شفامة ويرد هجبوا مش شفام هارب لا مقيدم العين ويرد.
Okay, interesting. Shephem. Oh, shoot. Let's see. Shephem. Shephem. Literally, I have to look this. Shephem. No, Shephem. You've got to be kidding me. Not Steven. I don't want to know about Steven. Oh my God. Not Shechem. Wait. Is it at all possible that... Let's see. Where is it? I don't know. Shafama. Let me see what I can find. Because this doesn't make any sense to me. Because it's possible... Okay, here. I found something. On the eastern border of Israel. And I don't think they know where it was. And the border of Shephem to Riblah, the east. Well, surely someone's got some idea. Okay, wait, here, I found something. Here. Wait, what is this? See full PDF. Do I have... Oh, shit. What's this? Has anyone ever heard of the Tower of Asher, or the first book of Asher? I don't know if there's anything to this, but Book of the Asatir. I don't know. See what happens when I search for 𝐻𝑒𝑡𝑧𝑎𝑟 Shit, where? Village now called... Wait, what? Okay, this is interesting. So, some have supposed the site to be northeast of Shechem and 7 something north of a village now called Salim. So, northeast of Shechem and north of a village now called Salim. So, miles maybe. So, okay, so let's see. We're here in... Wait, was it 𝐻𝑒𝑡𝑧𝑎𝑟 that? Yeah, so let's assume that's whatever they were talking about. So now we have to go down south all the way here to where's Shechem? To here. So I said Salim. So I need to look back at what this. Wait, no, where did it say it? Oh, here. I have so many tabs open. Sorry about this. Let's see. Yeah, I definitely need to close out some. Okay, here I found it. Okay, have led some to place a nun here. Oh, is that? Hey, Graham, are you back now? Dang. Okay, so Chatzar Non. There's another Salim. Oh, yeah. Miles east of Shechem. Okay, so it says 7 miles north of a village now called Salim. Okay, so Salim. So okay, let's see. So now, will this tell me? 17, 12, wait, 12, 15. So, okay, let's figure this out. So 7 miles, so that's going to be 12, 15, 12, 22. Wait, right? Shoot, sorry, math is not my strong suit. So if I have 12, 15 currently, I need 7 more, so that, yeah, 22. So 20, 12, 22. How much is that? 1222. That works. Pashta? I mean, it's a rough estimate, so it's not perfect. But is there another village though? Alright, so now back to this. Oh my god, this is exhausting. Oh, right. So now I need to find to Shafam. To Shafam. Descend from Shafam to Rivla. Okay, so my proposal is actually that, so it's Chatzar to Shafam. It's possible that Shefam is actually Shechem and that somehow it got mangled up. I don't know. Let's see, descend from Shefam to Ribla. If we can find Ribla, we might be able to find Shefam. Okay, Ribla. Rabla? Okay, where is this? See, something's weird. Maybe if I can... Okay, let's see what I can find for Ribla. Maybe there's a separate Ribla. Ribla, no. Ribla is Rabla. What the hell is going on here? I am legitimately so confused. This is not the makings of a map. Not a proper one. But then again, I guess who am I to criticize God? Okay, back to the drawing board. So we have Shafam. Wait, so Ribla. So wait. from Chatzar Enan, it shall descend to Shepham. Okay, that's possible. And then the border from Shepham to Riblah, east. Okay, so this is making sense a bit more again. So we need to get rid of Riblah for now. And let's just assume that was Shechem. So it would be a bit south from. Wait, did I end up marking off? No. Okay, so to Salem. So it's here. We just need to get rid of this. And then it goes down to Shechem to Nablus, we're assuming. And then we're going up north to Riblah, apparently, which is over here. Interesting. Hermel? That probably means the vineyard of El. Okay, so now back to here. So we're on Riblah now. Oh wait, no, I never went back. Okay, so Riblah. Mikedem le'ayin. So ayin. Let me just look this up on my phone. Where is ayin? Where is the I? Ayin location. I don't want the one in France. Let's see, places. Ain. Let's see. Where's the negative between Shilchim and Rimon? Oh, that doesn't really help. Okay, Ain. Location. Bible. Extreme northwest corner of Canaan. See, this is what's kind of. Wait, shall go down from. Huh. It's like nobody has a clue. Seems like there's two. There's places Ain near Riblah. I guess here let's just look for wait, what's this? Is this no? Nabue? No. Ain places near. Wait, not to be confused with Riblah on the Orontes. Oh, it's saying it's not on the. But how do they know? Okay, wait. What's this? Rabbinical text replaced Ain in the text with Daphne, which is near Lake Hula, the latter region known to Josephus. Wait, what's this? Enon near Salim. Interesting. Okay, so it might actually be Enon, that it got changed to Enon, but that it was Ain. Okay, let's see. Enon. Israel. Yinon. No, I don't think it would be Enon. Oh, I misspelled it. Enon near Salim. Enon. Oh, come on, that was ridiculous. Why won't? Oh no, oh no, I didn't lose it, but okay. Enon, Israel. Huh? No, not Danny the Digger. I don't want Danny the Digger. I don't want to dig right now. I mean, I guess I'm doing my own digging. Okay, Enon near Salim. Identification attempts. Bethany beyond the Jordan. Enun in Wadi Farah. South of Eusebius. Salumia, south of Scythopolis. Called Salumias. What does it look like if... Well, let's just try it with Scythopolis, which is Beit Shean. because that might actually work. And since we, okay, Beit Shean is, wait, Beit Hashita, House of the Acacia? That's interesting. Okay. What are we looking for here? Come on, where is it? Okay, so is it further? You know, why am I not seeing it? I'm going to feel so stupid when I see it. Beit Shean. Duh. Okay. There. So it almost like, yeah, there's clearly some weird stuff going on here, but my ADHD just, I've got to finish this. So wait, oh no, they were saying, I might have misread. A village at the 8th milestone from Scythopolis called Salumias. Village in the Jordan Valley at the 8th. You know what? I'm going to more or less assume that it's there, but let's see, Jordan Valley. You know what? Let's just say 8. Okay, so there's, so, oh, dang it. All right, so here we have Scythopolis, 1536. They said 8-mile milestone. So that would be 4. That'd be 44. So 1544. 1540. Wait a second. Holy crap, I think I found it. Oh, I feel dumb. That's a forest. I thought it was like water or something. But maybe I could find a water. You know what? It's good enough. It's good enough. I still don't know what we're getting to here, but okay. Wait, Kinneret Kedma, to the east of the Kinneret. I'm just, wait, let's see, so where was our latest location? There. So to the east of the Kinneret, does it specify how much? Let's see. And extend along the bank of the sea. Of the Kinneret to the east, and it'll descend. Shall the border descend to the Jordan, and its edges shall be the Salt Sea. So there's a lot of repetition. It seems like it's almost like kind of circling back now. So we're there. It said the Kinneret, and then it will extend to the Salt Sea. Does it specify on which side? Okay, so that means that it goes now down to here. This is, according to my best attempt to reconstruct it, either the borders of the Israelites or potentially where they wandered around. And I am so freaking lost. I'm sure I'm not the only one. How do I... All right. So, like, let's just take a moment to... Oh, dang it. Of course it just... Well, you know, whatever. Basically, like, the whole area. Okay, we're going to move on. I'm going to give my throat a break because I've been talking a lot.
ويصاب موشي إذ بني إسرائيل لمور זאת הארץ אשר תתנחלותה בגורל אשר ציווה אדוני לתת לתשעת המטות وحصي המטה כי לקחו מטה ונהרו לבית אבותם ומטה ונהגתי לבית אבותם وحصي מטה מנשה לקחו נחלתם שני המטות وحصي המטה לקחו נחלתם מעבר לירדן ירחו קדמה מזרחה וידבר אדוני אל משה לאמור אלה שמות האנשים אשר ינחלו לכם את הארץ אלעזר הכהן ויהושע בן נון ונשיא אחד ממטה תיקחו לנחול את הארץ ואלה שמות האנשים למטה יהודה כלב בן יפונה ולמטה בן שמעון שמואל בן עמי הוד למטה בנימין אליזז בן כסלון ולמטה בן דן נשיא בוקי בן יוכלי לבני יוסף למטה בן מנשה נשיא חניאל בן אפוד ולמטה בן אפרים נשיא قموئيل بن شفطان والمطيق بن زبولون نسي إلي صفان بن برناخ والمطيق بن يسخر نسي بلطيئيل بن عزان والمطيق بن أشير نسي أحيهوذ بن شلومي والمطيق بن نفتالي نسي بذهئيل بن عميهوذ أشير صبا أدوناي لنحل إت بني إسرائيل بإرس كنعان ويدبر أدوناي الموشي بعرفوث مواب على اليردين يرحو لمور بني إسرائيل وناثن لالبيين منا حلاث أحزتام عريم لشافت ومغراش لعريم سبيبوثهم تكتنو لالبيين وهيو هي عريم لهم لشافت ومغرشهم يهيو لفهمتم ولرخوشام والخال حيثام ومغرشه هي عريم أشير تتنو لالويم مقير هعير وحوصة ألف عماد سبيب ومدوثيم محوص لعير اثبئت خدمة 2000 بأمان وإثبئت نغف 2000 بأمان وإثبئت يام 2000 بأمان وإثبئت صفون 2000 بأمان وهعير بالتاريخ زي يهي لهم مغرشي هي عريم وإذ هي عريم أشير تتنو لالويم إذ شيش عريهم مقلاق أشير تتنو لنوس شامة هارصيح وعليهم تتنو 40 وشتايم عير كل هي عريم أشير تتنو لالويم 40 وشموني عير اثنين وإث مغرشهن وهي عريم أشير تتنو مأحمزات بني إسرائيل مئات هرب دربو ومئات همعات تمعيطو إيش كفينا حلثو أشير ينحالو يتن معراو لالويين ويدبر أدوناي الموشل لمور دبر البني إسرائيل وأمرت أليم كي أتم عوفرين اتهيردين أرصا كناعان ويقريثم لخم عريم قلات تهينا لخم وناس شام رصيح مكنفش بشغغا وهيو لخيم هي عريم لمقلاق مقويل ولو يموت هارصيح عد عمذو لفنيها عذاب لم شفاق وهي عريم أشير تتينو شيش عريم مقلاق تيهينا لخيم إث شلوش هي عريم تتنو معيفر ليردين وإث شلوش هي عريم تتنو بإرس كناعان عريم قلات تيهينا لبني إسرائيل ولجير ولتوشف بثخام تيهينا شيش هي عريم هائلك لمقلات لانوس شما كل مكنفش بشغخا وين دخلي فرزيل هكاهو ويموت رصيحه موت يوماث هرصيح وإيم بإذن ياد أشر يموت باه هكاهو ويموت رصيحه موت يوماث هرصيح بخلي عصيان أشر يموت بوهكاه ويموت رصيحه موت يوماث هرصيح قوئل هدام ويميت إذ هرصيح بفق عضاه هو يميثنو وإن بسنآ يهدو فنو ويشليخ علاو بسبيا ويموت وذئبان هكاهو فيدو ويموت موت يومات همكي رصيحه قوئل هدام يميث إثار رصيح بفق عضو وإن بفتع بلو إذا هدفو ويشليخ على كل كلي بلو صبيا وغيخ الابن أشر يموت به بلو رئوث ويبل على ويموت وهو لو يذلو ولو مبقيش راعثو وشافطو هاعذا بين همكي وبين وإل هدام عالهم مش باطيم هائلي ويصيلو هاعذا إثهار صيح مياد قوئل هدام ويشيبو أثو هاعذا العير مقلطو أشر ناس شما ويا شبا عظمث هكوهن هكذول أشر ما شاح أثو بشمن حقودش وإن يصو يصي هارصيح إذ جيبوا العير مقلطو أشير ينوس شاما ومصاؤثو قوئل هدام محوس لغفول عير مقلطو ورصاح قوئل هدام إثهار صيح إن لو دام كي بعير مقلطو يشيف عظموث حكوهن هكذول وآحريموث حكوهن هكذول يشوف هارصيح الإيرس أحزته وهيو اللي לכם לחוקת משפט לדורותיכם בכל מושבותיכם כל מכה נפש לפי עדין ירצח את הרוצח ועד אחד לא יענה בנפש למות ולא תיקחו חופר לנפש רוצח אשר הוא רשע למות כי מות يمات ولو تقحو خوفر لنوس العير مقلاتو لشوف لشبت بارس عظموت الكوهين ولو تحنيفو إثارس أشير أتم باه كي هدام هو يا حنيف إثارس ولا آرس لو يخبار للدم أشير شبخ باه كيم بذم شوفخو ولو تطمئ إثارس أشير أتم يوشرم باه أشير أني شوخن بثوخه كي أني أدوناي شوخن بثوخ بني إسرائيل ويقربوا ראשי האבות למשפחת בני גלעד בן מכיר בן מנשה ממשפחות בני יוסף וידברו לפני משה ולפני הנשיאים ראשי אבות לבני ישראל ויאמרו את אדוני צבא אדוני לפת את הארץ בנחלה בגורל לבני ישראל ואדוני צבא באדוני לפת את נחלת צלופחד אחינו לבנותיו והיו לאחד מבין שבטי בני ישראל לנשים ונגרעה נחלתן מן נחלת אבותינו ונוסף על נחלת המטה אשר תהיינה להם ומגורל נחלתנו יגרע ואם יהיה היובל.
It says upon their inheritance of the tribe asher tihiyena lahem, that they will be lahem, like for them or in, but it says they will marry. Marriage isn't anywhere, it just says that the tribe that they will be in, which is kind of interesting.
אשר תהיינה להם ומגורל נחלתנו יגרע ואם יהיה היובל לבני ישראל ונוספה נחלתן על נחלת המטה אשר תהיינה להם ומן נחלת מטה אבותינו יגרע נחלתן וישאו משה את בני ישראל על פי אדוני לאמור כן מטה בני יוסף דוברים זה הדבר אשר ציווה אדוני לבנות צלופחד לאמור לטוב בעיניהם תהיינה לנשים אך למשפחת מטה אביהם תהיינה לנשים ולא תסוב נחלה לבני ישראל ממטה אל מטה כי איש בנחלת מטה אבותיו ידבקו בני ישראל וכל בת יורשת נחלה ממטות בני ישראל לאחד ממשפחת מטה אביה תהיה לאישה למען ירשו בני ישראל איש נחלת אבותיו ולא תסוב נחלה ממטה למטה אחר כי איש ונחלתו ידבקו מטוס בני ישראל כאשר ציווה אדוני את משה כן עשו בנות צלופחד ותהיינה מחלה פרסה וחוגלה ומלכה ונועה בנות צלופחד לבני דודיהן לנשים ממשפחות בני מנשה בני יוסף היו לנשים ותהי נחלתן על מטה משפחת אביהן אלה המשפחות והמשפטים אשר ציווה אדוני ביד משה אל בני ישראל בערבות מואב ירדן ירחו אדוני ביד משה
חזק חזק ונתחזק. We will be strong, and we will be stronger. Anyway, on that note, that's the end of Bamidbar of Numbers, and so on that note, Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher natan lanu torat emet v'chayei olam nata betochenu Baruch atah Adonai noten haTorah. So something I was thinking of doing, at least for a little bit, was showing my idea in order to try to emulate that until someone creates a mod to do that. Let's see.
That'd be cool. I was going to say the only other thought I had was, what was the last number in the book of Numbers? That's always an interesting thing. Didn't they make it? Because I remember they made a big deal about the first number.
Maybe
I'm kind of curious what the last name. Might be.
Let's see. Let's see, where is it?
I'm not hearing anything.
Oh, that's embarrassing. I wasn't sharing it.
You saved Egypt, rallied Hattusa, and settled Canaan. Now prepare to tear it all down as you command the destiny of the sea peoples. Claim a new home for the Peleset, or let the world crumble as the Shaden. One new culture, 2 new playable factions, 2 additional royal traditions, 37 new unique units, a whole boatload of new horde and settled buildings, ancillaries and titles, and enough fancy hats to make any pharaoh blush. All this and more in the Total War Pharaoh High Tide free update. As always, you can find out more about the free update and all other official channel information by following the links below, but stick around to learn more about the 𝐤𝐤𝐤 and the Peliset, and why they pose such a significant threat to Bronze Age civilization. We'll start with the 𝐤𝐤𝐤, a violent people led by 𝐿𝐿𝐼us, who believes himself to be the brother of the sun god Isu. Mad or not, his destructive philosophy has been fully embraced by his followers. The 𝐤𝐤𝐤 arrive on the shores of Anatolia and face the same conundrum as their Peliset rivals: settle or pillage. Fresh off the boat, we have naught but our possessions and a dream, and whilst the promise of tending the land and being productive members of Bronze Age society may appeal to some, the 𝐤𝐤𝐤 answer to a higher call: fire and gold. To be the best raiders we can be, we'll embrace the War Spoils panel. Here we can quickly locate settlements that, once sacked or razed, will offer a resource we're in need of. Further, we can locate nearby settlements that will offer additional conquering incentives. These include war supplies, unit experience, increased map visibility, recruitable native warriors, a fresh pool of camp laborers, and exotic ancillaries. With that in mind, we're keen to expand the 𝐤𝐤𝐤's roaming camp, so we'll find the closest settlement that offers camp laborers to give a boost to our productive capabilities. Further along the Levantine coast, Sinai and Canaan reluctantly make way for a budding new empire. The Peliset, led by Patriarch 𝐿𝐿𝐼us, have claimed both the Megiddo and Ashkelon provinces, but are far from satisfied. As with the 𝐤𝐤𝐤, the Peliset arrive as a horde and cannot innately settle. We must first acquire the New Lands Royal Decree. You'll notice the Sea Peoples have specific types of royal decrees they can enact.
What I'm thinking of doing is, initially at first, I'm going to start out going around the kind of like the south, like I'll really try to start out kind of like in Egypt more than anything, and then start kind of going around trying to follow more or less the path they took and just staying settled. As a horde, and then eventually settling, different cities like the Levitical cities.
Hybrid focus, horde focus, or settled focus. For 𝐿𝐿𝐼us and the Peliset, we'll be exploring the settled decrees, which have a focus on civilization and resource building. In the Royal Traditions window, we're able to pursue both the Egyptian and Hittite courts, though the cost of entry is triple that of native contenders. Thankfully, the Sea Peoples are not too keen on foreign thrones and have sailed across the Mediterranean to forge their own path. But will that path leave ash in its wake, or life? The path of the Marauders offers unique ways to kill and devastate, whilst the path of the Sea Peoples encourages different playstyles, growth, and stability. For the Peliset, we'll select the path of the Sea Peoples, which does not tie us into a settled style of gameplay. Where we come from matters little. It's our actions that define who we are. For the Sea Peoples, only actions can prove their intentions, meaning we amass points relative to how we conduct ourselves on the campaign map. Dwelling and blade points are gained based on the units and generals we recruit, and the settlements and outposts we construct. There are horde and settled variants of both blade and dwelling points, and your total scores determine your ship's placement on the graph. Each graph tile offers specific boons to emphasize your chosen style of gameplay. For example, to be a primarily settled faction, the Peliset would aim to collect settled dwelling and settled blade points, which would place them in the top right quarter of the graph. No decision is final, and our playstyle can be altered at the drop of a dime. Indeed, the Sea Peoples must be as fluid as water if they hope to survive in these hostile lands. To that end, armies can be converted to settled or horde at the click of a button, and our blade points are updated accordingly. This locks the army out of horde building chains, and they can no longer recruit horde units. To truly become a settled people, the Peliset must expand their territory. The Sinai Peninsula will be a good starting point for our Pelasdu Empire. Meanwhile, the 𝐤𝐤𝐤's lust for riches and ruin has taken them down the path of the Marauders. Raise and exterminate is just one new tool 𝐿𝐿𝐼us and his ilk employ to spread horror and mayhem across Anatolia. Power and dominion are the aim of the game for the 𝐤𝐤𝐤. To effectively destroy the world, we'll need to earn eminence points, a currency we'll use to terrorize, scheme, and annihilate our opposition, which are earned by winning battles and raising settlements. An impossible fight can be made winnable with a promise of glory. Some soldiers are loyal to power and power alone, and will turn on their brothers at a whiff of a strong leader. Likewise, sometimes your prowess is such that you'll dominate an entire population and incite them to turn on their masters, tear their city to the ground, and join your cause for a time. Some armies cannot be bribed or turned to infighting, and so a display of power can be used to convince them of your mettle and strike fear into their hearts. Whilst ravaging the land, we'll capture some strategic locations and build 𝐤𝐤𝐻𝐿 towers. These handy pit stops offer a few helpful benefits like food production or a stationable garrison to assist during sieges. The effects on offer change depending on if the outpost is positioned in a raised, foreign, or occupied region. We're building 2 towers outside of Hattusa, and we'll use them to rest our troops and say a prayer to 𝐸sul. When the time comes to attack, we can rely on the camp's garrisons to reinforce us. In the meanwhile, we'll upgrade our tribal gatherings building into a tribal assembly and get ourselves some dedicated camp defenders. Hattusa will be a tough fight, so we'd best start looking into recruiting some fiercer units. We'll also build a tier 2 idol of 𝐸sul, granting us considerable favor, meaning we can devote 𝐸𝐿aus to his brother god. But 𝐸sul is not the only god on offer, and the Sea People's deities are as diverse and wild as they themselves. The Peliset started their journey in worship to 𝐷𝐿𝐷, the mountain mother, but her ways are harsh and warlike, and while 𝐻𝐿aus has commanded his people to instead take up prayer for 𝐿evez, who offers a more level-headed philosophy. After all, it takes both plough and sword to make a people, and both plough and sword have allowed us to upgrade our chieftain's compound into an estate, pushing us further into the realm of the legitimate. We'll aim to establish a royal tribal palace next, primarily for the happiness, and look to further our use of oxen caravans. In Sinai, the Peliset are making considerable progress. Indeed, Nebuchadnezzar is the last foreign power remaining in the region. We've stuck to our goal and are largely a settled faction, but we've held on to a horde army as a precursor to invasion. Their role has been to seed discord and discontent ahead of our full army's arrival, while 𝐻𝐿aus and his forces follow close behind, and his trapper ancillary helps to fatigue the region's defenders. Our horde army has surrounded the capital and built the necessary siege equipment, while 𝐻𝐿aus has dealt with nearby fort garrisons and standing armies. Our horde army has surrounded the capital and the region's defenders. Our horde army has surrounded the capital and built the necessary siege equipment, while 𝐻𝐿aus has dealt with nearby fort garrisons and standing armies. We'll begin our final siege shortly. But as it's 𝐸𝐿aus and we've not used our faction command, we have access to oxen carts in the special recruitment tab. We'll add a unit to 𝐻𝐿aus' army and begin the invasion proper.
Put your strength to use.
To say the Peliset are honourable might be a bit of a stretch, but they do abide by their own rules of engagement. As such, generals with the champion in single combat title can initiate single combat with the enemy general. A successful use of the title rids Nebuchadnezzar of its garrison general and makes for an easier conquest. The 𝐶hedén are even less honourable and would gain the upper hand in combat by any and all means. 𝐸𝐿aus' scouts give us a considerable foresight advantage for better strategic planning, and the bonus to port raising can keep us going for longer without need of a rest. Further, on a successful use of the first blade title, we can fake out the Hittite standing army, driving them into the awaiting swords of a nearby ambush. With the odds turned in our favour, we'll activate our faction command heat of the battle to wait for the perfect attacking weather conditions before striking at the heart of the Hittites' cultural identity. Amongst the 37 new units on offer, the 𝐶hedén boast various melee and ranged, light, medium, and heavy armor-wearing warriors to suit every occasion. From the 𝐶hedén warband to the 𝐤𝐸𝐻𝐿 seasoned harpooneers, 𝐸𝐿aus' hordes will take until nothing remains. Akin to their 𝐶hedén cousins, the Peliset are equally as diverse and varied, ready for any and all conflicts they may face. None are as ready to claim new lands as the renowned 𝐻𝐿aus swordsmen. None, perhaps, than their horde-like counterparts, the Peliset Marines. Counterparts, the 𝐻𝐿aus swordsmen. The seas awaken, and new threats approach the shores of civilization. High tides both sweep away and bring unexpected treasures. Will you embrace the collapse, carve yourself a home, or become a nomad? To survive the trials ahead, you must be as fluid and as violent as the sea.
So should be loaded up mostly. Let's see, share screen, entire screen, also share audio.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna drop at this point, Ario.
All right, take care.
Yep, I'll probably watch from on YouTube. So you have a good one. It was fun as always.
I am Meneptah. No, I am the great Pharaoh Meneptah. 10 years ago, I inherited the throne in the shadow of my father. The strong bull, the protector of Egypt, the chosen of Ra and beloved of Amun, the mighty Pharaoh, Ramses the Second. Egypt has flourished throughout my reign, but now I sense the eyes of Set upon me, and dark times are coming. What will happen to my kingdom after my soul slips into the eternal lands of the afterlife?
I'm not sure how long the load screen will take. I probably should just shoot. It is, yeah, it's going to take a while. So, in the meantime, here, let me just find something. Let's see, Flash of Total War.
I am the rising dawn.
Master of the Aegean. Not really an option. Wise king of Achaia.
Which are really heavily armored, 90 armor with pure armor. A tier 2 that have a significant amount of armor piercing, but they are light infantry.
All right, let's enter and see what happens. See, good.
Oh, it finally loaded. Sweet.
Like us, the Canaanites fear and resent the people of the sea. Such raiders have no guile or mercy. And yet, there is a palisade, led by the mighty 𝐤𐤐𤐿, a regal figure, and born to lead. Perhaps he can be reasonable, and like his savage peers. Rumors speak that the palisade were driven away from their homeland, 𝐤𝐤𝐿 has sworn to find them a new land to call their own, between the sea of the living and the dead. It is likely 𝐤𝐤𝐿 and his people will be drawn to the wealthy city of Megiddo to settle within its ancient glory. Megiddo will summon its allies for help, leaving undefended cities ripe for the taking. No doubt, 𝐤𝐤𝐿 will seize upon this chance. His people's survival in their newfound home depends upon it. 𝐤𝐤𝐿's expansion will set him against Ramses, the guardian of Sinai. United by determination and strong will, the two might find common ground. Yet, if they come to blows, one must surely perish. 𝐤𝐤𝐿 may also turn to realms beyond the eastern lake, where petty kings rule fragmented lands, wealthy with the resources he needs dearly. If he wishes to establish control over their bounties, conquest and plunder await. Bey controls the lands to the north. True to his cunning, they may stick swiftly against the palisade, or perhaps reel them in with honeyed words to take advantage of their strength. Determined and strong, 𝐤𝐤𝐿 wants only the best for his people. Yet he will surely leave his mark upon Canaan. He has earned my respect and my fear, for he may yet become a threat to Egypt, should the crown become more enticing than mere survival.
Oh shoot! No, I'm having an issue with this. Oh, dang it! You've got to be kidding me. One moment. Of course, I dropped a bunch of important shit now.
No one shall deny my people a new home. Conflict builds character.
I want to try something because I've been having some issues with that. Seems like this is what happens whenever I have it open for too long. So give me one moment and we'll get this started right back up.
משוך עבדך אל רצונך.
ירוץ עבדך כמו היער, ישתחווה אל מול הדרך.
ירב לו ידידותיך מנופת צוף ויכולת אדוני ענה לה בהערות לה נועם זיווך אז תתחזק ותתרפא והייתה לה שמחת עולם. ותיק יאמונה רחמך וחוסנה על בן אהובך כי זה כמה נחשפתי לראות בתפארת וזכר אנא אלי מחמד ליבי וחוסנה ואל תתעלה היגלנה ופרוס חביבי עליי את סוכת שלומך תאיר ארץ מכבודך נגילה ונשמחה בך מהר אהוב כי בא מועד וחוננו כימי עולם. ורחוק מפניני ממך
בטח בלב בעלה ושלל לא יחסר
וחוק לנערותיה זמם השדה ותיקחהו מבריך כפיה נתקרם חד זרע בעוזמותיה ודם בזרועותיה. בלילה נר ידיה שילחה בקישו וחפיה תמכו פלך כפה ברסליאני וידיה שילחה ליבול הותירה לבית המשלג ככל ביתה לבושני מרבדים עשתה לה שש בה כמה לבושה נורדה בשער עם בעלה בשבטו היא מזיגני הארץ סלין נסה בתינקו וחבו נתנה לכנעני עוזר וידה לבושה ותשחק ליום אחרון ושאלה לא יחסר היא פתחה בחוכמה בתורת חסד על לשונה
סופיה הליכות ביתה ולחם עצלות לא דוחה
כמובניה וישרוע בעלה ויהללה רבות בנות עשו חיים ואת עלית על כולנה שקר אחר והבל היופי אישה יראת אדוני היא תתהלל תנו לה מפרי ידיה והללויה בשערים מסעי
אשת חיל נמצא ורחוק מפני מכרה פתח בלב בעלה ושאלה לא יחסר מלאה אותו בלורה מחייה
לבשה צללוס אשתית בטס וחפץ כפיה הייתה כאוניות סוחר ממרחק תביא לחמה
בקם מאוד לילה ביתה וחוק מנהלותיה זרם השדה ותיקחהו מפרי כפיה נבה הכרם חגרה בעוד מפניה בתיה מזרותיה טעמה כיתוב שכרה לא יכתב הלילה נראה ידיה שילחה בקישור וכפיה תם פורפלת כפה פרסה לעלים וידיה שילחה לעליון לא תירה לביתה משלק כי כל ניסה לבושני מעמדים עשתה לשש ואדמה נבושה נותר השערים בעלה בשבטון יזיק מארץ סדין עשתה לתמכור וחגור נתנה לכנעני עוד להדר לבשה ותשחק ליום אחרון לא פתחה בחוכמה תורת חסד על לשונה סופיה הליכות ביתה ולכן עשות לא תובל קמו בניה וישוע בעלה ויהללה רבות בנות עשו חיל ואת עלית על כולנה שקר לכם בהבל היופי אישה יראת אדוני היא תתהלל
All right, it's almost there. Just one moment.
Nadadaya
No one shall deny my people a new home. Hardship cannot last. I always listen. Put your strength to use. A hard march ahead. Rough seas, calm spirit. Tired but ready. We roll the sea. Sail away. Great Levs watches over. Rough seas, calm spirit. We row. The sea. Secure the vessels. Patience bears ample fruit.
All are merely puppets.
I fight for my brothers. Give me one good reason to let you.
Prosper at all. I bet the two of us could cause all kinds of chaos. In the name of duty.
I live up to my people's faith. By will or sheer determination. Stand by, men. That crocodile mocks me. Slow waters suit my mood. That crocodile mocks me. Slow waters suit my mood. Check the ships. All warriors are worthy. Strong still.
By the time the Bible gets written, biblical people didn't remember the Philistines' history. They actually assumed that the Philistines had always been there. They'd already assimilated into Canaanite languages, Canaanite religion, and things like that. And the Bible assumed that they'd always been there, and it was the Israelite people that had come in from elsewhere, from outside the land. In fact, actually, the Israelites are actually autochthonic. They came from there. They did not come. The Exodus is a myth. They didn't come from someplace else. They just developed out of the local Canaanite people. The Philistines, by contrast, were invaders. So we're going to look at that. By the time the Bible gets written, our topic tonight is who were the Philistines? So this will be hopefully a little bit of a fun one. So Philistine in English is an ethnic slur, I guess. This is kind of the perfect example of it, where I think is like Diane Chambers here from Cheers. She is elevated and cultured, and she is in this kind of working class bar, and all of the people around her are, from her perspective anyway, Philistines, as she would call them, I think, more than once in the course of that series. And so in that context, when you're calling somebody a Philistine, you're meaning somebody who is antagonistic to, or they don't get art, especially, let's say, the fine arts, opera, ballet, so on. They don't get high culture and intellectual pursuits, or they don't value them, or in fact, they may in fact be actively antagonistic to them. And so that's the word, anyway, it's kind of a haughty word to disparage somebody. You're almost proving their point by calling them Philistines. In other words, because you are, using this sort of abstract word. But sort of weirdly, the word Philistine or calling somebody a Philistine has essentially no connection with the actual biblical portrait of the Philistines. And you might wonder, where does this even come from? So the biblical Philistines, even as described as the Bible, they're villains in the Bible, but it's not because they're opposed to fine culture or anything like that. That doesn't exist that way. And so actually, this modern usage, this calling people Philistines, that originates in modern times in the German college town of Jena in the 17th century. So there is traditionally in college towns a little bit of a disconnect and sometimes antagonism and rivalry between the university students and the people we call like the townies, which is to say the people who are not part of the university but live in the town. And so there had been a riot between the students and the townspeople, which actually got way out of hand and led to several deaths. And so during a funeral sermon, the preacher read from the Bible the story of Samson and Delilah, and he quoted the line, "The Philistines are upon you." And so then after that, the students, when they were talking about the townies, their enemies, they would label them Philistines. So those guys are the Philistines, their enemies. And so as a result of that, this usage grew out of that. The idea that the people who aren't the university educated people, the people who don't understand intellectual pursuits and high culture, they're the Philistines. But again, like I say, this is a modern usage. It doesn't really reflect the biblical portrait at all. So, in fact, the Philistines are, if anything, seen in the Bible account as more powerful, perhaps more sophisticated, maybe more culturally decadent than their morally wholesome Israelite neighbors. So again, when we're going to be reading the biblical account, everything about the Philistines is being written by from the perspective of people who consider Philistines to be the enemy, right? And so one of the things that they want to be showing is that the folks in Judah are moral and wholesome, and they have good old-fashioned values, and they're not being decadent and led away into all kinds of wild cultural things by their neighbors like the Philistines. So like I say, certainly in the portrayal in things like the Cecil B. DeMille, 1949 Cecil B. DeMille film, Samson and Delilah, the Philistines definitely are not, they're not opponents of spectacle and culture and so on.
No one shall deny my people a new home.
They actually are portrayed as culturally decadent. So the opposite of the modern use of the term. So despite the fact that Philistines don't exist anymore as a distinct people and haven't for more than 2,000 years, they nevertheless, because of their portrayal in the Bible, there are some fairly famous Philistines. And so I mentioned this when we were doing our previews, that
our search continues.
The name Goliath is a very well-known name. So Goliath is a Philistine from the story of David and Goliath. And I think actually Delilah is fairly well known because the story of Samson and Delilah is also still pretty famous, even if not at the level of David and Goliath. So I want to look at both of these stories as we are going to unpack the biblical portrait of the Philistines, so that then we can look at what the Bible gets right and what the Bible gets wrong, what we can tell from the rest of the historical, archaeological, and other record about who the Philistines actually were. So the Philistines, if you look at the map here of the Levant, of Greater Canaan or Lesser Syria, this is the area between, well, essentially you can see the Jordan River and the Sea of Galilee, the Dead Sea, kind of to the east, the kind of desert area, and to the west, the coastal plain and the Mediterranean Sea. And so the tribes of Israel are in the green areas in the tribal period. And so these are up in kind of the hill countries. And then the coastal plains are where coastal Canaanites and Phoenicians, who are really the same people, and then also the Philistines, you can see in the southwest in this kind of pink area. This is the kind of the location of the kind of greater Canaanite-related peoples. So they're centered around 5 cities on that coastal plain. So those are cities like Ashkelon and Ashdod and Ekron and Gath and Gaza. They're among the Israelites' strongest antagonists during the period of the Judges. So before the biblical narrative has the kingdoms of Israel and Judah emerge, the more powerful northern kingdom, the less powerful but longer-lived southern kingdom centered on Jerusalem. Before those emerged, the Bible talks of a period of time where all of these are simply tribes or tribal confederacies that then ultimately come together. And we call that period the period of the Judges. So the Philistines then continue to be a separate power under the period of the kings. So they're interacting with King David in the biblical story, and they're still independent in the time of Hezekiah, which is to say one of the later kings of Judah at the time when the northern kingdom has already fallen to the Assyrians. The Philistines are still having wars and so forth with the kings of Judah. So the book of Judges, the book of Judges where, I'm going to say this, where it is from, when I talk about the Judges, it's from a set of books from Joshua, Judges, 1st and 2nd Samuel, and 1st and 2nd Kings that are all sort of part of the same school and are written together, which scholars call the Deuteronomic history. They're also using the same basic themes and language as the book of Deuteronomy, one of the 5 books of the Pentateuch, one of the 5 books of the Torah, but one that is written by a different author than the rest. So within the Deuteronomic school, there is a very strong belief in a very particular answer to the problem of evil. So the problem of evil is we have here a omnipotent, great God, omniscient and so forth, who is good, and yet for some reason there is unbelievable suffering in the world. Why does God allow evil to exist when God could, being all-powerful, immediately eliminate evil? So according to the Deuteronomist school, that evil exists and suffering exists as punishment. And so the children of Israel, God's people, suffer when they abandon the worship of their God, Yahweh, and they turn to foreign gods. In other words, when they do not keep God's commandment that thou shalt have no other gods before me, and that you will not make any graven idols and so forth. So when the Israelites forget that, what usually happens is they, for example, marry foreign wives, they start worshiping other gods and so forth. Then the God of Israel makes use of neighboring peoples like the Philistines in order to conquer and oppress the Israelites, which then causes the Israelites to remember, oh yeah, we're supposed to obey God, and then this kind of thing wouldn't happen. And so I'll just mention here that this is an ancient answer to the problem of evil.
No one shall deny my people a new home.
In biblical times, in other words, while the Bible was still being composed centuries later, this answer is seen as quite inadequate. And it also, to us in modern times, brings about a bunch
Slow
of other
waters
problems.
suit my mood.
So, for example,
that crocodile mocks me.
Denies effectively the free will of the non-Israelite people. the Philistines and so forth don't have any
Secure the
independent
vessels.
agency or merit. They're simply
No
being
shame in
used by
breast.
God in order to punish the only people that matter in this particular worldview, the Deuteronomist worldview. In other words, the people of Israel. And so even though this is definitely the intent of these authors of these biblical books, these are, I think, it's an intent or an explanation, an answer that is largely rejected by modern
your strength to use.
Christians and most modern Jews as well, I'm sure. So the cycle is best expressed actually in the book of Judges. And so, for example, again and again in the book of Judges, we hear Israel does evil. In the eyes of God, Yahweh. In other words, they turn to idolatry. They worship other gods. The people are then given into the hands of their enemies by Yahweh. And once they are then being oppressed by the Midianites or the Amalekites or the Philistines, then Yahweh raises up a leader, a new judge over the people of Israel. The Spirit of Yahweh comes upon the leader who then defeats the enemy and restores peace. And it'll say, like, there were 40 years, essentially, where
nobility resides in bravery.
And then the cycle begins again. And so, in this way, the book of Judges is really set in a mythic age of heroes in this time period before there were kings ruling over Judah and Israel. In other words, before the historic time period when the book of Judges was written. And these are, it's sort of written in the form of a cycle, a collection of stories about each one of the individual judges and the enemies then that they are facing off from. So the first of these is a guy named Othniel. He's from the tribe of Judah, and the enemy are the Aramites. Then there's Ehud, he's from the tribe of Benjamin, who's fighting off the Moabites. Then Deborah, female judge, prophet, from the tribe of Ephraim, who fights off the Canaanites. Gideon from the tribe of Manasseh, who fights off the Midianites and the Amalekites. And other Bedouins. Then Jephthah from the tribe of Gilead. This is really from a time period before the 12 tribes we historically have were enumerated. And so 12 is kind of a magic number. There never were just 12 tribes. The idea that the 12 tribes represent 12 of the sons or grandsons of a guy named Israel or a guy named Jacob is a later myth. And indeed, when a lot of the books of Judges or the component text of the book of Judges is
Hardship cannot
they
last.
hadn't decided which of the different people would be tribes. And so Gilead is sometimes thought of as being a tribe. And he's fighting off against the Ammonites. And then finally Samson, who is from the tribe of Dan, who is fighting off the Philistines. And that's the one we'll look at. So first of all, I do want to just show you the cycle by reading the story of Deborah, or a little component of the story, an excerpt, which is from chapter 4 and 5 of Judges. So we read, the Israelites again did what was evil in the sight of the Lord after Ehud died. So again, that same, going back to that cycle, Ehud, they had done evil, Ehud righted the wrong, everybody was good for 40 years, and now we go back and they've done evil again. So the Lord sold them into the hand of King Jabin of Canaan, who reigned in Hazor. The commander of his army was Sisera, who lived in Harosheth Hagoyim. Then the Israelites cried out to the Lord for their help, for he had 900 chariots of iron, and he'd oppressed the Israelites cruelly for 20 years.
All warriors are worthy.
At that time, Deborah, the prophet, the wife of Lapidoth, was judging Israel. She used to sit under the palm of Deborah between Ramah and Bethel in the hill country of Ephraim, and the Israelites came unto her for judgment. And so Deborah here, who
nobility
woman
resides
prophet, leader,
in bravery.
judge, she calls a guy named Barak.
Our fight is just.
From the tribe of Naphtali,
all
one
warriors
of the northern tribes, to lead troops from there and also from the neighboring tribe of Zebulun. She then goes with the army. He says he's not going to go unless she comes too. And she says, "Sure, I'm going to go," and that'll just show
perhaps
that
we
the
can
Lord
overcome
is going
our
to sell
spotted history.
Sisera, this general of the Canaanites, into the hand of a woman. So, one of the themes of the book of Judges is to show that, in fact, it's not the actions of the Israelites or their army or anything like that.
Strong.
God is, in fact, delivering them always. He's the one who's in charge. So the Israelite army gets battled.
There's nothing we can agree
the
on.
Canaanites. The enemy general, Sisera, the general of the Canaanites, he takes flight and he goes and hides in a tent where he is killed by another woman named Jael, who kills him with a tent peg. So we read in a poem that's included in the book of Judges called the Song of Deborah about that. And so this is probably one of the places where we have an ancient source, a source that's older than the most of the texts of Judges, and the story that we have here of Deborah is taken from the fact that this poem had survived. And so in the poem we read, "Most blessed of women be Jael, the wife of Heber the Canaanite, of tent-dwelling women most blessed. Water Sisera asked, milk she gave. She brought him curds in a lordly bowl. She put her hand to the tent peg and her right hand to the worker's mallet. She struck Sisera a blow. She crushed his head. She shattered and pierced his temple. Between her feet he sank, he fell, he lay still. Between her feet he sank, he fell. Where he sank, there he fell, dead." I always like that poem. So anyway, it's very graphic. So just goes right back again, though. The Deuteronomist editor writes, the land had rest for 40 years to end the chapter, and then it begins the new cycle anew. The next chapter, the people again forget God. They again turn to idolatry. They're conquered by the Midianites, the Amalekites, and eventually they're delivered by a guy named Gideon. And Gideon then is famous. He is able to deliver Israel from the Midianites and the Amalekites, having limited his army again and again and again down to just a couple select men to show that that was really God doing it, not the strength of the Israelite army. Nevertheless, as the book goes on, the quality of the judges decline. And so Deborah had been a really great judge. But when we get to the very end, we get to the story of Samson, who is a really terrible judge, actually. And so we'll read here a little bit from the story of Samson. So the Israelites again did what was evil in the sight of the Lord. And the Lord gave them into the hands of the Philistines for 40 years. And so sometimes mention here that 40 is one of these magic numbers in the Bible. So 40 years effectively means a whole generation. So the Israelites wander in the wilderness for 40 years. That means so that everybody that left Egypt didn't make it through the wilderness with a handful of exceptions. And so 40 years is a magic number in the Bible. One of the problems with all of the people who add up the biblical numbers and try to get back to say how old, what year the world was supposedly created, is it's going through very clearly entirely literary mythological works like the book here of Judges, where it's just saying 40 years as a very arbitrary number. 40 years, then another cycle, 40 years, then another cycle. It has nothing to do with a chronology where this is like happening in 1820 and then 1860 and then 1900 or something like that. None of this is dated. These are all mythological stories that are being put together in a systematic way, but a way that is not really chronological. So anyway, the Philistines have control for 40 years. There was a certain man of Zorah, of the tribe of the Danites, whose name was Manoah. His wife was barren, having borne no children. And the angel of the Lord appeared to the woman and said to her, although you're barren, having borne no children, you shall conceive and bear a son. Now be careful not to drink wine or strong drink or to eat anything unclean, for you shall conceive and bear a son. No razor is to come on his head, for the boy shall be a Nazarite to God from birth. So Samson's birth then is one of many providential fertility stories in the Hebrew Bible, and that goes alongside the story of Isaac, who was the long-awaited son, miracle baby of Abraham and Sarah, born to Sarah long after Sarah's gone through menopause. And then the later story from the book of Samuel. Samuel is another one of these children born to a woman who's barren, and that he ultimately becomes the very last of the judges, one of the great prophets, the prophet then who initiates the reign of the kings. So these stories from the Hebrew Bible, Samson's story, Samuel's, Isaac's, and so forth, they serve as a model for the story Luke creates for the birth of John the Baptist to Zechariah and Elizabeth, so that we have in the Christmas story in Luke's gospel. And it's also a template for the miraculous, or we should say immaculate conception of Mary, Jesus' mother, as told in the apocryphal infancy gospel of James, the proto-evangelion of James. We've had a lecture on that before. It's a story that, although it didn't make it into the Bible, provides all of these sort of
Our fight is just.
semi-canonical lore for Mary and Mary veneration in both, especially the Eastern Orthodox Church, but also in the Catholic Church. So Samson's birth here. So often what happens when you have one of these miracle babies, then the parents feel like, well, they weren't going to get this baby anyway, and so they maybe need to specially dedicate the baby to God, or
Understand against the sky.
set the baby apart as an ascetic and so forth. And so Samuel's parents give Samuel to the priest Eli, and he's raised in the tabernacle next to in Shiloh. And same thing, Mary's parents, according to the proto-evangelion of James, give her to the priests in the temple, and she's raised in the temple in Jerusalem. Likewise, in response to this miracle, Samson's parents dedicate their child to God. The angel told his mother that he's going to be a Nazarite. So in this case, they vow he will be raised as a special kind of ascetic. And so Nazarite means that he will abstain from wine and all grape products. He will not cut his beard. He won't cut his hair. And he's going to avoid all kinds of ritual impurity. So for example, coming into any kind of contact with a corpse, so you can't go to your mom's funeral because you would be exposing yourself to a dead body that would make you impure. That's not allowed for Nazarites. You can't go walking around in a cemetery and so forth. In this way, this is another example of how Luke has intertwined this. So John the Baptist is also one of these miracle babies, and he is an ascetic, where he's off in the wilderness, living on, wearing skins and living on honey and locusts and so forth. It's a different kind of ascetic. So I want to point out there is a very big distinction between a Nazirite and a Nazarene. And unfortunately, because of how close these two words kind of sound, Nazirite and Nazarene, there's a lot of confusion and a lot of people who think that Jesus was a Nazirite, or that a Nazarene means a Nazirite and so forth. But in fact, they're not related at all. So a Nazarene is somebody like Jesus who is from the town of Nazareth, which is a little almost previously unknown hamlet in Galilee, near Sepphoris. And so a Nazirite, though, is a person who has become consecrated, the Hebrew word there is Nazir, by taking an ascetic vow. And so in the book of Numbers, in the Pentateuch, in the Torah, there is essentially the vow that you need to take in order to set yourself apart and consecrate yourself to living this special kind of ascetic, consecrated lifestyle. And so one of those things is don't cut your hair. And so that is something that is one of the, I'm trying to think of how many of these that the Sikhs have, 6 or 7 things that they do that set them apart. You know, so carrying a ceremonial dagger and so forth. One of them is not cutting your hair. And so that's one of the, and then they wear it more normally here. Jagmeet Singh is one of the major party leaders here in Canada. He normally doesn't let his hair down like this, but you can see it's really long underneath his turban, which he normally wear. And so this is the same kind of religious observation that Samson would have, and I'd like to think the same kind of hair.
I fight.
Okay.
Son of Canaan.
So although Samson's birth is miraculous, and he's that Samson would have, and I'd like to think the same kind of hair. And I'd like to think the same kind of hair. Okay. And I'd like to think the same kind of hair. Okay. So although Samson's birth is miraculous and he's favored by the Lord with superhuman physical strength, especially when the Spirit of the Lord comes upon him, then he's able to do all kinds of amazing feats. He does seem to be lacking in the brains department, and from my perspective, he's not a very sympathetic figure because he sort of acts like a jerk. So we read when he becomes an adult. This is pretty much the very first story we have from the book of Judges about Samson. Once Samson went down to Timnah, and at Timnah he saw a Philistine woman. Then he came up and told his father and mother, I saw a Philistine woman at Timnah. Now get her for me as a wife. But his father and mother said to him, is there not a woman among your own kin, among all our people, that you must go take a wife from the uncircumcised Philistines? But Samson said to his father, get her for me, because she pleases me. So they go ahead and do that. And so while they are in the process, is walking around, Samson encounters a lion, which he tears apart barehanded. And the Bible says, quote, as one might tear apart a kid. And so I don't know, I guess some people have goats that they tear apart with their hands. But in any event, Samson does that with a lion. And later, when he comes back and sees the carcass of the lion, he sees that a swarm of bees have made a hive there, and now there is honey that is being formed in the carcass of the lion. So that's used later. So during his wedding feast that he's having with the Philistine woman, Samson and all the Philistine guys start playing a game of riddles and betting with each other who's going to win the riddle contest. And so Samson offers as his riddle, out of the eater came something to eat. Out of the strong came something sweet. And he bets that none of those Philistine guys can guess what he's talking about. Of course, the Philistines have no idea what Samson could mean anymore, I think, than Gollum knows what Bilbo is in the Lord of the Rings is asking about when he says, or in The Hobbit, when he says, what is in my pocket? You know, how would you know what's in his pocket? How would anybody know about Samson and this lion with honey in it? Nevertheless, they've made the bet and they now want to win. They don't want to have to pay up all of these the 30 fine garments that they will have to owe Samson if they lose. And so they encourage Samson's wife to get the secret out of him. Samson tells her the secret. She tells it to the Philistines, who thus win the bet, making Samson super angry. So then he responds by going to a different Philistine town. He slaughters 30 other Philistines, and he takes their robes and he gives them back to the guys to win, to pay off the bet. So doesn't win his bet. He doesn't really come out a loser financially, but he obviously now has not made himself particularly popular. So after another argument, Samson decides that he's going to get back at the Philistines, but he doesn't want to get his hands dirty by him being the one running around killing everybody. So he catches 300 foxes. He ties a lit torch to their tails. He ties 2 foxes each together to a torch, and he lets those 300 foxes loose in the Philistines' fields and vineyards and burns them all down. Again, he's not an animal lover here, and I don't think this is a very good idea of plausible deniability. I mean, that he doesn't going to get in trouble for that, but in any event, the Philistines aren't sure what they can do with him. At another occasion, there's a Philistine war party. They tie Samson up, but he is able to instantly break out of his bonds. And even though he's unarmed, he grabs from a corpse of a donkey, he grabs a jawbone, and he just uses that bone to beat and kill 1,000 armed Philistine soldiers. So in other words, the guy has superhuman strength and he can't be stopped by any regular means. And so then we get to the story of Samson and Delilah. After this, we read Samson fell in love with a woman in the valley of Sorek, whose name was Delilah. The lords of the Philistines came to her and said, "Coax him and find out what makes his strength so great and how we may overpower him so that we may bind him in order to subdue him, and we will each give you 1,100 pieces of silver." So Delilah said to Samson, "Please tell me what makes your strength so great and how you can be bound so that one could subdue you." So really subtle, Delilah. But fortunately, Samson's really dumb. Anyway, he doesn't want to tell right away, so he lies. He says, "If they bind me with 7 fresh bowstrings that are not dried out, then I shall become weak and be like anyone else." So the lords of the Philistines brought her 7 fresh bowstrings that had not dried out, and she bound him with them. And while men were lying in wait in an inner chamber, she said to him, "The Philistines are upon you, Samson." But he snapped the bowstrings as a strand of fiber snaps when it touches the fire. So the secret of his strength was not known. And rather than Samson getting mad at Delilah for clearly trying to betray him, Delilah is able to say, "You mocked me. You told me lies. Please tell me how you could be bound." So far from seeing through Delilah's plot, Samson tells her another false weakness. It's the same, goes through the same rigmarole, same results, and she's now really upset with him for continuing lying to her. And so he finally breaks down and tells her his true weakness, which is if he breaks his Nazirite vow. In other words, if you cut his amazing hair, then he will be weak as any other person. So then while he's asleep, Delilah cuts all his hair off, and then this final time the Philistines are able to seize him, and once they have a hold of him, they gouge his eyes out, and they put him in bonds, and they sent him to work in the mills, turning millstones as a slave for the rest of his life. So that's Samson. After a miserable life in slavery, Samson is being displayed at a festival at the temple of Dagon, and after praying for strength from the Lord one last time, he pushes the pillars off their foundation, causing the whole place to collapse, killing thousands of Philistines. The book of Judges said in this one big calamity that he causes at the end of his life, he was able to kill more Philistines than he had been able to the whole rest of his life. So ultimately, again, a guy who was a judge of Israel, who was favored of the Lord, who was obviously definitely enemy to the enemies of the Israelite people, but was really more or less just killing them randomly on his own rather than for any particular, like, leading the people to freedom or anything like that. So again, the book of Judges breaks down by the end as the judges get to less and less quality. So while the story of Samson and Delilah is a pretty great story, I think Goliath is much more of a household name, since David and Goliath has become a shorthand for that kind of archetype story where an underdog defeats a giant foe, or at least takes on a giant foe. So the biblical account from the book of Samuel, the first book of Samuel, Goliath is the Philistines' champion of the Philistines' army, and he is a literal giant, while David, who is the little guy that is taking on the Goliath in the David and Goliath story, is a shepherd boy who's armed only with a sling. So we read in that book,
the unexpected.
The Philistines gathered their armies for battle. They were gathered at Soko. King Saul and the Israelites gathered. So this is the end of the period of Judges. The very first king has been appointed by the last judge, Samuel, and that is a guy named Saul. They gathered and camped in the valley of Elah and formed ranks against the Philistines. The Philistines stood on the mountain on one side, and Israel stood on the mountain on the other side, with a valley between them. And there came out from the camp of the Philistines a champion named Goliath of Gath, whose height was 4 cubits and a span. He had a helmet of bronze on his head, and he was armed with a coat of mail, and the weight of the coat was 5,000 shekels of bronze. He had great greaves of bronze on his legs, and a javelin of bronze slung between his shoulders. The shaft of his spear was like a weaver's beam, and his spear's head weighed 600 shekels of iron, and his shield bearer and his spear's head weighed 600 shekels of iron, and his shield bearer went before him. He stood and shouted to the ranks of Israel, "Why have you come out to draw up for battle? Am I not a Philistine, and are you not servants of Saul? Choose a man for yourself and let him come down to me. If he's able to fight with me and kill me, then we will be your servants. But if I prevail against him and kill him, then you shall be our servants and serve us." So none of Saul's men is willing to fight this giant champion of the Philistines until David, a young shepherd boy, volunteers. Saul, who's kind of mortified that none of his great fighting men have been willing to face Goliath in a field, decides to give David his armor. The boy doesn't fit the armor, and he's untrained in any of that kind of warfare. So instead, he chooses 5 smooth stones for his sling, and he kills Goliath with a sling shot to the forehead, and then takes Goliath's own sword to, or I think maybe Saul's sword anyway, to behead the giant. And so a number of scholars in reading the story have pointed out that all of that description of Goliath's armor with the greaves and all of the bronze and everything like that resembles that of Greek warriors of the 6th century. And also this idea of combat by champions as a heroic idea that seems like it's more at home in Greek epics like the Iliad than in the rest of ancient Near Eastern mythology. And indeed, there's even a very similar story in the Iliad itself, where a young hero, Nestor, actually fights with a giant and defeats the giant. Interestingly, Goliath is actually slain a second time in a different passage in the Bible. So the Bible also includes a second story which reads, "Then there was another battle with the Philistines at Gob, and Elhanan, son of Jeri-Oregim, the Bethlehemite, killed Goliath the Gittite, the shaft of whose spear was like a weaver's beam." So it's the same Goliath, right? So there was war at Gath, where there was a man of great size who had 6 fingers on each hand and 6 toes on each foot, 24 in number. He too was descended from the giants. When he taunted Israel, Jonathan, son of David's brother Shimei, killed him. These 4 were descendants from the giants in Gath. They fell by the hands of David and his servants. So, why are there 2 stories where Goliath gets killed, one by David and one by an otherwise unknown hero, Elhanan the Bethlehemite? So one of the things that happens in mythology is that more famous heroes absorb the stories of less famous heroes. More famous, bigger gods absorb the stories of less famous gods. The story is really cool. People want the hero you know about to have done it, and so that's probably what's happened here. So although David, the ancestor of the kings of Judah, is often cited as the earliest historical figure in the Bible, so we have extra biblical inscriptions that talk about David. But the way they talk about him is that the kings of Judah, the kings of Jerusalem, are understood to be from a house of David. And so, in other words, he is an eponymous ancestor for later guys and is therefore assumed to have been a historic person. But about that historical person, other than the fact that he's the ancestor of the kings of Judah, nothing historical is known. And indeed, very unlikely that any of the biblical stories attached to David is historical. Rather, these are mythic stories that are written much later. In some cases, we can see like David and Goliath are probably coming from a different myth. So a myth in which a different unknown hero, Elhanan the Bethlehemite, kills a giant. And then over time, Elhanan's deeds are absorbed by the most famous hero, David. So just want to look now at the biblical picture that we've gone through of the Philistines as we're evaluating our question, who are the Philistines? So the Bible locates the Philistines in the southwest. We've seen it's around a kind of a pentapolis of city-states with some additional smaller places that they own or dominate. They're among the most powerful antagonists of the Israelites at the time of the Judges and at the time of David. And they generally continue to maintain their autonomy till the end of the period of the kings of Judah. So there's some time periods when the Bible claims that the Philistines are under the hegemony of the kings of Israel or the kings of Judah. But in general, they are always maybe just paying tribute, and they can always rebel and fight and take back over and so forth. We also hear that they intermarry with Israelites. So Samson himself is married to Philistines and having affairs with other Philistines. And in the course of that, there's no trouble communicating. So Samson isn't having to speak through interpreters or anything like that. So the biblical writers are understanding the Philistines more or less speaking the same Canaanite Hebrew language. If we look at the names that we have in the Bible, things like Ahimelech, Tinti, Hanun, those are Semitic, although some of the other names, like Goliath, are not Semitic and possibly might have an Indo-European background, and many of these have been suggested by different scholars. Their armor and cultural style in like the David and Goliath story that we see are kind of vaguely Greek, or maybe even more than vaguely. Nevertheless, we also see that they are worshiping, they're not worshiping Zeus and Apollo and so on. They're worshiping Canaanite gods like Dagon in the Samson story. Anyway. So those are generally what we have in terms of the biblical narrative. So what we also kind of see is that at a certain point after the destruction of the kingdom of Israel and the kingdom of Judah, that the Philistines fall out of the biblical narrative. So like other small powers in Canaan, the Philistines were conquered by the great Mesopotamian empires that emerged. First, the empire of the Assyrians, it's shown here, and then later the Neo-Babylonians, who also destroy the kingdom of Judah and destroyed the city of Jerusalem. So over time, the majority of the Philistine people will have continued to live there, just as the majority of the people of Judah and Israel all continue to live there. Although in some cases, the elites are taken away into exile by the Assyrians and the Babylonians and so forth, and new people are moved to the area as well, colonized the area by these Mesopotamian empires. And so over time, the descendants of the Philistines lost their distinct character and became just a regular Aramaic or Syrian, essentially speaking people, just like the people of Israel and Judah also became Aramaic speaking, although they continued to maintain their separate religions. Nevertheless, they just became the same. The Philistines just essentially became part of the same Aramaic speaking people, which we sometimes call Syro-Phoenician, the people of this area, in other words. However, at the very same time, their name, Philistine, also started to become applied to this entire area, which had been called Canaan or Lesser Syria, which is to say, instead of Philistia, it now becomes Palestina, Palestine. And so that already exists as a place name centuries before that becomes the Roman provincial name for the area. It's one of the place names for this part of the Levant. Also sometimes Israel, Judah, Lesser Syria, Canaan, so forth. There's a lot of Syrio-Phoenicia, a lot of different names for this area, Palestine. So when we're evaluating the biblical portrait, we always have to remember that the historical context presented is the context of the author, not the subjects. So ancient texts reflect the historical context that the authors themselves are writing in their own time period. They are not able to talk about the actual history that occurred hundreds and thousands of years before them because they lack the discipline of history doesn't exist for them to be able to write history. So they are telling stories. They want it to be about the past, but in fact, they inevitably are portraying their own present or how things are operating in their present. And that's true for all these ancient documents. So the Iliad, the great Greek epic, is set in the time of the late Bronze Age collapse. So the Trojan War is taking place, apparently anyway, in the backdrop of the Bronze Age collapse, the early 12th century BC. But it's only composed orally 400 years later, and thus, while it remembers some things from the 12th century, just a handful of things.
Anything
It
I can do,
mostly reflects actually the historical context of its author, which is called by convention Homer.
Here,
So in other
I
words,
show
something
mercy.
it reflects more the context of the 8th century. So likewise, the Deuteronomic texts, Joshua, Judges, Samuel, Kings, they're written around the time of the exile. There might have been a first draft that is written before the destruction of Jerusalem and a second draft and later edits during the exile and after the exile. And the Deuteronomic texts reflect that context rather than the time period that they're set. So the Bible's picture of the Philistines then represents the Philistines as the people of Judah saw them just before the fall of Jerusalem in 587. So from that context, they are now a militarily strong local neighbor.
Okay, here, I'll give some commentary. So here we are at Parsha𝓁, which was apparently where the Exodus started. So we've antagonized them a bit. They're probably going to be chasing after us in a bit. Next stop we have to go to is Sukkot, which is over here. So, trying to think, is there anything else we should do? I think we could probably afford to, well, because, so, I don't know, I'm just trying to think what would make the most sense for this, because we want to have them chasing after us, but we also,
I answer the call.
oh, I know what I could do.
A humble offering. Bless us.
Here, I'm going to encamp here.
No shame in rest.
So, if they attack me, they have to, oof, I have a feeling I might have to go back a save. And I'm also trying to think, should I have, what's the word? I have to have my character get married, but maybe I wait until after we get out of Egypt. Maybe I'll just take a, well, but see, that's also the other problem. I don't want it to just be another Philistine, because the whole point is that he's supposed to be a Canaanite, at least in my headcanon. Because this isn't, well, 𝐤𝐤𝐻𝐿, which is probably Goliath. This is Joshua ben Nun. So we have these two villages set up here. And so I have a feeling you're probably going to try to burn them at some point, but we just need to be ready to get the hell out of here. Oh, are you? Oh no. This is what I was afraid of. I might be a seer. I can see things. I have a 67% chance to kill him if I do single combat. Woo! Okay, they weren't up for the challenge. Shit. I'm going to have to run away.
Another time. Another time.
He could chase me down. Is he going to chase me? You can't attack in march formation. Shit, but he can. This isn't good. Well, looks like we have to reload that save. This isn't save scumming because it's not like I didn't even win the battle. There's no way I can win that. So we're going to load this autosave, and in the meantime, we will continue with this.
that speaks the same language as you. You don't have to use interpreters. They have a lot of the same customs and religion as the rest of the Canaanites. So they're worshiping Canaanite gods like Dagon. And there's perhaps some memory of Greek cultural ties. So either Philistines' great ancestors, or just as likely, the Philistines now, because they're a coastal people, are in contact still with present-day 6th century Greeks who are able to sell themselves in numbers as mercenaries, and so they are being used as mercenaries in different places, possibly Egypt as well. So there could also be the basis for the description of Goliath as sort of a Greek hero, if there are Greek mercenaries operating among the Philistines in the time period of the First Temple period. So what does the Bible get wrong and what does it get right? So the Bible provides our only significant literary narratives about the Philistines, but we do have a few references in the extra-biblical historical record, and they're really important ones. And those are also supplemented by a lot of archaeology now and also by DNA studies. And so that allows us to look at, again, reading the Bible for its own biases, for its relatively good portrait when it's closest to the time period when it's actually being written, and how it deviates very broadly from actual history the further back you go in time. And that helps us to answer this question: who were the Philistines? So the backdrop of this, just like with the Trojan War, is this really important event at the end of the Bronze Age, at the beginning of the Iron Age, the late Bronze Age collapse that takes place between 1200 and 1500. This is a time period of a large number of migrations that are happening both by land and by sea. So this is a time period when Dorians are overrunning essentially the Greek mainland. Sea peoples are also maybe attacking. And so the preceding Mycenaean civilization, kind of this proto-Greek civilization that is remembered just vaguely as the heroic age, the age of the Iliad, of the Trojan War and before, by the later Greeks. This whole civilization collapses, and indeed both them and the Minoans, who have another kind of proto-Greek civilization on Crete, both lose their capacity, even their written language. And so there is a pretty big civilization collapse, and next following there, a Greek Dark Ages. Meanwhile, also in Anatolia, what we now think of as Turkey, the great ancient empire of the Hittites also collapses. That's the end of that civilization. And there's more chaos happening as Bedouins and others infiltrate the Middle East and Mesopotamia. Egypt, like the rest of the great civilizations, is attacked by these migrants, by sea peoples, but the Egyptians fend them off and defeat them, repel them, and also other migrants from like Libya and other places. But Egypt doesn't get away unscathed. And indeed, Egypt, having defeated sea peoples and preventing them from settling or conquering and settling in Egypt proper, nevertheless does apparently allow, although they're not don't really admit it, allow those same sea peoples to settle within the Egyptian empire. So the Egyptians had owned this territory that later becomes Philistia, so the coastal plain of southwest Canaan. And now these sea peoples that failed to conquer Egypt are settled in that area. So according to a series of contemporary Egyptian relief sculptures and texts, the Egyptians defeat the sea peoples. Egypt always wins in any war on its own, in its own history. Even if it doesn't win, they come back and write that they won and so forth. And it's only when the people actually are, the dynasty is actually toppled that you know that they didn't really win. But in this particular case, there does seem to have been like a kind of victory because the government remains in place, but nevertheless, some of the sea peoples, like I say, get settled within a nearby area of the Egyptian Empire. And these include, there's a whole bunch of different named peoples in the Egyptian texts, and one of these are the Peliset, which almost all scholars, because of the Peliset getting settled into later Philistia, all scholars pretty much have a consensus that these then are the Philistines
No one shall
of
deny my
sea
people
people.
a new home.
And so, like I say, the Egyptians repel them. They do let them live in neighboring
Slow but sure.
Canaan, or they go move there with or without the Egyptian say so.
My will is absolute.
Archaeology also backs up that Egyptian account. So early Iron Age, late Bronze Age archaeology in these Philistine sites show all kinds of things that differ from the 12th century onward from the rest of Canaan. So, for example, the Philistines are busy eating pork, whereas all the rest of Semitic peoples are not doing that. Their pottery has more parallels with the pottery that's going on in the Greek world, the Mycenaean world, and rather than using the Phoenician Hebrew styles of scripts, Canaanite scripts, they're using an Aegean script, one of the Minoan style scripts, which are using it to write initially some non-Semitic language.
We shall find another way.
Nevertheless, there's all kinds of other survivals of Semitic elements, including, for example, a lot of the toponyms, a lot of the place names in the Philistine areas continued to have their original or predating their conquest names. And so it was sometimes, rarely, in an ancient or medieval conquest, a conqueror will actually kill everybody and displace people. But it's way more likely, especially when you're arriving by boat, that you will just kind of bring a warrior elite. That elite will kill off whoever the soldiers were of the local people at the time that you defeat. And then you keep all of the peasants who more or less stay the same, and slowly you sort of intermarry with them. And so for example, as we know in the Norman conquest of England, over time, the smaller Norman population,
I can only get out of Egypt.
Norman French, they ultimately assimilated into the local Anglo-Saxon population, and together created the language of Middle English, which has lots and lots of French loanwords, but is still primarily growing out of Anglo-Saxon. And so in the same kind of way here, it's a smaller conquering power, the sea peoples, these Philistines, who then give their name to the whole people, who are become wedded together as a sort of a Canaanite and Canaanite-speaking Philistine people once they assimilate. There's all kinds of examples like this. So for example, the Serbs and the Croats, they're both names. The names of those are taken from Turkic peoples who came and conquered local Slavic tribes. But the language that they speak is Slavic, because the tiny elite back in the early Middle Ages that conquered both of those gets completely assimilated and loses any kind of distinction that the conquering people had. This same archaeological background in the Egyptian evidence has been confirmed more recently by DNA study of skeletons from Iron Age Ashkelon, so one of the Philistine Pentapolis cities, so one of the main 5 cities. And it shows that the population's ancestry was largely Semitic, but it included a significant, anyway, European admixture. So this would be consistent with the idea that Mycenaeans or Minoans or people that are migrating, sea people that are migrating from the Greek zone, conquer the area of Philistia, and then they're intermarry with and ultimately are assimilated by the native population. And so that will just kind of give us, if we look at kind of the timeline of this is going to kind of show us both a timeline of ancient Greece, but also the Middle East and the Levant. And so we're starting here at 1200, this period of the Bronze Age collapse, the fall of Mycenae, the time period when the Trojan War is set. Egyptians are fighting the Sea Peoples, the Hittite Empire is falling. Sea Peoples don't conquer Egypt, but instead the Philistines come to Canaan, and now we have this period of time where there is essentially an autonomous Philistine pentapolis, so the city-states of Philistia. You can see when early on in that, the stories of Samson and Delilah, David and Goliath are set. So they're set at the same time period as the end of the Judges, the beginning of the mythical united monarchy of Israel. So the monarchy under Saul, David, and Solomon, all mythical figures. There's not actually a united monarchy, but in any event, right at the beginning of that. That, though, is written down. You see kind of between 600 and then 550, I'm writing here DTR1, DTR2. So those are potentially drafts of the Deuteronomic history. So somewhere in there, those stories are being written down, and they reflect, therefore, more that time period, or like a little bit of memory of how it would have been from ancient times, but they don't really know how things were. You can see then the time period of the Kingdom of Israel, the Great Northern Kingdom, and then later the Kingdom of Judah, which survives after the Assyrians destroy the Northern Kingdom, but then is destroyed by the Babylonians, leading to that period of the Babylonian captivity and so forth. And then you can see the composition of the Iliad up in the Greek zone, and how that's also similarly written much later than the time period of the Trojan War. So it's actually kind of comparable, the Greek mythology here and the Israelite mythology. So the Bible's picture of the Philistines then, like with everything with the Bible, is more accurate as we get to the end of the biblical period. So by the time we get to the later kings, like King Hezekiah, who is waging a war against...
All right, so...
No one shall deny my people a new home. Conserve strength. Set. Steady pace.
Wait, I could just ambush them. It's always a possibility, and if that doesn't work, that could go back.
Surprise is on our side.
Oh no, I didn't do that before. They're gonna regret doing this. Bring it on. What's he doing? Full speed, where are you going? Oh, not too bright. Well, I know what I'm going to do. Oh, my Habiru friends. Come join us. Let us be one with you. Alright, this was interesting. They literally just abandoned their settlement because they thought I left. Okay, so... How long would it take us to besiege it? How many do they even have? They have 12. It would take us 2 turns, so it would be in our best interest to maybe go into this. See buildings. 1 and 1.
There is future here. I feel it.
Oh, that's hilarious. I have 999 food. So let's see. I think we're going. What's this? Wood yards. Wait, what would I get if I hit here? We get an ancillary. Raising the settlement. Well, you don't want to raise it. We're not going to raise the roof, y'all. Alright, how are we going to do this? Wait, if I continue an ambush, then I still get 1 and 1. But I don't have any camp laborers right now. I think I'd be better off sticking to this. I guess I could also see, does anyone have a daughter that they want to
perhaps we can overcome
marry off?
in history.
For, well, what do you want for her? They have, well, we don't really have anything that they want. Might have to bite the bullet at some point. Talish. What does he likes bronze? We have bronze. Can we give you all our bronze? That's not enough. What about all our food? It's not enough. What about all our wood? Wait, is she even worth it? I don't know. Let's see, 100, 150, 200, 201, 202, 203, 204, 205. Well, let's see, is she even worth it? Cheerful entertainer. Yeah, she's worth it. And we need a wife. So, let's see. Shit. I mean, I get 1,060 each turn, so it's fine. It'll be worth it. And she's the heiress to Jerusalem. And this will help us to establish a relationship with them. So, yeah, let's do this. Single barter. Giving you all our food, which is probably not that wise in hindsight in case we lose all our food. But you know what? Love's worth it. We're giving you, should we give all our stone? I don't know. We could give all our wood, all our bronze, and oh God, this is painful. 204, 205. I hope it's worth it. You know, I should probably I'm going to save this. I'm going to call it prenup. B'nai Israel, prenup, Talish. Just in case we need to go back and we don't want a divorce, because that's going to be expensive. She'll take half our kingdom. Alright, so let's see. Urushalim.
Just give me an excuse.
Give you an excuse to sell your daughter? I joke. Oh, wait, why is this not working? Marriage evaluation? Oh, right there. Wait, what? Shit, where'd it go? Talish. Okay, wait, shoot. Mary father of the Peleshid, he's a sea otter. And the father of the Peleshid, he's a sea otter. What the fuck? I don't know what I'm doing. Okay, we are going to barter off basically everything we own. This is one fucking expensive wedding ring. If I've ever heard of an expensive wedding ring. Given it's not real money, but still. To this guy it is. Okay, we are proposing. We are really proposing here. Will you marry off your daughter to me, Mr. Bodingelkart? Bodinelkart? Nelkart? What god is he supposed to be named after? I don't know if I... Well, she's probably named after Tali, and I like that, so... Okay. Whoosh! Okay. Now we are growing to be much more friendly.
I don't trust a word out of your...
Dude, I just gave you almost everything I have. If you don't trust me, I don't know what the fuck you're supposed to do. Now, dun 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 dun. If you want to get divorced, it will take 20 gold and it won't be worth it. When divorcing a commoner or non-relative general, they will disappear from the tree, but can still be remarried to other characters already in it. Interesting. So theoretically, you could. Oh god, that's disgusting. You could marry your stepmother or some shit. That's gross. Okay. Anyway, she has. Oh, you know that's interesting. I thought. Shoot. Never mind. I thought that she had an increase to be able to bring a child. But no, Wait, what? Wait, civilians of age can enter marriages, but cannot be recruited as generals if they are men, and cannot be scions. Wait, what's the deal with it? Okay, but she's not a man. Why is she a civilian? Is it just because, I guess she's not considered, like, the princess or something? That kind of sucks.
I live to serve.
Oh, shoot. And see, this is why we have nuptials. I don't even know if she was... Oh, shoot. Did that...
I will carve out a legacy.
I think I just married a commoner.
I suppose things need not remain so contentious.
Shit. It's not that big of a deal to go back. I mean, hey, that was an expensive wedding, so I want to make sure that it's worth it. Again, in real life, this shit doesn't matter, but like if you're going to spend basically everything you have in a game, you better make sure that you're marrying someone worth it. I mean, also in real life, but I'm talking about the focus on the money and the status. That's only important in the game. In the real life, it's just important to be happy and happy, but also like in a good, healthy, consenting relationship. You can't get one without the other. Or rather, you shouldn't. All right.
The Philistines, that's when we're actually getting a little bit more of a picture of the historical Philistines. But then when the further you go back, the further you get away from the authors and when they're actually writing, then you're getting to a place where it's becoming less and less historical and more mythic as the authors are setting stories centuries or more in the past, a past that they have no actual access to. And so then when you go way far back, for example, when you get to the book of Genesis and you have Abraham and Isaac, both of them go and visit a Philistine king, Abimelech, centuries before the Philistines will have arrived in the Levant. In other words, Abraham and Isaac supposedly live long before the Bronze Age collapse. But again, this is a time period about which the authors of the Bible have no historical record or memory or anything like that. And so it's no wonder that they introduce an anachronism, like Abraham and Isaac are running around with the Philistines, because they have no idea that the Philistines weren't there yet. And indeed, the whole stories of Abraham and Isaac are all entirely mythical with no historical basis. So who were the Philistines? Like I say, the Philistines then most likely began as a proto-Greek people who migrate by sea from the Aegean during the Bronze Age collapse. Failing to conquer Egypt, they instead conquer a part of Canaan that had sort of been part of the Egyptian Empire. This became Philistia. And for a while, they maintained their language and customs while intermarrying with and slowly assimilating to the local Canaanite culture and religion. And in so doing then, in the course of this, the Goliath story, where we have an almost Homeric story of a Homeric hero, giant, and his conqueror, the young upstart who's created this whole antitype or this whole archetype of the David and Goliath story, may in fact be just one tiny bit of actual memory of the Philistines' mythic past. And so that was my look at who were the Philistines. I'm going to get a water while Leandro is maybe going to tell me if you guys have had any questions. Otherwise, if you haven't had any yet, go ahead and ask some questions. I can give you a second.
Ask folks to ask questions on topic first, and then we'll ask me anything at the end.
Yeah, ask on-topic questions about the Philistines if you have any, or if you found that's interesting, or additional questions or so forth.
On topic.
Okay. Well, first I want to thank a bunch of you for supporting the channel. So I want to thank Brad Stewart, Tolkien Study, Daryl Scott, Adan Altamirano, and Filippo Denoto. Thank you guys. We really appreciate that you're helping support these lectures. It really allows us to do this. Tolkien Study says, Bob Dylan, in his record, Foot of Pride, says, a Philistine is what she was. She'll do wondrous works with your fate, feed you coconut bread, and spice buns in bed if you don't mind sleeping with head in. Well, okay, I don't know that song, and I'm trying to think, so I was trying to look into it where a Philistine is what she is. So there's two different potential references whenever a modern artist is going to be saying a Philistine is what you are. So if it could be just calling somebody a Philistine, which is, like I say, a person who's uncouth and doesn't like culture, they don't like opera and the ballet and so forth. When you have somebody who is a highly literate person like Bob Dylan, he may be, he's saying she'll do wondrous works with your fate, feed you coconut bread. I don't know, and so that could just simply be a reference to Delilah. So he could be retelling the Delilah story. I'd have to know what more of the song goes, but essentially, a Delilah person in this particular case would be, the implication is that she doesn't have your best interest at heart, and she's going to betray you, right?
Okay, I feel stupid.
All right.
So apparently it had nothing. So they're all civilians, and I know for a fact that these are the daughters of Bay. So I could see while I'm here, one of them has, so Shoshana, she has an extra chance of having a child, which is good. We have Remarkable Beauty, which I think the other one had. No, the other one didn't have. And then Genius Mind. 3, 6%, 15 and 7, and 4 and 4. Well, let's see. Teshwiana. What about a knot? If I give you everything I have, Bay, will you let me marry your daughter? I guess it also depends because he doesn't necessarily value the same things. Oh wow, okay, I can. Who is this for? Is this for a knot? I better make sure. Oh god, it's really disgusting because obviously I'm playing a game, but you like just the idea of buying a bride. It's fucking disgusting. I mean, it's like, and I think that really is where like that's where the vestige of asking for someone's hand in marriage, but like asking their father first. It's because there was a time when, you know, to get married, it meant you asked the dad, not the woman, which I think is, you know, it's really messed up. And there's a lot of people who they just kind of, they forget that this used to be the norm. And again, not to say that there weren't societies that differed, but in a lot of what people consider the ancestors of the Western world, this was the norm. Anyway, I'll get off of my soapbox. It's better that we have an alliance with Bay, though, because we're going to want to capture Jerusalem eventually. Whereas, since we're playing as Israel, we don't actually need Bay's territory. That's further north. So, let's see. Genius Mind, that allows 3% of having a child, 6 marriage eligibility, 7 marriage eligibility versus 15% chance of having a child. Oh, yeah, we're definitely going with a knot. Especially because she has the badass name. We're going with a knot. I'm glad I double-checked this. She is a civilian, though, so that is one thing to know. But I think they all are. Okay, so. We do not have much gold, so we're going to use all. Okay, 999. And then we're getting more bronze, so we can afford to do that with bronze. And then also this. Okay, perfect. We're not giving away any of our especially important resources. Wait, so I wonder, what was it that Mr. Jerusalem wanted? Oh, he liked everything, but that doesn't make sense. So theoretically, if I wanted to marry Talish again, which I'm not going to do, so if I give you 999, okay, that's weird. I think I have to give him more resources. Very strange. Yeah, it's not enough. So I get a better wife, and for less money. Got to, shop harder, not shop smarter, not harder. Okay, so we are going to give you all our food. Oh wait, yeah. In exchange for a knot, in marriage to Yoshua ben Nun, and we will amend this offer with all of our bronze. And we will also throw in all of our wood. And we're going to reduce that down slightly. Let's see. We get more wood quickly, so maybe keep some of our bronze. Also, because bronze, he has more of that. So 100, 200, 300, 400, 500, 600, 650, 640, 645, 646, 647. Perfect. Let's see, wait. 360, 361, 362. Okay, yeah, I guess we're getting rid of all our wood now. Whatever, it's worth it. We're going to marry a knot. We are marrying a goddess.
I suppose I must agree.
And now we are having better relationships with Bay, which is perfect because Bay sticks around for a long time. So we now have a knot with remarkable beauty as our wife, and we are a warlord, so it's actually very fitting. Also got to keep an eye on the time so that if I go over a certain amount of time, then this whole thing will not save. Okay, so now that I did that, I am... Well, the funny thing is that one thing that was pre-Talish, it was actually a knot, so whatever. It's kind of awkward, though. My OCD makes me want to go back and change that to a knot, but Literally, there's no reason. Okay. I need to get past this and then I'll forget about it. So, let's see. I definitely need to stick around for a bit because I have like no resources. What can I do? General not moved.
I always listen.
And what is it I'm waiting for? It's buildings. Oh, so I can get archers, right? Let's see.
Hardship cannot last.
I have to wait another turn before they're far enough away because they're going full speed ahead. So I need at least 2 turns before they can get back here so I can siege Parsha𝓁. I need to raise it to the ground. Wait, no, I'm not raising it. What am I talking about? That's the sea people in me coming out. Sorry. No, I just want to sack it to get some resources and to really piss them off. Because otherwise I don't know that they're going to come after us.
Contentment is a strange wine.
I mean, I guess we could always go back. Yeah, don't. And I need food also, so we're just going to. Can we move into the?
We go.
Yeah, that's good.
We walk with Kufafa.
Did you just say we walk with Kofefe? Kofafa? I don't know. That was weird. Alright, so buildings, we'll get that, and then 1+1 in 1 turn. Okay. Oh, you're coming back, huh? I don't know why. Well, this certainly complicates things. It's a good thing I didn't attack. I would have been left with my pants down. Rather caught with my pants down. Oh, okay, I've been wearing this Sidra for pretty long, so it's actually starting to get kind of annoying. But I'm dedicated to it. Okay, so now that we have this, we can add 3. Would that be bad? Honestly, I don't even know. This is rolling tide. Recruitment cost. Yeah, we should go for that, ideally, but what's this? Now we definitely need to go for that, so let's get even with this first. General not moved.
This too shall pass.
I guess I could move on to Sukkot.
Unburden yourselves. Stand by me.
Huh. Certainly complicates things. Only take 1 do the. Oh shit! I don't have enough to do that. Well, that sucks. Whatever. Buildings. I still need one more before I can do that, and I need more stone. And what would go underneath here anyway? Okay, so underneath this this is for better damage. So that would be here maybe? And this one is recruitment rank. So that other one would be this. So
The air smells of peace.
honestly, it's kind of nice. I don't have all this pressure that I need to just do shit every turn. Okay, path to power. I have a feeling we should choose Egypt. It just makes the most sense. Though at the same time, wait, what's this? Forge your own path. I wonder, am I still able to... Herds. Okay, let's see. Gather blades and bowling points to sail your boat across the map. Gain blades points by recruiting armies and developing them. Gain dwelling points by constructing outposts or having more settlements. More hordes and tribal outposts strengthen your herdsmen and raiders' identities. Stronger, more numerous hordes strengthen your raiders and craftsmen identities. More settlements and non-tribal outposts strengthen your farmers and craftsmen identities. Stronger, more numerous armies strengthen your... This is so confusing. If you wish to get your bearings and reconsider your trouble, you... Okay, I'm fucking lost. If I go with Egypt, I'm confused. Like, does that lock me out of... I can't choose that either. It's a requirement. I mean, I could go with Sea Peoples, but I've done that before. I mean, also was trying to do something different. I guess if I wanted to, I could always... I'm just going to say this. Royal tradition. Choose. Choose Roy Trad. Okay, you know what? So we're going to go ahead and choose Sea Peoples. What was it? It says, disregard tradition, strike out on your own, leaving your own mark on history. In the end, crowns only weigh you down, don't they? I mean, to be fair, Canaan doesn't have its own tradition, so this is basically the Canaanite tradition. Alright, so we're going to go with Path of the Sea Peoples. I just wish that you could choose this as other... Oh, but we can't even do that yet, right? Well, that sucks. We have to wait, so... You know what? It's fine. It's not like it's not like we... Oh, but... Actually, no. You know what? I think I... Dang it. I don't know. I guess I have to delete that save then, because it would be too confusing. Delete. Wait, what's it mean, all selected files? Just this one. Okay, good. I was worried about that. Okay. So if that's the case, we are going to buildings. Do we still get that +1 if we go into... Yeah, we do. So we're just gotta stop. I want to get some combat down against these Egyptians.
I'm glad you seek diplomacy.
Let's see, what does he have? Will he give us any bronze? No, he will not.
Life, together we are strong. Apart, we are weak. I prefer strength. The world humbles me.
So +1. Wait, what's the difference?
No shame in rest.
+21 versus +16 versus if I raid, I can replenish some of what I need. +1 and 1. Raid. Open on land. Yeah. This will definitely help us get more. Wait, how do we? Oh yeah, this is the move. We need this. I hope they don't attack us. I guess we should move further into the forest.
Day and night we seek.
I better make sure I'm in the right place.
Steady base.
Oh, I hear. Steady base. Come on, what you gonna do, P. Ramses? Oh, you're not doing anything? That's interesting. Don't know how to respond to this raider. Raiding your raiding. Oh shit.
There is future here. I feel it.
That's embarrassing. Wait, how much can I recruit one now? Well, you know, I actually didn't even need that, so. Let me check there. Yeah, luckily I haven't really done much since, so. In the meantime, I'll just go back to this.
Are there other questions? Because that wasn't really a question. Okay, Fastball Flake says, having Samson as the last judge is a suggestion that he was the worst. Well, I'm saying that that's my reading of the text, and lots of other scholars who have written commentaries on the judges are saying that. So in other words, the author of Judges, in putting different stories or fables together to create the whole story, seems to have classed them so they put the good judges first and they decline. Certainly Samson, I would say, is the worst, not just because he's the last, but because of how he acts. So he isn't really doing anything like the other judges, like Deborah that we read about, or Gideon. They actually get an army together and they go and relieve Israel from whoever has conquered them. And so Samson, here he is, got all of the superhuman strength. If he were to call all of the Israelites together to follow him into battle, knowing that he can, all by himself with a donkey jaw, he can kill 1,000 Philistines, kind of by himself. They're all going to go to battle, and it's not going to take very long for him to defeat the Philistines, and they won't be in bondage anymore, right? But instead of doing that, he's just wandering around and wanting to marry Philistine women and have affairs with other Philistine women, and then getting mad and just randomly killing a bunch of Philistines all by himself, but without any kind of a coherent plan. He's just a chaos agent that is sort of mostly self-serving. So even though he's been given all of this favor from God, he doesn't actually use it well. And so that's why I think he is probably, in terms of the marks, I think it's hard to argue that he wouldn't be the worst. And I'm just suggesting that part of the literary conceit of the book of Judges is that it isn't working to have the Israelite tribes be independent from one another and not have any central coherent authority. They later realize when the last judge, the first judge out of the book of Judges, now Samuel, who is again a good judge, when he, who is also a prophet, when he ultimately agrees to appoint a king, and he appoints Saul initially and then later David as the king over Israel, he points out that you will have problems if you allow a monarch to exist. So a monarch is going to do two things. He's going to take all of your sons, so that your sons have to fight his wars for him. So he's going to create an army, and he's going to take all your daughters, and they're going to be concubines and so forth. So you are going to have to face tyranny with a centralized monarchy is essentially the point of that. But nevertheless, if you don't have it, you're going to lose all these battles because all of the people with the centralized monarchies are always going to defeat you. So Andrew Suriali, thank you for your support. And then you ask also, can you talk about how the archaeological studies of the Philistines show that they didn't really worship Dagon, but instead that they have a goddess figure? So yeah, absolutely. So one of the things that happens with archaeology and of biblical peoples is people a lot of times put the Bible in their hand and they go to look in the ground for things to find, in the same way that Schliemann or whatever had Homer in his hand and is looking around to dig up stuff in Greece and Turkey about from the Iliad and the Odyssey and so forth. And you want to find the thing that the book says. And so the book talks about, the Bible talks about Dagon. In other words, according to the Bible, Dagon is the national god of the Philistines. But that does seem to be maybe a confusion. So that might just be a biblical conceit. There is no, like you say, the archaeological evidence doesn't show that. So we don't see anything to indicate that there's big Dagon temples or that Dagon is the national god of the Philistines. Instead, as you say, there's a goddess figure. So so it's probably not. It just shows again how the Bible, doesn't preserve, everything, and sometimes it's getting things wrong. And so there is a convention in the Bible that the biblical henotheists want, where they want to have essentially Yahweh be the God of Israel, and then they want to have national gods for the other peoples around. So they want to have Chemosh be the god of Moab, and they want to have Dagon be the god of the Philistines. And whereas that does seem to be the case for Moab, because we have extra biblical source in terms of the Moab stele, that it does suggest that the Moabites did consider Chemosh to be their god in the same way that Israel considered Yahweh to be their god. The archaeology does not back that up for the Philistines, and so this is probably a situation where the writers of the Bible have a conceit and they want to plaster that onto everybody else, but it wasn't actually true for the Philistines.
You seek parley. Perhaps you are wiser than I
JH, thank you for your support. I appreciate that. You say the comment is every religious leader should have your training. Big fan. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate that support. Daryl Scott says, are things like the Samson and Delilah story actually intended to be funny, or are they just funny to modern readers? I think they're intended to be funny. And so I think that one of the, so definitely this is a literary story, so you can tell whenever something happens, in threes. You know, there's a rule of threes, and the rule of threes is a literary conceit. And so, you know, Samson tells Delilah the wrong thing. She goes through the whole thing. She ambushes him. Samson, the Philistines are upon you. Then they do it again, and the same exact thing happens. And then they finally do it again, and on the third time they catch him. So that's a literary story. It's either there's kind of two different ways that these kind of are formed. There's like folk stories, but then there's also courtly stories. And so a lot of the Deuteronomic stories, because again, for them to have been written, ultimately have to be kind of among the elites. And so lots, as we see in the Torah too, lots of the stories are not particularly what we think of as religious stories, but that just means they're not priestly stories. There's priestly texts we have too, and the priestly texts are intensely boring as they're worked into the Bible. But the great stories, the fun stories, are more probably courtly stories. So these are stories that that people in the courts of the king of Judah, or the elites in exile in Babylon, or wherever they would be, these are stories that they tell each other for entertainment. And so, as you say, they have a purpose too, but they're also meant to be entertaining. So they're funny to modern readers. I think both. Donnie Lingringo asks, who was there in that area first, the tribes of Judah or the Philistines? So the Canaanite people in general were all there first. And so there would have been essentially a people we kind of are calling Canaanites, but we could also call Aramites, Proto-Syrians, you know, which are all the Semitic people that is from all of the area between Egypt and Mesopotamia. And they're a spectrum of related people. So the Phoenicians are the same people. They're just the same people that are living now on the coast of the area we call Phoenicia, the Syrians, and so forth. So they're all the same. The Israelites are there too, and they are the same, but they haven't come together and called themselves Israelites. They are individual little Canaanite peoples, Danites and Judahites and Ephraimites and Manasseites and so forth. And the same thing with the people that are where the Philistines live before the Philistines come and conquer them. So what happens next is the Philistines, the sea people conquering elite of the Philistines come in and conquer that bit of Canaan that it becomes known as Philistia. And so it then becomes a union of the two peoples, the existing Canaanite people who ultimately assimilate their Philistine conquerors, and then the Philistines in general. So those guys, if you think of the Philistines as the sea people and conquerors, they get there later. But the Israelites, despite the myth that they have that they are from exiles from Egypt who leave in a great exodus, that is a non-historical myth. Instead, what happens is the Israelite people are regular Canaanites who emerge out of the rest of the Canaanites, and they're coming together as a kind of an ethno-religious grouping of multi-tribes of people, more or less under the state monarchy, specifically initially the state monarchy of the Kingdom of Israel, based in Samaria, and then later, after the fall of that kingdom to the Assyrians, to that same its successor state, the kings of Judah at Jerusalem. And so those people then consider themselves to all be Israelites, but they are all emerging out of that same broader Canaanite Syrian background.
I will.
Johnson asks, is there a possible connection between the Philistines and the Hyksos? So I think they aren't, and so the Hyksos, I just have to get the timeline on those guys. I think that's earlier, and I think that they're pretty confident anyway, and that they're not related to the Philistines, who are a sea people, but the Hyksos are because they are a foreign, probably Semitic people that have conquered the Egyptian delta. They are intertwined with ideas that people would like to have to try to make the Exodus story historical, which in the previous question I was just rejecting. So I don't think that they are related to that, and they're also not related to the Philistines. Adan Altamirano says, I'm Jewish and I'm interested in the topic. Can John comment on the theory of the original split kingdoms, that there was no united monarchy? Yeah. So we've had a couple lectures on that before. And so once again, when the archaeology was first being done, like I say, in the same way that the archaeology of Greece and Turkey was being done, looking at the Iliad and Odyssey and trying to dig up stuff, and eventually finding Troy, finding Mycenae, but finding them very different from what the Iliad and the Odyssey said. Likewise, archaeology in Israel-Palestine has been focused on, trying to dig up stuff and find the Bible. And obviously, the central conceit of the Bible is that there's an original kingdom of Israel centered on Jerusalem, of which David and then Solomon are kings. And then after Solomon, there is a division, and suddenly all of Israel splits off from the capital. Essentially, almost everything, the wealthy part, 10 tribes, everything is now taking the name too. And all that's left with the southern kingdom is 2 small tribes, the capital, and so forth. And so that's how it's presented in the Bible. The archaeology does not bear that out, and so Jerusalem never in this preceding time period. So until the destruction of the northern kingdom, that's when the rise of Jerusalem happens. That's when Judah takes off, and that's when all of this literary stuff begins that ultimately creates the Bible. If you go back to that time period when David and Solomon were supposed to be around, Jerusalem is a little hill town with nothing in it. It just cannot be the center of a giant Iron Age kingdom. Not giant, but anyway, as big as that. You have to look to Samaria, to the northern kingdom. That's where the center of that is at that time period. And so ultimately what happened is, when the northern kingdom is destroyed and the exiles come and they bring things south to Jerusalem, the courtiers and other people from the northern kingdom bring their richer traditions, their higher culture, and they create the conceit to the local monarch, the Davidic king, and they say, no, don't you remember? We remember in our stories that once you ruled over both kingdoms. Your ancestors ruled over both kingdoms. And now we're reuniting them together again under a Davidic monarch. And so that is a myth, and the motivation for it will have been that the northern kings are gone, and the southern kings are the patrons that are more or less paying for these books to be written.
Set up camp, men.
Julie Brzezinski says, I read that the Philistines were Indo-Europeans and perhaps part of the Sea Peoples. Yes. So that's what we were saying. And so when I was suggesting that that they're maybe the Mycenaeans and so forth, Proto-Greeks, that they're coming from the Aegean, or maybe the possibility is Anatolia, so Luvian peoples, so Indo-European peoples that are migrating to Philistia by way of Egypt. So they attack Egypt and do not conquer it, and instead move to Philistia. So yes.
Yes, Just so.
Mike Rogers asks, how many female judges and prophets are there besides Deborah? Well, there's lots of female prophets. So, for example, we were even just reading in that, just happened to be reading that, the story of, Samson's mother. So she's not even named, but an angel of the Lord appears to her and gives her revelation. So she is a prophet. Another example of that would be even, for example, Hagar, the concubine of Abraham, the mother of Ishmael. Again, the angel of the Lord appears to her, and so she also, therefore, will be a prophet. There's all kinds of female prophets, anyway, in the Old Testament accounts. But in terms of judges, in the book of Judges, Deborah's the only one. Taboo Cat says, what do you think of the new theories that place the dating of the first 4 books of Moses to the 2nd century BC, taking their influence from Plato and the Greek world? So I don't think much of those theories. So I think that the first 4 books of Moses have all kinds of crazy stuff and crazy layers that speak to the end of the first temple period, and so I find a lot of resonance in their context with that time period that is right before the destruction of Jerusalem, as opposed to this time period that you're talking about, which is the time period when the Seleucids and and the Hasmoneans are fighting over the control, and the Hasmoneans are creating this temporary independent kingdom. That is when a lot of biblical writing is taking place. And so, for example, that's when the book of Daniel is written, for sure. We know that. And so you can see even the difference, actually, I think, between how Daniel and other 2nd century texts work in terms of all of these tropes of apocalyptic literature. So this idea that God isn't speaking to you, but an angel comes and you see visions, and the visions are interpreted in this particular ways. I think that trope is present in all kinds of 2nd century BC Greek influenced and other Hebrew and Aramaic, especially, writing of the time period, as opposed to the Pentateuch, the first 4 of the books: Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, and Numbers.
Anything I can do.
Unitarian asks, why were the Philistines associated here with giants?
Life is not fair.
So
neither am I.
So that may not have any. I don't know. That's. I guess I'd have to just speculate. There is a biblical association with that, and so there are several times when again these legendary or mythic giants exist in the Bible, including dating back to this Nephilim, so this time period when the sons of God, the rebel angels, and the children of men intermarry before the flood and create this race of giants, the Nephilim. But there is also a period of time, for example, after the wandering of Israel, that the Israelites send scouts into the land, and then they see these giants, these Nephilim, kind of in the Philistia area. And then finally, again, we have the last of these giants, Goliath, and then these other giants that are associated with Goliath in the Elhanan story. And so there is a thread of this giants and legends about giants running around in the Bible, but why it's associated with the Philistines, I don't know, because I don't necessarily, think that, it would be different. It would be different if this was like Roman legends about Teutons, right? Because we know that like the Germanic peoples were head taller than the Italians and things like that. But there's no particular reason to think that I think Mycenaeans or Greeks or any Proto-Greeks are any taller than the local Levantine people. So I don't know that
there's any particular reason why, like, the Philistines, if there is, if it's archaeologically, it's been shown that the Philistines are taller or something like that, but I haven't heard that or read that. So it might just be a literary association. Q2.
We move. I have spoken.
Oh, okay. Unitarian also asks, was the later Greco-Roman designation of the region as Palestine meant as a slight against the Jewish population? Yes. So Palestine was one of the names for the area. So sometimes people want to say that the Romans only did this and they created the name. The place has many names, and there isn't any one, because there's all kinds of competing identities. And so even though a lot of these peoples are all extremely related to each other and have all of the same kind of language and customs and so forth, they don't consider themselves to be the same people, and so there were multiple overlapping names for how to designate the area. So yes, as we'll see when we finally get to this lecture on the Bar Kokhba revolt and the final Roman-Jewish war, the Romans were pretty serious about. They were, third time's the charm for them too, in terms of these wars, and they wanted to wipe Judea off the map, literally. And so it was definitely not meant as a slight only, but also just to get rid of the local Jewish population. They were not allowed to be there anymore. And the same thing happened too. They renamed the city of Jerusalem, was wiped out, and it was totally rebuilt, and it was renamed.
Aelia
so
Capitolina.
Aelia Capitolina, as opposed to Jerusalem. And actually, almost all of the oldest ruins and even the form of the city as it exists now is primarily ruins of Aelia Capitolina, because the Romans so destroyed the preceding city. Anarchy Senpai says, is it possible that Samson's story is actually a commentary on Greeks and Hellenic virtues / philosophy, where even a jawbone of an ass is essentially mocking the idea? So maybe, but here's the thing, is that this particular story isn't necessarily, so whereas I was definitely seeing some Greek stuff in the Goliath story, I don't know that there's necessarily anything here that this has got a Greek or Hellenistic philosophy. So this is coming out of a I think it's probably intentionally mocking, the fact that it's a jawbone of an ass is probably true, but I wouldn't necessarily think that that's necessarily coming out of Greek or Hellenic philosophy. It's too early for that, I think. Mike Rogers says, it seems the Philistines treated women differently than the Hebrews. What do we know about that? So one of the things that happens a lot in it's one of the things that will happen a lot in literature is that people often think that foreigners treat women differently, or and they will want to portray. They will sometimes even want to portray foreigners as let's say cowed by their women, or having to obey their women and so forth, and it's a slight on their manliness and so on. And so the Greeks are constantly portraying the Persians that way. There is a difference between how the Persians treated women and maybe better than Greeks, who are notable misogynists. But I don't know that we know anything about that about the Philistines, because we don't have Philistine sources about that as well. So, and by the way, we also have this contemporary thing where we actually have a female judge in the form of Deborah in the same book here. So, and so whereas in some ways that's showing that there can be female leadership, on the other hand, even in that story, it's trying to make the case that if a woman beats you up, what that kind of shows is that your enemies are unmanned, right? And so really it's God that's doing it. So there is some underlying misogyny in the Deuteronomic source here. And so, it's the kind of thing like James Bond is the villain Soviet spies are always hot women, right? so it's saying something that the Cold War misogynist British spy, James Bond, is sort of representing the manly values of the West or something like that, and the Soviets are decadent with their, because women are their spy. I don't know. But it doesn't mean anything necessarily about the reality of the West or the East. It's simply a literary thing, I think, maybe. Leon says, what does John think was the evil in the sight of the Lord that got the Israelites in trouble with their neighbors? So the Deuteronomist's school is very clear what the evil in the sight of the Lord is, which is that you start worshiping the neighbor's gods. So you're not supposed to have an Asherah pole. You're not supposed to, worship Dagon or Chemosh or Molech. You're not supposed to make cakes for the Queen of Heaven. If you do all those things, which, by the way, the Israelites were always doing, because in the First Temple period, the Israelites are predominantly all pagans, just like everybody else, and it is only a tiny group of reformers, religious reformers, centered around the Jerusalem temple priesthood and also the monarchy, that are trying to get everybody to be henotheists, even not even real monotheists. And so anyway, the point of it is, though, Leon, is that the thing you're doing wrong is having other gods. And so the Deuteronomist believes that will be the solution. Becoming a monotheist will be the solution to the problem of evil. But then what ends up happening, we find out in the Second Temple period, is once the Jewish people are monotheists, they don't only prosper. So it turns out that the Deuteronomic solution to the problem of evil actually doesn't work. And then people have to ask, well, why do the righteous suffer now? We thought it was because of disobedience, but in fact, suffering is more complicated than we originally thought in the Bible. Kenneth Gregory says, who are the Kenites? Are there any mention of them in the Bible outside of the story of Deborah? Is there any significance to Jael being a Kenite? So yes, there are a lot of Kenites, and there's a whole Kenite thesis and connection. So, for example, the Kenites are listed among the original inhabitants of the Promised Land in Genesis. Moses' father-in-law, Jethro, is sometimes called a Kenite. He's also a Midianite priest, but anyway, he's associated with the Kenites. Kenites are also mentioned in relationship to the Israel after the conquest of Canaan, and Saul is actually kind of advising the Kenites at a certain time, so he wants the Kenites to break away their alliances with other groups like the Amalekites before he attacks the Amalekites. So there's sort of like an allied people, and indeed there's a whole Kenite thesis about some of the Israelite origins and so forth. So it's probably, so this is just another example of a Kenite connection here with Jael being a Kenite. Rain Weber says, have any modern groups taken Philistine origin myths, or are they an entirely extinct culture? Palestine has nothing to do with it. No, so Palestine does have something to do with it. So Palestine inherited its name from the Philistines, and the Philistines, like I say, are an ancient people that were there, and ultimately there is a conquering people, the Peliset, who merged together with a local Canaanite people to become the Philistines, who become a Canaanite-speaking people. At a certain point, when the whole area of Palestine or Canaan or Lesser Syria, when that all gets overrun by the Assyrians and the Babylonians and ultimately becomes part of the Persian Empire, everybody there starts speaking Aramaic and writing in Aramaic, and that includes the people of the northern kingdom, the Sumerians, the Samaritans, and also the people of Judah. And so they don't speak Hebrew anymore by the time of Jesus. They're speaking Aramaic. They don't write with the Paleo-Hebrew alphabet anymore. They're using modern Hebrew alphabet, which is Aramaic. They don't use the ancient calendar anymore. They're using the Aramaic calendar, the Babylonian calendar, and so forth, which is the modern Jewish calendar. So in other words, all of the Philistines too also continue on and continue to be an Aramaic people, and they continue to be a Palestinian people, and subsequently are conquered by the Persians, then the Greeks, and the Romans, then the Persians again, and then the Romans again, and then finally the Arabs. And largely, again, for all of these people, usually what happens is the bulk of the people always continue living there. They assimilate to the new language. There's a whole bunch of admixture of people who migrate in and migrate out and so forth, but essentially the people are still there to this day. So, or some cases there was a diaspora, where some of them became the Jewish people and are spread all around, and some of them have come back. Yeah, I've already answered that. So I answered that. So, so Fastball Flakes asks, John at Center Place, would you lose your power to continuing giving lectures if you had your hair cut off? So I grew out my hair for the first time in 92, and it's been pretty much sort of like this, a little longer, a little shorter, in all of that many years. So I haven't tested it. It's been, what is that, 33 years. But it has sort of become at a certain point your brand identity. So probably aren't gonna. I'm not gonna test it anyway. So that's where we'll leave you. So thanks, guys, and we will see you next week. Remember what we're talking about next week, Nero?
We are talking about Holy Wisdom and the Logos.
Oh yeah, Holy Wisdom and the Logos. It's gonna be a great one. It's gonna be like we just had one on the Trinity. We're doing ones of these where we're trying to piece together and understand.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for checking out my YouTube channel today, The Study of Antiquity and the Middle Ages. I'm your host, as always, Nick Barksdale, and today we are joined by a very special guest, Dr. Mayer. Dr. Mayer, thank you so much for coming on today.
My pleasure. Great to be here.
Now we are getting to the intense subject, and that is religion. So I had a few people really asking the same questions, and I really want to get into this because I'm fascinated by the history of religion myself. And so not that we may know a lot, we may not know much at all, but Just Spector asked, the first question that naturally comes to mind is regarding religion and rituals of these people. What evidence is there about the religion of these people? And more importantly, is there a change in religious architecture and artifacts after the coming of the Philistines?
Okay. Great question. The Philistine religion is a fascinating topic. Over the last couple of decades, we have more and more information. Up until 20 years ago, the only Philistine temple was a temple that was found at Tel-Kasila, which was on the very, very outskirts of the region settled by the Philistines. In more recent years, we have a couple of temples at Tzelafchad. We have a temple at several temples at Ekron, both the early Iron Age and the late Iron Age. And there's a lot of other material remains from Philistine culture. And interestingly, one of the big problems with the study of the Philistines is most of the data we have come from large cities. We don't have a lot of data from the small rural sites, etc. And recently, we've had some interesting cultic remains coming from the non-urban sites, and I'll talk about them in a moment. Now, when we look at the early Philistine cult, there are some things that remind us very much of the Aegean. For example, some of the plans of the buildings which are deemed as cultic seem to have some connection to the Megaron from Greece. Some of the figurines seem to have some connection to the Megaron from Greece. For example, some of the plans of the buildings which are deemed as cultic seem to have some connection to the Megaron from Greece. Some of the figurines seem to be Aegean-inspired or very close to Aegean-like figurines, but not exactly. Similar, but not identical. There are various cultic paraphernalia which shows various influences from various Eastern Mediterranean cultures. When we start getting later in the Iron Age, for example, the very big temple that was found from the end of the Iron Age at Ekron, there the architecture is either slightly Cypriot or Assyrian, or some people say there's some Egyptian aspects in it. It's not as clearly Aegean as they tried to say in the past. And interestingly, also, the cultic objects are much mixed batch, but nevertheless, in that temple, they found that inscription which mentions the goddess Potnia or Patgaia, which has a connection to the Aegean. Now, when we look at other Philistine cultic locations, so for example, at Tzelafchad, we have a Philistine temple in the lower city, which has, for the most part, I would say it's more, as far as its architecture, it's very local in character. But some of the cultic aspects show some connections to the Aegean. So, for example, we have a group of votive vessels, small vessels, meant to be given to the temple, and among them there's a conch, a tonagalea conch, which is a type of conch which we know from the Aegean that it has cultic uses, and not in the Levant. So there's this very interesting mixture of things. Recently, at the rural Philistine site of Nahal Patish, they found a small temple, and in the temple they found some objects which seem to have Aegean influences. And the same thing goes at the site of Yavne, which is in the modern city of Yavne, which is in, let's say, northwest of Gat, somewhere in the area of Ashdod. They found a cultic repository pit with thousands of cultic objects, probably belonging to a temple, which they did find. And this repository pit had all kinds of cultic objects. And again, some of the objects there have some indications of Aegean influence on them, but a lot of local things. So it's this, there again, it's this complex mixture. Now, who are the Philistine deities? The biblical tradition is the main Philistine deity is a god by the name of Dagon. And this was seen as a male god. But when we look at the Philistine archaeological remains, most of the indications show that the main Philistine deity was a goddess. That goes for most of the figurines. The inscription that we have from Ekron, the depictions of a woman, of birds, etc. So it could be, and one of the possibilities is the god Dagon in the Bible is actually a goddess who the later biblical writers, did a sex change operation on that goddess and turned it into into a god. So there's a variation. But in addition to that, there seems to be other secondary gods and goddesses in the play as well, and that's very common in the ancient Near East of having various gods playing a role. So that's more interesting.
thank you for checking out my YouTube channel today, The Study of Antiquity and the Middle Ages. I'm your host, as always, Nick Barksdale, and today we are joined by a very special guest, Dr. Mayer. Dr. Mayer, thank you so much for coming on today.
My pleasure. Great to be here.
Would you mind telling us a little bit about yourself?
Sure. I'm an archaeologist at Bar-Ilan University. That's in Ramat Gan, Israel. That's a city right outside of Tel Aviv. My expertise is Eastern Mediterranean archaeology, the Bronze and Iron Age, sometimes called in my field biblical archaeology. And I've directed the excavations, are still directing the excavations at a major site in Israel called Tel Esafi, which is a site settled from the late prehistoric periods until modern times. And in particular, during the Bronze and Iron Ages, it was the site of Gat. And during the Iron Age, it was the site of Philistine Gat, one of the major Philistine sites. So I've been dealing with the Philistines and their interactions with other cultures and their formation, who they are, and a transformation of how we understand who they are for a long time. In addition to that, I'm the editor of a very important archaeological journal in Israel, the Israel Exploration Journal. I direct a research center on the relation between Israel and Aram in early times. And I keep busy. I try to keep out of trouble.
I would like to start with a very common question asked by many of my subscribers. And I'm going to pick what 𝐤𝐿𝐻𝐿 asked, and that was, who were the Philistines and where did they come from and how did they arrive to the Levant?
First of all, that's who are the Philistines, where they come from, and how they arrived. That's a great question. And archaeological research has been dealing with this for, let's say, about 150 years. If I think of what I studied about the Philistines as a student at the Hebrew University in the 80s and 90s, and how my understanding has transformed over the last 20, 25 years, it's a very nice way of showing how exciting, how dynamic, and how enigmatic this topic is. So, for example, for many, many years, what we knew about the Philistines was really based on the biblical text. And in the biblical text, you have a quite detailed collection of stories which relate about the interface between the Israelites and Judahites and the Philistines. Almost always, the Philistines are presented in a negative manner. For the most part, they're presented as enemies, while sometimes they're presented as neighbors. And I always like saying, the cycle of stories about Samson. So on the one hand, a lot of the stories, he's killing Philistines. In the end, he's killed by Philistines. Even in the biblical text, he marries a couple of Philistines and he visits the Philistines regularly. So it's a complex, multifaceted relationship. Now, you also have to remember that the biblical depiction of the relation between Israel and the Philistines is written by the Israelites, or even whether during the Iron Age or later. So it's clearly a very subjective view on the Philistines. So very early on in ancient Near Eastern studies, archaeology and textual studies, the attempt was made to try to get a more objective view, whether it's from using other ancient Near Eastern texts, whether it's Assyrian, Babylonian, or Egyptian, or from the archaeological remains. And so there's been a very interesting process in which we've sort of put the flesh on the bones, the color and the painting, in addition to the biblical story. And in some places, it fits in nicely, and in some places, it's very different. So, for example, when I started studying as an archaeology student, the accepted paradigm was that the Philistines were a group of people who were mainly from the area of Mycenaean Greece, and that was their culture. And during the upheaval of the transition between the late Bronze Age and the Iron Age, usually dated to somewhere slightly after 1200, among other things, because of the depictions of the sea peoples, which we'll talk about in a moment, in the reliefs of Medinat Habu, of Ramses III mortuary temple, So they were seen as one of the groups of sea peoples who, because of all the collapse that's going on in the late Bronze Age, Iron Age transition, migrated from the Aegean to the eastern Mediterranean coast, and for specifically the Philistines, the southern coast of what we would call modern Israel, Palestine, between modern-day Tel Aviv and modern-day Gaza. And supposedly they landed in some sort of like a D-Day-like invasion, captured the Canaanite cities, replaced the inhabitants with these new this new population, brought with them this Mycenaean-like culture, and then they started a process of slow change from Mycenaean through more and more assimilation, taking more Levantine aspects, until supposedly by the end of the Iron Age, they had assimilated and become local yokels, sort of another version of the local Levantines. And again, it was seen that these were mainly people with a strong connection to the Aegean world, and particularly the Mycenaean culture. And this was seen in aspects of material culture, particularly in pottery, in architecture, in hints to their language, all kinds of things like that. And there was a debate whether did they come by sea or did they come by land, but more or less that was the story. And that is how, for example, when I started the excavations at Tzelafchad, among other things, aiming to work on the Philistine levels, the Iron Age levels, that was sort of the paradigm I had in my head, and that was my research agendas were based on something of the sort. So, for example, since for many years they assumed that the Philistines came from the Aegean, from the Mycenaean culture, and the Mycenaeans were writing with linear B. And in Cyprus at that time, there was the 𝐤𝐿𝐼𝐻 writing. So for years and years and years, everybody assumed it's just a question of time until we find an archive of Aegean-like script in Philistia. So I used to dream. Do I still dream? Yes, I still dream. I would love to find an archive of Philistine writing, of early Iron Age Philistine writing. But after 25 years of excavating at Tzelafchad and 100 years excavating at all the other sites in Philistia, and they really have not found any substantial amount of text, and even the few that have been found are questionable and undecipherable, etc. So, for example, one of the things that comes through is there ain't no Mycenaean writing in early Philistia. Then, to add to this, if in fact these were Mycenaean or very close to Mycenaean people who arrived in Philistia, they should come with the whole package of Mycenaean material culture. Now, some of the things do remind us of the Mycenaean, for example, pottery, the Mycenaean 3C pottery. But, for example, not all the components of the Mycenaean 3C pottery assemblage that we'll have in Greece or in Cyprus exists in Philistia. On the other hand, other aspects of the early Philistine material culture, some comes from Cyprus, some comes from Anatolia, some comes from Egypt, from all kinds of different regions. And to make that even more complex, after we've excavated 4 of the 5 major Philistine cities, that's Ashdod and Ashkelon along the coast, and Gat and Ekron slightly inland. The 5th one, Gaza, is unfortunately now not available for excavation. Hopefully sometime in the future will be. I always joke that they're excavating but not archaeologically. Unfortunately now not available for excavation. Hopefully sometime in the future will be. I always joke that they're excavating but not archaeologically. I always joke that they're excavating but not archaeologically. So we know that the early Philistine arrival didn't bring about the destruction of these Canaanite cities. And So more and more, there is a feeling, myself and Louise Hitchcock, who you have spoken to, and others, is that the Philistine culture at its very beginning is a mixed, I like calling it a Mediterranean salad. It's it's not a Greek salad even. They're coming from all kinds of places, an entangled culture. And when they arrive, not only do they have people from various origins outside of the Levant, but they settle with local Levantine peoples. And so the early Philistine culture is, in fact, this like amalgamation of different material cultures and different cultural influences coming together. And when the Philistines create this culture continues to exist and continues to interact with its environment, influencing environment on the one hand, but also being influenced by other cultures around there. But till the very end of the Iron Age, the Philistines retain their very distinct identity. You know, it's not as if they lost their cultural identity. By the end of the Iron Age, they didn't know who they were. They knew that they were Philistines, and that a Philistine from each of the city knew that from what city, and he knew he was different from a Phoenician, from an Israelite, from a Judite, from an Egyptian, from an Ammonite, an Edomite, etc. So it's a very interesting transition. Going back to the question of who the Philistines were, they're groups of people. They're comprised of groups of people who came from all kinds of places during the collapse of the late Bronze Age. And it's not a one-day process or migration, but it's apparently an extended process of a century or century and a half. And they landed and they formed a culture which went through this ongoing transformation.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for checking out my YouTube channel today, The Study of Antiquity and the Middle Ages. I'm your host, as always, Nick Barksdale, and today we are joined by a very special guest, Dr. Mayer. Dr. Mayer, thank you so much for coming on today.
My pleasure. Great to be here.
I'd like to also follow this up with a question from myself before we keep going, and that is, would you mind giving us a brief history of the etymological origins of the term Philistine?
Okay, well, that's also one of the biggest questions and problems with the name Philistia or the Philistines is, what does it come from? Now, there are various suggestions. First of all, let's start that in the Medinat Habu reliefs, Ramses III gives a list of various groups of the so-called Sea peoples, and one of them is something that if we translated into English would be Parsha𝓁. And since the Egyptians at that time, at that stage of the Egyptian language, didn't have an L, anything that's L turns into R. So it's probably Parsha𝓁, something like that. So that's the earliest mention of the Philistines. Now, there have been suggestions that the Philistines perhaps are in some way related to the enigmatic early Greek group, the Pelasgians. There's some similarity with the name, but first of all, who the hell are they? Nobody really knows who the Pelasgians are, of one. And two, there's no way of proving that. The other suggestion that already appears in early Jewish biblical commentaries, that means from centuries ago, is that Philistines, or in Hebrew, Plishtim, there's a root in Hebrew, something like palash, which means invader or invade. So it was suggested that maybe it's a Philistine, it's a Semitic word for invaders, but that couldn't be because they're probably coming from outside. Now, even more recently, there's an entity, either an ethnic state or something of the sort, which is mentioned in written sources from northern Syria, southern Turkey in the early Iron Age, particularly in Luwian writing, and it's something like either Walasatin or Palasatin. And so some people have suggested, and this is not accepted by everybody, that there were two groups of Philistines, one in the north and around the Amuk Valley in southern Turkey and northern Syria, and another one in the south, the southern Philistines, the ones that are known from the Bible. This is very questionable, and it's although it's been mentioned a lot in the research in the last 10, 15 years, there's a lot of reasons to be very, very hesitant about accepting that. So the bottom line is we really don't know what's the source of the name Philistines. Now, another interesting thing is both how that name was used during the Iron Age and how it was used after the Iron Age. So, as in most ancient and traditional societies, people most often identify themselves by their local settlement, their very, very local tribe, their family, etc. So when we do have mention of people from Philistia, whether during the Iron Age or slightly afterwards, they're very often called the Gittite, the Ashkelonite, the Gazite, and not as Philistine. And Philistine is a term which is more, I would say, nebulous in meaning. The other question, and that's very interesting, and this people very often ask, is what's the connection between the biblical Philistines and the modern Palestinians? And that's also a very interesting process of the development of the name, because the Philistines as a culture and as a people existed between around 1200 to about 604. In 604, Nebuchadnezzar, this king of Babylon, the same Nebuchadnezzar who 20 years later destroys the temple in Jerusalem. So the remaining Philistine cities in 604 revolted against him, and he came and campaigned, and in typical Babylonian fashion, destroyed them, killed them all. Whoever was left was exiled. And they were exiled to Mesopotamia. And here and there we have a few sources mentioning some people who are identified as people from the Philistine cities, but they cease to exist as a cultural entity, as a polity, as a defined cultural group. Now, nevertheless, the region in which the Philistines lived, that's the southern coastal plain of modern-day Israel, was already recognized by the Greeks as Philistia, or something like that, something in early Greek. So even after the Philistines stopped living there, that region was still called Philistia by the Greeks, just as there's no more people of the Milwaukee tribe who live in Milwaukee or in Manhattan or in Cincinnati or whatever, but it's still called that. So the same thing, the Greeks continued calling the region of the southern coastal plain Philistia. And then in 135 CE, after the Jews revolted against the Romans in the famous Bar Kokhba revolt, as a punishment for the revolt by the Judeans, the Romans changed the name of the land from Judea to Palestina. And from that point onwards, anybody living in Palestine, Palestina, what would it do to call the land of Israel, was called a Palestinian. So it's a very interesting connection. It's on the one hand, there is a connection, but there's no genetic connection, there's no cultural connection, but it's a connection by the use of the name in relationship to the Philistines. So there is also a very interesting question, as we said, as not only who the Philistines were, but what is Philistia?
Today we are with the professor of Bar-Ilan University, Aaron Meyer. Welcome.
Thank you.
Aaron Meyer is a world-renowned archaeologist. He has been excavating Tel El Safi, ancient city of God, for 25 years. Welcome to our show. It's a big pleasure to have you here.
It's a pleasure to be here.
Recently, we had been talking to Professor Eric Klein from Washington University about the collapse of the Bronze Age. This is the time actually when the first Philistines appear in the land of Canaan, or land of Israel, how we call it later. Who actually were those people, according to your archaeological research, and why they came, and what is their origin?
Okay, that's a great question. We could spend a year and a half talking about it, but we'll try to synthesize this. In the 13th century, we see a slow and developing process of which the world order of the late Bronze Age starts to come apart, and it doesn't begin at the end of the 13th century, around 1200, but several decades before it. And we have, from various sources, indications that various issues were beginning to be put into play that caused the eventual collapse of this world order. And this includes changes in climate, appearance of new cultural groups, perhaps earthquakes are involved with this, invasions of people, etc. And what this brings about is that for a period of about 150 years or so, from about 1250 to about 1100, we see that the picture that we had during the late Bronze Age changes. And I like to say that since archaeologists are like time travelers, and if we would go into our time machine and go to 1300, look around, and then get out and go to 1200 and then to 1100, we would see a drastic change, but it's not an overnight change. It's a very long, drawn-out change. And one of these aspects, and one of the causes, but also one of the results, is the appearance of all kinds of new cultural groups. Among them, what's known as the so-called Sea peoples, peoples who apparently come from the central and perhaps even the Western Mediterranean, and some of them arrive in the area of the Eastern Mediterranean coastal coast, the area of Israel, Lebanon, and Syria. And among them, we have the Philistines. Now, who are the Philistines? This is one of the biggest questions in current research of the early Iron Age. We can differentiate between the traditional interpretations and new directions that have developed recently. And I think part of these ideas are coming out from the excavations that we've been conducting at Tel El Safi for the last 25 years. In the past, it was assumed that the Sea peoples in general and the Philistines in particular were basically groups of people who came from Greece, maybe Sardinia, maybe Sicily, maybe Western Anatolia. And during the period of the collapse of the late Bronze Age and the end of the 13th and the beginning of the 12th century BCE, they migrated eastwards towards the eastern coast of the Mediterranean. And supposedly, according to the let's say the explanation that I was taught as a student, the Egyptian king Ramses III, in the beginning of the 12th century, tells us that in his reliefs at Medina Tabu, the temple of Medina Tabu, that he fought a group of people, including the Philistines and the Dananu and the Jeker and a couple of other groups of people. And supposedly, subsequently, the Philistines settled in the southern coastal plain. The Jeker settled in the Carmel coast, maybe the Chardanu farther to the north. As someone once said, it was sort of like a D-Day-like invasion with different beaches, and each one landed on a different beach. And this was very much the understanding that the Philistines, like other Sea peoples, were a group that invaded Canaan in the very early Iron Age and settled and brought with them a new foreign non-Canaanite culture.
Could we refer to the Philistines as a one group of people?
Well, we have Ramses the third mentions a group called the Parsha𓁇𝑬Mas'ei. And since the Egyptians at that time, in the Egyptian language, there was no El, it's assumed that it was a way of writing Parsha𝑁, and it was thought that it was a group of people that came from somewhere that might be the original name. Nowadays, our interpretation is very, very different. And I'll start from going a little back, because when we look at the cities of Canaan in the southern coastal plain that existed during the late Bronze Age, many of them at the very end of the late Bronze Age were not destroyed. We don't see massive destruction layers at Ashdod, at Gath, at Ekron, which indicate a massive destruction of a Canaanite city, and then a new, completely fresh culture being settled on the site, supposedly representing the Philistines. Rather, we see that in many places the destruction, if at all, is very minimal, and there's no replacement of a culture. And when we see this new culture, this new Philistine culture, it's not a culture which represents any other region specifically. That means we can't say that the Philistines were people who came from the Mycenaean culture, or from some Western Anatolian culture, or from Crete, or from Cyprus, because the material culture of the early Philistines is a mixed culture, what we call an entangled culture, because some of their aspects are Mycenaean, some are Cretan, some are Cypriot, some are even Egyptian or Western Anatolian, or even from farther away. And more so, when we look very closely at the Philistine material culture, one of the things that we see that there is no destructions, that it's not migrating groups that came to the southern coastal plain and destroyed the Canaanite cities and replaced the culture and brought with them a new non-local culture, but rather we see that from the very early stages of the Iron Age, when the Philistine culture appears, it's comprised of people of various origins. It's not only Mycenaean or Cretan or Cypriot or Western Anatolian, but rather there are aspects in the early Philistine culture that are Mycenaean, Cypriot, Cretan, Western Anatolian, Egyptian, and even from farther afield. And more importantly, there's evidence of Canaanites within the culture. That means that the Philistine culture is a mixed culture comprised of various groups who came together, coalesced, and became entangled to form this unique culture that we call the Philistines. And when we're talking about who they could be, so it's probably a very mixed, not only of origins, but types of cultures. And for example, we've been arguing recently that perhaps one of the components that the Philistines were comprised of were pirates, because if we're talking about the end of the late Bronze Age, the beginning of the Iron Age, the time of a collapse of the political economic systems within the Eastern Mediterranean, one of the typical things that happens when political systems become weak is that marginal groups start piracy and become bandits and things like that. And so it could very well be that among the Philistines, you also had a substantial component of pirates, not that they were only pirates, but that was also among them. So when you look at who the Philistines are, instead of this image of people who got on the boats in Greece, came over to this area, landed, captured the Canaanite cities, and then started afresh with a foreign culture, they're starting from the very beginning with a mixed culture, which then develops and changes with time, but still retains its uniqueness because it's comprised of such a broad range of different influences coming together.
If I'm going to the Egyptian sources, and they're describing the fight with Philistines, and they expelled them, and they in fact settled them in Canaan. But if I'm going to the Bible, I will find the story of the first king of Israel, Saul, who is actually going for an epic battle with the Philistines, where he finds his death. And that happens at the Mount Gilboa, which is located at the north. Not the place I would naturally expect to find the Philistines. So how could that be? Is that the same Philistines described by the Egyptian sources?
Well, okay. First of all, let's talk about these two sources. The Ramses III description, the depiction of the battle with the Sea Peoples and the Philistines, that's an ideologically backed depiction. So even if there is a kernel of historicity in it, we have to take into account that what you're seeing there is the version that the Egyptian king wanted to portray. So it's not necessarily what happened. It's what the Egyptian king, Ramses III, wanted us, the viewers, to think that happened. The same thing goes for the biblical text. The biblical text, probably most of what's written about the Philistines is written down much later than the actual time. And it's, again, even if it does to a certain extent depict actual events, it's actual events which some of were remembered, and all of them are through the filter of the writers and editors of the biblical text who have an ideological message or messages to portray. So that's what we start with that. So you can't just say that it's one historical reality as opposed to another historical reality. It's two ideological realities. Now, when you look at the Egyptians, so they do describe a battle against the Philistines and other so-called Sea Peoples, which, by the way, is a modern term. It's not an ancient term, Sea Peoples. And so there probably was some kernel of truth in this, and probably did fight these various groups. But on the other hand, from the archaeological evidence, we don't have any clear evidence of this specific battle. So it could very well be that the process of the settlement of the culture that we call the Philistines was a long, drawn-out process. I think it already started in the late 13th century, before the depiction of the battle of Ramses III in Medina Tabu, and this drawn-out process eventually brought about the appearance of these various Philistine cities. Now, on the other hand, when you go to the biblical text, most of the biblical text which deals with the Philistines does place the Philistines in the coastal plain or in the Shvelah, the Judean foothills. There are some things where they're placed elsewhere, such as the Battle of Saul in the Gilboa mountain, but most do place it. But on the other hand, a lot of what relates to who the Philistines are in the early Iron Age, the Bible doesn't know about. The Bible is very lacking in information about the early Philistines. What the Bible knows more about is the Philistines in later phases of the Iron Age. So I think in both cases, we're dealing with sources which have partial information, which are attempting to give us a forced ideological view. And I don't think the lack of information makes this a contrast in a story.
You got your fame by excavating the city of God. And in fact, city of God is well known for the readers of the Bible, because it's mentioned in the Bible. But the question is whether the Bible is trying to portray the real city of God, its importance, its size. Can you tell us about the historical God city, which you see through the archaeology?
Okay. Well, first of all, God of the Philistine, up until our excavations, was really only known from the biblical text. And actually in the biblical text, Gat is mentioned more often than any other of the Philistine cities. So there is a feeling of the importance of Gat, and it's in the stories of David. It's a story of Goliath, of Achish, and other events in the Bible. One of the problems with the excavation of Gat is that for many, many years, the identification of Philistine Gat was not clear. And there are many, many places which were suggested. The most famous is Tel Arni, near Kiryat Gat, which was thought to be Gath of the Philistines. Subsequent to excavations, it's clear that it's not. And by the time I started the project in 1997, it was clear that this is where Philistine Gath is, but I had to prove it. And from the excavations, from the very beginning, but throughout the 25 years, it's become clear that the site of Gath during the Iron Age was one of the largest, if not the largest site in Canaan, and for sure in Philistia, during the Iron Age. And if up until then, we knew that the site was a Philistine city, our excavations have enabled us to look at this city in a very different way. First of all, it was settled from the very beginning of the Iron Age, and from around 1200, perhaps even a little before, we have evidence of the beginning of the Philistine culture. But surprisingly, from at least the 11th century onwards, that means the Iron 1B, and perhaps even a little beforehand, Gath develops into this enormous 45 to 50 hectares, that's 450 to 500 dunam, which includes both the upper Tel, what we call the upper city, and a very large lower city below to the north of the upper Tel, and it turns it into, for all intents and purposes, the largest city in Canaan, in the land of Israel, until its destruction by Hazael in 830 BCE. So first of all, the very fact of its size was a big surprise. We weren't aware in the archaeological research of what this city is. The other thing is, the rich remains that we have from the site, and in particular the rich remains from the destruction of the site in 830 BCE in the Iron 2A, tells us a story that this city was the main city of the Philistines at this time, and it apparently was the strongest city-state in the region. It apparently was very, very important, had a very, very important role in trade. Among other things, copper coming from the Arava, perhaps other exotic materials coming from farther away. We have evidence that Greek pottery was traded with Gath in an early stage. And of all the sites of the Iron 2A in Canaan, Rehovot in the Beit She'an Valley and Gath in the Shfela have more alphabetic inscriptions than any other site. That means sites like Jerusalem or Megiddo or Gezer or wherever have almost no inscriptions from this period. Rehovot and Gath have more than all of them. And perhaps this is a hint to the regional roles of these two sites during the late Iron 1 and early Iron 2A. And this is very interesting because Rehovot is not even mentioned in the Bible. Gath is mentioned in the Bible, but it's what the Bible knows about it is not that extensive. And so we seem to have two sites which had much importance in early stages of the Iron Age, and perhaps the memory that the Bible has of these sites is somewhat, of one is completely forgotten, and the other of God, even though it appears, the Bible doesn't fully explicate what the role of the city was. And a beautiful example is when you go to the description in the biblical text in 2 Kings 12:18 of the destruction of the city by Hazael. So this is mentioned in passing, in half a passage, that Hazael went up to Gath and destroyed the city. And then he goes on to Jerusalem, and there's a whole story. And this event is an enormously important geopolitical event that occurs in the mid 9th century. It changes the whole geopolitical structure of the land of Israel at the time, and it's mentioned in passing. Why is it mentioned in passing? Because the ideological story that the biblical writer is interested in telling, this event is only marginal.
Could you describe the population of Gath, the inhabitants, and if you could give a rough estimate, how many of them were there?
Okay, well, first of all, rough estimates are just that, rough estimates. I mean, people who try to tell you how many people lived in a certain city it's always a very, very big thing. I would say it probably somewhere between 5 and 10,000 people, which is not large in modern terms, but for the ancient world and particularly the ancient land of Israel, it probably was a very large and substantial city. And we know this also from the size of the fortifications, the size of the city in itself, the various buildings that we have. There's a very impressive remains on the site. Now, who were the people? I think the people who lived in Gath during the Iron Age were a combination of the foreign and local peoples who comprised the Philistines from the very early Iron Age. And in addition to that, there was an ongoing interaction with the other populations that lived in the region. We sometimes have this image that it's very easy to define and differentiate between the various so-called identity groups. I prefer identity groups than ethnic groups that existed in the period, and that they were Philistines and they were Canaanites and they were Israelites and Judites. But life was much more messy and much more gray. And I think there was a lot of interplay between the groups. And for example, a very good example is the Samson narratives. Samson is an Israelite or Judite who kills Philistines and is in the end killed by Philistines, but he also marries a couple of Philistines and goes back and forth with Philistines and participates in events with the Philistines. So it's a very enmeshed culture. And we have evidence of this as well, both at Gath, we have things coming from the Judite area, and in Judah, we have evidence of things coming from the Philistine region. So these people are connected. So there's an ongoing, enmeshment. And I think to a certain extent, although it's always dangerous to do this, if you compare modern day Israelis to modern day Palestinians, it's very much similar, because we're enemies, but on the other hand, we work together, we have the same food, the same dress, same jokes, etc. So it's a very enmeshed situation as in the past. Now, if I could add that we don't have many names of the people of Gath, neither from the biblical text or from the archaeological remains. And the two most famous Gittites in the Bible, of course, Achish, and Goliath. From our finds from the inscriptions that we have at Gath, we have a sherd which has on it two names, which are something like Walat and Alwat, and these two names are not exactly Goliath, but they're apparently, from a linguistic point of view, come from the same family of languages that the name Goliath comes from. So that hints to us that that part of the population that lived at Gath in the Iron Age also had Indo-European roots, just as it's hinted from the name Goliath and from the name Achish.
What could you teach us about the Philistines according to the material remainings, what they believed in, and their cult, their language?
Okay. Well, let's start with language. Language is one of the most fascinating aspects when we study the Philistines. And again, if we go back to the earlier interpretations of the Philistines, since it was thought that they were a group of people that came from Greece, so it was expected that they spoke a language more or less like ancient Mycenaean Greek, and that they supposedly wrote using writing systems similar to the writing systems that we know in Mycenaean Greece, such as Linear B or Cipro-Menon. With time, as we've been excavating in Philistia for 150 years about, we haven't found any clear-cut evidence that the Philistines in the early Iron Age used a non-local, let's say an Aegean writing system. So that's one thing. The second thing is, when we look at the biblical text, there's various hints in names and words that are used in relationship to the Philistines, and it's Achish and Goliath and Seren and a couple of other terms that the within the Philistine culture, there were people who were using Indo-European non-Semitic terms and names. This we see that in the archaeological remains. We have, as I said, those two names, sort of like Goliath, Alwat and Walat. There may be a mention of the term names in the archaeological remains. We have, as I said, those two names, sort of like Goliath, Alwat and Walat. There may be a mention of two names, sort of like Goliath, Alwat and Walat. There may be a mention of the term Seren, but it appears that the Philistines did not speak a Mycenaean Greek, if at all. And if we go to our current understanding of who the Philistines, they're a mixed group. They probably comprise what we would call a complex language community. That means a group of people who came from various language backgrounds, and when they came together, they probably formed some sort of language that combined elements from various origins. This would be what might be called a Creole or a Pidgin or something of the sort. And that's what they spoke. So they didn't speak Greek. They didn't speak Canaanite, but they probably spoke something somewhere in the middle. Now, as far as writing, modern people very often assume that if you speak, you also write. And that's not necessarily the case for sure in antiquity and even till today. And writing in the Aegean was always connected to palace administration. And once the palaces of the late Bronze Age Aegean collapsed, there was no reason to have writing anymore. So if the Philistines, even some of them did come from the Aegean area, and even if they came with some scribes, very soon afterwards, there was no reason for them to write. And that's why when we do see writing in Philistia, it's 2 centuries later, in the, let's say, in the late 11th, early 10th century BCE. And by then, they're writing using an alphabetic script similar to the alphabetic scripts, Hebrew, Phoenician, Proto-Canaanite, the archaic versions that we see in other cultures of the southern Levant as well.
And with the regard to the cult practices,
okay. So now, again, cult is always a fascinating topic. We know a little about cult from the Bible, and for example, we know according to the Bible, their main god deity was Dagon. When we start looking at the archaeological evidence, things are a little more fuzzy. And for example, from what we can see, it would appear that the main deity in Philistia is actually a goddess. It might be an Aegean type goddess, but we don't seem to have evidence that the main god is male, but rather female. And we have both at Gath and its other Philistine sites evidence of temples and cultic corners and cultic paraphernalia, which tell us very nicely that there's a lot of mixture in Philistine cult, and it's a great example of this entanglement that we talk about among the Philistines. That on the one hand you have Canaanite elements, on the other hand you have Aegean elements, on the other hand you have Cypriot elements and Egyptian, and they're all mixed together. And we even have, for example, at Gath, we have a large stone altar, which most of it looks like a typical 4-horned altar that we know so well in the Iron Age, except that it has 2 altars. And 2-horned altars are known from Cyprus and from the Aegean. So even this very object is an entanglement of different cultural traditions.
According to the biblical text, the first Israelites met with the Philistines during the process of the nation formation. And we see at some times they were friends, and even King David was serving in the king Achish, king of Gath. And of course, we know it's fierce wars between Israelis and Philistines. How could you describe these relations?
Well, I think the relationship was multidimensional. I think at times they were enemies, at times they were friends, at times they interacted, at times, it moved back and forth. And I think I don't think there ever was a period in which there was a wall, and we're on this side, you're on this side. Don't talk to me. Don't have anything to do with me. Even when they're fighting, supposedly, there's an ongoing interaction. That's one thing. And the other thing is the concept that this boundary was a static boundary is also something that I believe is mistaken. It's a very fluid and very moving and very non-concrete character, and that people moved from side to side, people changed sides.
No one shall deny
and you
my
can
people
a site like Timnah-Tel-Batash during the Iron Age. Part of the time it probably was affiliated more with the Philistines, and part of the time it was affiliated more with the Judite kingdom. And I think this was something very, very common. And boundary zones such as the Shfela, the Judean foothills, is a classic place in which you have this intermeshment.
So what eventually happened to the Philistines? When and why they disappeared?
Okay. So at 830, Hazael destroyed Gat. The 4 other cities,
I am stronger than before.
Ekron, Ashdod, Ashkelon, and Gaza, continued to exist to the end of the Iron Age. And in 604 BCE, the Philistine cities revolted against the Babylonian Empire. Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, the same king who would 15 years later destroy Jerusalem, campaigned to the Philistine cities, destroyed them completely, and it killed or exiled all the inhabitants. And after the Iron Age, in the early Persian period, we have very little evidence of population from Philistia. And when we do start seeing population in Philistia, they seem to be, as far as the material culture is concerned, very Phoenician in character. So the feeling is, and most scholars would agree, that most of the Philistines were killed, and those that were left, for the most part, were exiled to Babylon, to Mesopotamia. And there in Mesopotamia, for a century or so, we have evidence of people who regarded themselves as a person of Ashkelon, a person of Gaza, or something like that. But then they were assimilated, and they basically, as a people, disappeared. Now, why is the name Philistine or Philistia still retained in the name of the land Palestine? The reason that most people accept is that the Greeks who came to this region already during the Iron Age, whether as traders or mercenaries, in the late Iron Age, saw the people in the southern coastal plain, and that region was called either by the Philistines or by the Greeks something like Philistia. And even after the region was depopulated by of Philistines, the Greeks still called that specific region Palestine or Philistia. And eventually, particularly after the revolt by Bar Kokhba in 135, the Romans changed the name of the land from Judea to Philistia or Palestina. And so it's just like you go to Manhattan or you go to Cincinnati, and you're not going to find any people from the Manhattan tribe of North American Indians or in Cincinnati, but the names are retained. And I think that's what you have. So you don't have, I would say, direct genetic continuity between the former population of Philistia. They, for the most part, were probably destroyed or exiled, but you do have continuity in the toponyms and the general region and what was called.
One of the things to distinguish between the Israelites and the others is what they ate at the time.
Mm-hmm.
So the Philistines, what was their diet and what they used to eat?
Okay, so we often assume that, the famous French saying that tell me what tell you who you are. So for many years it was assumed that it's very easy to differentiate between Philistines and Israelites if you're talking about food, and in particular that supposedly the Philistines ate pig and dog, and the Israelites and Judites didn't. Unfortunately, like most things in life, it's more complicated than that. And we now know that, in fact, the Philistines did eat pig and dog, but at different sites in Philistia, there's a different amount of consumption of pig and dog meat. And on the other hand, when we go to the Israelites and the Judites, so it turns out that at many sites in Israel, they did eat pig. And when we go to Judah, at most sites they don't. But for example, just recently in Jerusalem, in a 9th century context, and it's been suggested that this might be in an 8th century context, it's suggested this is perhaps in the destruction caused by the earthquake in the time of Uzziah in the mid 8th century BCE. They found a little piglet in one of the houses. So which means that even if most of the Judites didn't eat pigs, some did. So that means that the identification of groups based on diet only, on yes or no pig, is more complex than we thought. That said, I think there is more Philistines eating pig than you do have Judites, and perhaps the lack of eating pig among the Judites at the time might be the very, very beginning of the dietary customs, which later developed into what we now know as kashrut, the Jewish dietary customs. But I think at this time, it was not as clear cut, and you eat pig, you're Philistine, you don't eat pig, you're not a Philistine. That's one thing. The other thing is we have other aspects that we can see of changes. And for example, when we look at the diet that the Philistines have from the point of view of plants, we can also say that with the appearance of the Philistine culture, there are new types of plants that appear in the region. There are new types of plants that are being used from the first time from the region. There are changes in agricultural practices and other things. Another way we can see the difference between the Philistines and others is also apparently hinted to in the Bible, a preference of drinking alcoholic beverages, and perhaps the biblical tradition about Samson being a Nazirite, someone who doesn't drink wine, might be some hint to this difference between the cultures. And one of the nice things is we have nice evidence from Philistia, and in particular from God, for what they drank. And we conducted a very interesting research project, which is still ongoing, in which we found at Gat several vessels, which traditionally we've called them beer jugs. That means it's a closed jug. This should have a neck here, and then it has a spout which has a strainer inside the spout. And this has very often been understood as a beer jug in which they had beer inside, and when you poured your beer into the cup or bowl that you were going to drink it from, this strained the sediment from within. There's all kinds of gook that comes with the but this was never proven. And a few years ago, we took a couple of these vessels, and by taking samples from within the vessels, a team of microbiologists from the Hebrew University who were collaborating with us managed to identify and isolate yeast cells from within these vessels, which means that the yeast cells that had existed in these vessels 3,000 years ago managed to find microenvironments within the ceramic matrix and continue to exist and reproduce for millennia, even though there was minimal food. And these yeast cells were identical to yeast cells used till today in the production of beer and wine and in fact bread. And what we managed to do is to isolate them, grow them. We identified them as far as DNA, and then we use these yeast cells to make beer. and we made beer, which came out very, very tasty.
Day and night.
And in fact, we're even thinking of perhaps commercializing it and selling Philistine beer. Who wouldn't want to drink Goliath beer? And it was a fantastic example of, we always talk about, feeling the past, and here we were tasting the past. And this is something very special. Now, another object which I mentioned before is this very, very unusual monolithic stone altar with two horns. This is a 3D print up on a smaller scale of the object. We did a very, very accurate 3D model of the original object, which, by the way, is in the Philistine Museum in Ashdod. Highly recommended to go visit there. And this gives us an idea of the size and the shape of the original object. And you can see that this altar was decorated in the front with this cornice here, and on the side it had two well-made horns in the front, but the back of the altar and its back sides are unfinished. And this is how the stone looked like it when it came out from the quarry. And they only made these two horns. These two horns were never produced. So the question is, did they perhaps make this and then they realized they forgot to make two horns and this was a second hand? Did they make two horns out of another material? Or is this a combination of a tradition of an altar with decoration 4 horns, but because it's bringing in an Aegean or Cypriot tradition of only 2 horns, so they made the object partly Levantine, partly Aegean in character, and this is a very nice, in my opinion, example of the entangled culture of the Philistines.
Professor Aaron Meir, thank you very much.
Oh, my pleasure. I'm glad you came to interview me.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the study of antiquity and the Middle Ages. As always, I'm your host, Nick Barksdale, and today we are joined once again by Dr. Aaron Meir. Many of you are going to be familiar with his work on the Philistines and the interviews he's done on the channel. I am very excited to say that this next series is going to deal with a subject that many of you have requested, and that is ancient Israel and the Israelites. Dr. Aaron Meir, thank you so much for coming on today.
It's my pleasure, like always.
So I'd like to start off by asking a very basic question, and that is, who were the ancient Israelites?
Well, that's the $63,000 question, as they say. We'll start like this. The ancient Israelites were a group that was eventually identified both by themselves and by others, but to a large extent, based on the traditions that come through in the biblical texts and the biblical traditions. Now, we do have sources that talk about the ancient Israelites or groups like the ancient Israelites from the very end of the Late Bronze Age and onwards, and not enough and too far, too few and far between, but they do enable us to sort of build a picture of who they are, where they came from, how they developed, etc. So, for example, the earliest non-biblical source which mentions the Israelites is an inscription of the Egyptian pharaoh Manasseh around 1200 or slightly before 1200 BCE, in a description of his activities mainly military activities in Canaan. That's more or less modern Israel, Jordan, Palestine, Lebanon of today. Fought battles against various peoples' towns. And one of the peoples that he mentions are the Israelites. And he claims that he destroyed them. Now, that's the first mention. And then the name Israel is not mentioned in an extra biblical source for several hundred years later, till the 9th century BCE, in what we call the Iron 2A. That would be parallel to the biblical chronology after the time of David and Solomon. This is after the separation of the Israelite kingdom and the Judahite kingdom to two kingdoms. And they're mentioned, the Israelites are mentioned in 3 or 4 sources as the king of Israel, something of the sort. So we know that at 1200, let's say in 10 BCE, the Egyptians knew of a group that was somewhere in Canaan, Palestine, land of Israel, whatever you want to call it, that they called that group Israelite. We don't know, based on that source, very much, just that there was a group with the name Israel out there. Now, in parallel to this, you have all the biblical traditions, which give us a narrative of a very long development of the background and development of the peoples and the groups that eventually became the Israelites, and the tradition of the fathers of the Israelites, and the sojourn in Egypt, and then the Exodus and the conquest of the land of Israel, etc. Now, of course, the big question is, and again, if there are people here who feel very strong about the biblical text, you'll excuse me if I offend anybody, but as an archaeologist, as a historian, as a scientist, we have to always question our sources. And the big question is, of course, what of the narrative that we receive in the biblical text is historical in the modern sense of history, that it actually describes events that occurred one by one at the time. And on the other hand, what parts of the biblical text are ideologically oriented to try to tell a story from certain point of view, from an ideological point of view, spoken much later than the events that supposedly happened. So then when we have the depiction, for example, in the biblical text of the Exodus, or the conquest of the land by Joshua, or David and Solomon, and actually any event described in the Bible, it's not that we assume it's not correct, but we say we have to use critical evidence of trying to find other sources that corroborate, whether it's other historical sources, archaeological evidence, that tell us that these events, depictions here, actually occurred in some way or another. So that's the problem when dealing with the Israelites. When we look for external sources depicting, telling us about Israelites, we have very few. So back to the question of who are the Israelites, they are eventually peoples who settle down, and somewhere in the 10th or 9th century, kingdoms were formed in what we would call now the Central Hills of Israel, or the West Bank in some jargon. And there you had the Judahite kingdom in the south and the Israelite kingdom in the north. And these people had two kingdoms, which are probably the people that we would call Israelites lived. Although the kingdom of Israel is probably the original Israelites. The kingdom of Judah were the Judahites. And once the kingdom of Israel fell to the Assyrians in 722, then apparently the kingdom of Judah took upon it the name Israelites. And that's why nowadays when we talk about Israelite history, for example, in the Iron Age, we're often talking about really Israelite history and Judahite history, which we've put together in the same basket. Now, the Israelites, if we want to call them that, we don't know for sure exactly their components. And was Israel the only main component or the other components? And we'll talk about later the various theories of how the Israelites appeared, whether from outside, from inside, all kinds of different views on this. What we do know that after the Iron Age, after the destruction of the Israelite kingdom, and then in 586 the destruction of the Judite kingdom and the temple in Jerusalem, the traditions relating to the Israelites during the Iron Age continue in various manners. Now, to a certain extent, that's where Jewish traditions coming from the Bible and other sources develop. And by the way, we have another group very closely related to the Jews, the Samaritans, who see themselves as being continuation of the Israelites also. So and from there the historical ball rolls along and things develop, and all kinds of different narratives connected to it.
Now let's talk etymological histories and origin. Where does the term Israelite come from?
Well, that's a very problematic question. There are various suggestions. What does Israel mean? One of the possibilities is it's the name is El, is one of the main Semitic gods, so that perhaps part of it. There have been various suggestions of implying that they came from somewhere in Arabia or somewhere in to the north of Israel, but that's very unclear. The bottom line is you have a group who's mentioned by Mer-Nekhtar, and it's Israel. And by the way, the Egyptians at that time didn't have a what we would call an L. So anything that was with an L, they turned into an R. So it's actually written Israel, something like that. And we see that in many languages. For example, if you think of between Japanese and English, the problem of the L and R. So at that time, but it's probably Israel, and that indicates, again, we don't know what the group was exactly, where they were exactly, but they were somewhere in Canaan, modern Israel, more or less. And the Egyptians considered them a people because, along with the name Israel, they had the Egyptian sign for an ethnic group. So it was considered by the Egyptians some sort of a group.
That's very interesting. I didn't realize that about the Egyptian and the R. So that's really interesting. It's kind of like, reminds me how there's no soft C in Latin. So in reality, everything's with a hard K, kind of like, or if you want to say Julius Caesar, or I'm not too fond of saying Tacitus. That just ruins it for me. So I'll say Tacitus. I feel like that's what everybody's familiar with.
Well, by the way, the story goes that in World War II, the American codes in the Pacific Theater, they purposely put in many words with L in it because it would be harder for a native Japanese speaker to fake them. So I mean that occurs in many interactions between languages. Now, by the way, there has been a suggestion that another Egyptian inscription mentions Israel from about 80 years before the Mer-Nekhtar inscription, from the time of Ramses II. This was suggested by a couple of scholars, but overall, it's not accepted by most. Most scholars read this inscription differently. But even if we should say that there is another inscription mentioning Israel around not 1210, but say 1280 BC, all it means is that that group, later to be known as Israel by the Egyptians and others, had a longer process of formation in this region. It doesn't tell us much more, because one of the issues that why there is some ideology behind this is that if you go according to the biblical narrative, so the Israelites should be enslaved in Egypt until the Exodus, and then they wander in the desert for 40 years. And then after the death of Moses, Joshua takes them in and captures the land. Now, very often, the time of the appearance of the Israelites, based on the Mernechtah and based on archaeology, is placed around 1200. And then archaeologists and historians say, hey guys, when we look at the land of Israel and the archaeological remains from Canaan at the transition between late Bronze Age and the Iron Age, we don't have evidence of a massive conquest of the land. We have some sites were destroyed, but it's a drawn-out process, and there's no, uniform military campaign in which these sites are destroyed. And going back, we don't have any clear evidence of the sojourn in the desert. We don't have clear evidence of the Exodus, etc. So some scholars will say, it's not in 1200. Let's put it back to 1400. Let's put it back to 1600. For example, some have suggested that it's connected to the Egyptians defeating the Hyksos at the end of the Middle Bronze Age, and they say, so the Hyksos are actually the Israelites who were kicked out of Egypt, and it connects to a tradition that appears in Josephus, etc. But it's all, so some of the people are trying to say, we have an earlier reference to Israel. It says, they're already around at that time. But that's a marginal opinion. I'm sure the people believe that don't think it's marginal, but I think when you look at most scholarship, it's marginal. And when we're talking about the appearance of Israel, it occurs sometime before 1200 BCE. That's when we have the first concrete evidence. Now, what can we say beyond that? It's really hard to go on that, and that connects to the big question of who are the Israelites? Where they come from? Are they coming from outside? Are they coming from inside Canaan? And all that complex issue.
And so we've talked a little bit about the ancient Israelites, and I was hoping that you could expand on some of the theories as to where that they came from.
According to the biblical narrative, the Israelites come from Egypt, go through the desert for 40 years, come around through the Sinai, around the bottom, come out in modern-day Jordan, and then enter into the land at Jericho. And then the miraculous conquest of Jericho and the conquest of the various parts of the land as depicted both in the book of Joshua and to a certain extent in the book of Judges. Now, from a very early stage of the modern research of both the biblical texts, but more so the archaeological remains in the land, it became apparent that it's almost impossible to find evidence of a uniform conquest of the land around 1200. That we don't see anything, and in fact, iconic sites such as Jericho and a couple of other sites don't even have the remains from the end of the late Bronze Age and the beginning of the Iron Age. So they're even places which are at the center of the narrative, things are missing. So for 60, 70 years already, there's been a discussion in scholarship about how to understand the Israelites appearing. Now, one opinion, which was professed, for example, by the late American biblical archaeologist Albright, or the Israeli archaeologist Yigael Yadin, said that, yes, we nevertheless can find a few of the major sites which were destroyed at the time, and we should talk about a military conquest. On the other hand, there were scholars, and I would say to a certain extent, this was for many years the dominant opinion, is that the Israelites did come from outside, but it was a slow and, let's say, a peaceful process in which they slowly infiltrated into the land, into the peripheral regions, and then with time became stronger and stronger, and that's when they took over these regions and other regions. Then an additional understanding developed, which has various, I would say, nuances in it, is that the Israelites, to a larger extent, were local people. That they didn't come from outside, but most of them, or all of them, were actually people who had lived in the land beforehand, and for various reasons, changed their identity, changed the way that they they lived and developed a new identity. And some people said, for example, these were urban Canaanites who didn't like the social order in late Bronze Age Canaan and escaped from the cities and developed their own identity. This is not accepted by most. Others say that these were lowland peoples who escaped into the highlands, and others say that it's basically in the highlands where the Israelites developed. Over the periods, there's been a cycle of moving from nomadic, semi-nomadic subsistence to more settled rural and sometimes urban subsistence. And so this was a cycle, and one of the cycles we see is at the transition between the Late Bronze and the Iron Age when the Israelites appear. So, and why do they say this? Because one, we don't have evidence of many of the sites being destroyed. And a no less important aspect is that when you look at the material culture of the early Israelites, a lot of it is very, very similar to that of the Canaanites. You do have here and there things that may indicate non-local aspects, but by and large, most of the early Israelite culture and religious and cultic objects and writing and names and gods, etc., can be seen to be coming out of the Canaanite mediae. So it's hard to say that they came from somewhere outside in the desert and brought something new. Now, most probably, if I would assess the current status, the idea that most of the Israelites are in fact from within Canaan is probably fits the evidence, I would say in the fullest manner. That said, it could be that portions of the Israelites also came from outside the Canaan, from for example, from Transjordan or from Syria or maybe some from Egypt, because there's a very strong tradition in the biblical text of peoples coming from Egypt, peoples coming from Syria, from Aram, as peoples coming from Transjordan, and it doesn't mean that it's accurate, but perhaps there's something in these memories. And then again, the people of Israel were not just those people who were called Israel by the Egyptians, by Manasseh, but it might have been that was the name of a dominant family, a dominant clan, with which time, perhaps due to a charismatic leader or something of the sort, they gathered the other groups and clans together with the various traditions. Oh yes, I came from Egypt, you came from Aram, I was local, etc., and all this intermingled into this entity, which one of its forms was being called Israel.
And for example, when you talk about them coming from possible outside sources, that reminds me about Abraham and the possibility of him being from Ur. Would you expand a little bit on that?
That's a very good example of, if Abraham's from Ur of the Chaldees, Ur is a very important southern Mesopotamian city. The Chaldees, though, the Chaldeans appear much, much later in history. So again, there is a very strong tradition of the three fathers of Israel, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, coming from outside of Israel, coming from the Mesopotamian or the Syrian or the Aramean sphere. But of course, the big question is the historical order of first the patriarchs, the three fathers, then the sojourn in Egypt and the Exodus and the conquest of the land, is that the real historical order? Or perhaps is the traditions of the patriarchs something that was inserted into the biblical narratives at another stage and turned into a historical process, which might be all mixed together? That's of course that's the basic problem with reading the biblical text. Do we accept the historical process and development and chain as written in the biblical text as a given? And for example, some scholars will say the patriarchs, they weren't in the Middle Bronze Age or the Late Bronze Age, before the Egypt. They were actually at the time. Some will say they're at the time of the Iron One, the beginning, the Israelite appearance in Canaan. Some people say no, they're much later. They're post-Iron Age, even some people will claim. So I mean, it's a very big question of who these people are, what the traditions, and that's part of the issue, is that the biblical texts, by and large, represent this combination, this entanglement of traditions coming from different groups, different peoples, and different periods, which are then put together into this thing. Now, I like relating to the biblical text. It's like it's a multi-layered archaeological tale. So when you look at the biblical text, first of all, there are various components that were made at different times, but it's just like an archaeological tale. Sometimes you can have intrusive materials that go from a higher level down, or sometimes a little rascal mole brings something from a lower level up, and you can have a very big mix-up here. So in an ancient source as the biblical text, which has gone through this enormous process of composition and editing, we can't, from a scientific point of view, assume that this is the picture that we have. Now, from a religious point of view, if you want to read the biblical text and relate to its, it's the religious messages coming from, that's fine. But if you want to relate to it as a source from which you try to build the history in the modern sense of this region at the time, we have to use it very critically and sometimes, take it apart and put it together again.
To really give a insight into the ancient Israelites, I was hoping for people who may not be as familiar with the subject, would you expand and hit us with the tribal names of the ancient Israelites?
Well, according to the biblical text, there are 12 tribes. And these tribes are, in the biblical narrative, appear throughout the history of the Israelites from the time of Jacob, the forefather, because the 12 tribes are named after his sons and 2 of his grandsons, and they play a role in the Exodus, they play a role in the conquest, and they play a role in the depiction of the period before the monarchy in the biblical text of the judges, where one of the judges comes from each of the 12 tribes. The big question is, though, are those tribes historical? Was there really a Reuven, a Levi, a Shimon, a Judah, etc., 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 or were these tribe names based on some later concept of who comprised the Israelites? Maybe some of them are real, maybe some of them are imagined, maybe they were in different forms, etc. And scholarship is very, very, confused about this, and there are various opinions on it, whether the tribes do represent the actual format of the early Israelite society. And for example, there was a scholar, a famous German scholar, who tried to suggest that there was a tribal league similar in Israel, similar to the tribal leagues we know of in ancient Greece, or was this something that formed later, or all the way to opinions that it's a complete fabrication of a later period. Now, whatever the case, in my opinion, the fact that there is a tradition that the early Israelite society was comprised of tribes tells us of the complexity and multi-level layers of the Israelite society, not only before the monarchies, but also during the monarchies, because we have when we look at ancient history, I'm sure you're familiar with this from other contexts, it's very easy and very convenient to look things at very simplistic, straightforward, black and white pictures. Is that there was a king sitting in the kingdom, and he controlled everything, and he sent out his messenger to the end of the kingdom, and everything did exactly what he said. It doesn't happen today, didn't happen then. And ancient kingdoms were what we call patronage systems. That means that you had a leader who was slightly more charismatic, who, due to all kinds of coalition politics, managed to get various local leaders to be loyal to him, and he had to give them, and they had to give them, and there was a back and forth. And every once in a while, someone was not satisfied, so he changed loyalty to another king, and back and forth. So it means that ancient Israel society was comprised of clans and families and tribes and regional leaders who lived in various parts of the land. And at various stages, they were affiliated with the king who was in Jerusalem, the king who was in Samaria. And even the biblical tradition about the kings in Israel, the capital moves around from various places. There's various dynasties who rule or are the kings of Israel throughout the history of the kingdom of Israel. So it's a very complex and messy process that's going on. So I think Israelite society was messy, just like modern traditional Middle Eastern society is messy. And listen, we're still suffering today in the Middle East from the fact that in the 1920s, a French and a British diplomats by the name of Sykes and Picot drew the borders of the countries based on their concepts of nationality, without taking into account not tribes and not religions, etc. And until today, the place is in mayhem because of that. Look at any country you talk about. I mean, in the Middle East, I mean, not only in Israel and Palestine, think of Iraq, think of Syria, what's going on, think of Lebanon, the enormous problems that occurred because of various groups, ethnicities, tribes, religions that are all living together in this very complex situation. And these things existed throughout time. So I think the traditions of the 12 tribes, it doesn't matter whether they are exactly historical or the names did exist, and we don't have evidence of all the names, but it tells us of the makeup of Israelite society.
And so Brian Anderson had asked a really interesting question, and my fans love the topic of ancient DNA. And so my question from Brian Anderson is, has modern DNA studies told us anything about these ancient Israelites?
Okay, that's a great study, a great question, and it is also a question with a lot of, a lot of minefields in it, because ancient DNA is a revolution in the study of the ancient world, no question about it, and it will tell us a lot about the biological relatedness of various groups. And not only related to the Israelites, related to, people in Australia, whatever, That said, all too often it's used as sort of like the new magical silver bullet to explain antiquity. And one of the things that we know today is that culture is not necessarily dictated by genes. And you can be related to some people genetically who you're very close culturally, but you can also be very not related culturally and unify your identity as far as your DNA goes. So you have to be very, very careful in the various interpretations of saying, well, excuse me, and I hope I don't offend any of these companies, all these companies that do genetic things, and then they say you're 7% Irish and 14% Welsh, and there's a Spanish component. It sounds to me like a lot of crap, if you'll excuse my French, because although there are typical haplotypes of the various groups in the various areas, but you go to any country today, in any region today, they'll have this mixture of people who, from the same genetic background with different beliefs, not only political, religious, and identity, etc. You go to any Thanksgiving dinner in the United States today, and you hear the arguments over politics. So they're all genetic related. So that same. Now, with that said, the DNA evidence that we do have from modern Jews, let's say various Jewish communities throughout the world, show that there is a lot of commonality, genetic commonality between Jews, and that there does seem to be a connection and a similarity with DNA that is typical of the area of the Levant. That said, probably the people who are most similar are the Israelites, the modern Israelis, and the modern Palestinians. So, there you go. So what does that mean? It means that they had a lot of common ancestors, and it could be some of the Palestinians were originally Jews who converted to Christianity and then to Islam, etc., and all kinds of things like that. But at the end of the day, the two groups which see themselves as opposing themselves politically, from every way you look at it, are genetically very closely related. So there's always a problem there. What does the DNA tell you? It really, at the end of the day, it tells you biological relatedness. Then we have to take on all kinds of other aspects, history, archaeological evidence, et cetera, that we can build a picture of who the various groups are. But I would say that the DNA evidence that we do have show quite clearly that most of the Jews that we know throughout the world are biologically related, and they seem to source, for the most part, from this region. Of course, over the centuries, Jews who lived in all kinds of places, there was intermarriage between various groups, so you do have various elements coming in. But for example, there's this theory about that the Jews are all Ashkenazi Jews, are all Khazars who were converted to Judaism and then moved to Eastern Europe. So genetically, that's shown to be totally baseless, just as most historians think it's totally baseless. So I would say that the DNA gives us a picture which doesn't contradict the general narrative of understanding of who the Jews were, both how Jewish communities today developed and how Jewish communities in the past developed. And so that's what I would say the most important thing about DNA now.
One thing you had brought up in our series on the Philistine was their diet and how the study of those diets can really tell us a lot about who these people were and shed more light on them. And I was hoping you could do the same for the ancient Israelites as well.
Okay. Well, one of the I would say the clearest cultural aspects of Judaism for many centuries was the very unique Jewish diet, or the taboos, what they could eat, what they couldn't eat. You couldn't eat pig. You had to slaughter animals in a certain way. You don't mix meat, milk, and all kinds of things like that. The question, of course, when were these tradition forms, and when did they, can we trace them back archaeologically? Because we know historically, already Greek authors talk about Jewish dietary preferences, and this is something that's mentioned in the biblical text. So the question is, can we talk about these dietary preferences and taboos already way back with the early Israelites? Now, for many, many years, it was thought that we have a very nice example here regarding pig consumption, because in many sites identified as Israelite, there was little or no pig, and sites, for example, of the Philistines, we had pig. So it was said you want to differentiate what side is Philistine, what side is Israelite. If I have pig, it's Philistine. If you don't have pig, it's Israelite. What's the problem? It became a little more complicated. First of all, it turns out that during the early Iron Age, the Canaanites also didn't eat pig. And then, even more complex than that, it turns out that at some sites that we consider Israelite, particularly in the northern Israelite kingdom, there is consumption of pig, while at southern Judite sites, there's much less consumption of pig. That said, an article is about to appear in which, in the excavations of the city of David in the late Iron Age, which with no doubt is Judite, they found a little piglet in a house. So what I'm trying to say is that even the supposedly clear-cut differentiation between pig and no pig, Jew, non-Jew, or Israelite, non-Israelite, is a little iffy. Now, another example is, according to Jewish tradition, what we call kashrut, the Jewish dietary traditions, nowadays there's certain types of fish that you can eat and you can't eat. and it's usually if they have gills or scales. Now, catfish is not considered kosher today, but you find in Iron Age Jerusalem, Judite Jerusalem, catfish imported from Asia. So it means, for example, as far as catfish, somebody was not doing it. And the same thing, for example, can we show evidence of separation between milk and meat? Right now, we don't know, but archaeology is starting to have the tools which may give us an ability to say this, because, for example, now in archaeology, both organic residue analysis of the contents of vessels and proteomics, which is we've identified proteins of various foods, that may in the future give us some insight, some window into perhaps can we talk about when the tradition of the later Jewish tradition of separating milk and meat, can we find where it first appears archaeologically? Is it something in the Iron Age, or is it something in the Hellenistic Roman period? Because by then we know for sure. But the question is, could we place it, archaeologically? But that's again still up in the air, and hopefully sometime in the future we might be able to have more insights on that.
I've seen a lot of references between people discussing ancient Israel online, and one gentleman had pointed out that he thought the term Hebrew and Israelite were not the same thing. And I was curious about that. And in your opinion, what are your thoughts on that? Can you use one term to describe the other or no?
Well, there are various terms that are used in various ancient sources to describe. So you have the Israelites, and also, and sometimes let's say the Israelites or cognate groups are called the Hebrews. Now, it's not clear exactly what they indicate. And again, because it could be that they're the various groups that develop differently and over time. Now, one of the things that has to be shot down immediately is for many, many years, and still you hear it today, it was popular to say that the Hebrews, the etymological basis of Hebrew is the Habiru, the sort of the semi-nomadic or groups that are mentioned in Egyptian sources and other and the Mesopotamian sources, which were sort of like marginal in society. So it was said that Hebrews are Habirus. Now, what probably is Habirus is a social class. Some of the people who were called Hebrews, Ivrim in Hebrew, may have been Habirus also, but it doesn't mean that every Habiru is Hebrew, and every Hebrew came from the Habiru. They're used in various terms, and for example, very often in the context of the patriarchs, the mention of the Hebrews. And again, what does this tell us about the original use? What was added in later? What's an ideological understanding of later, etc. And that just shows again the complexity of who these groups were that formed into what later became the Israelite kingdom and the Judite kingdom.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us today at the study of antiquity and the Middle Ages. I hope you've enjoyed what we've done so far. This is actually just the first part of the series on ancient Israel. We've got more stuff coming, so stick with us. It's going to be absolutely fantastic. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the study of antiquity and the Middle Ages. As always, I am your host, Nick Barksdale, and today we are joined once again by Dr. Aaron Mayer. Many of you are going to be familiar with his work on the Philistines and the interviews he's done on the channel. I am very excited to say that this next series is going to deal with subject that many of you have requested, and that is ancient Israel and the Israelites. Dr. Aaron Mayer, thank you so much for coming on today.
It's my pleasure, like always.
So let's talk religion. This is a subject that people really love, I myself included. If it's a religion, if I have the time, I enjoy reading about it. And there's nothing more fascinating than religion for me in the ancient Near East. And so, that being said, let's talk ancient Israel, the Israelites, Judites, and religion. BR had asked, were they always monotheistic? Were they originally polytheistic, or was it not that simple, and did it vary according to region, town, and city?
Well, let's start with that. Most of what we know about Israel religion shows that it's very heavily influenced by Canaanite religion. So, for example, the names of the Canaanite gods, or some of the Canaanite gods, such as El and Baal, and are sometimes, and their attributes are incorporated in the biblical text into the attributes and even the name of the Israelite God. Now, the overall ideological framework of the Bible is that it's a God and one God only, and it's a God who has no form.
We pray for safety in battle.
The big question is that the original form of the Israelite religion, or what we're receiving and those two things, is that something after many processes and many developments, and this is basically Second Temple Judaism, and we're taking it back towards the Iron Age. So we know that during the Iron Age, there's evidence of use of depictions of the Israelite God. There's figurines, both male and female. So this aniconic Judaism that we're familiar with from later stages of Judaism is not exactly in place in Iron Age Judah and Israel. That said, there's a lot less iconography in Judah and Israel than you have in many of the surrounding cultures. So there is some sort of a difference. Now, as far as monotheism, both in the biblical text and here and there in some inscriptions and artifacts, there seems to be more than one God. Perhaps the god and a goddess and a couple. Perhaps Yahweh, the name of the Israelite God, and perhaps Asherah, according to some. Another thing is, both in the biblical text and in other evidence, they very often talk not of monotheism, but monotheism. That means that it's not that you don't believe that there are other gods, but the other gods are weak, or not strong, or insignificant. So the Bible talks about, it's not there is no other God always. Sometimes they talk, there is no God like our God. That means, there's the God of Ashur and the God of the Ammonites and the Edomites, but that's nothing compared to our God. Our God will beat them. So it appears that there may be in the stages and development of this idea of monotheism that from polytheism and belief in there are various gods, and perhaps an important God and his partner, and then believe that, oh yes, there are other gods, but they're peripheral to the actual belief that there's only one God. That's what we believe in. Now, the big question is, of course, when did that belief in monotheism appear? Did it appear already in the Iron Age? And if it appeared in the Iron Age, was it an internal development, or was it, for example, influenced by the Assyrians? Because in the late Iron Age, the Assyrians also have this phenomenon which Assur is turned into a primary god. Other gods don't disappear, but he becomes elevated. There are some people who claim that perhaps hints to monotheism appeared in the period of El-Amarna, when the god Aten was elevated first to being the most important god in Egypt, and then some claim even to the only god of Egypt, but that was in the late Bronze Age, 350 years before, the time, time we're talking about mainly. Some people have claimed there might be some connection with Zoroastrianism, and there is possibility of various influences. What we do know is that when you come out of the Iron Age and in the Persian and Hellenistic period, Judaism already is monotheistic. And the question is, when did that occur? When did the transition, go on? Is it already in the Iron Age? And if in the Iron Age, perhaps, as in the question, there were those who believed in it and those who didn't believe in it. And perhaps the biblical text represents those who didn't believe in it. Those who did believe in monotheism. And the archaeology shows us that there were other interpretations around. So I think we have this very complex formation of monotheism, and it's very hard to put your finger on the point, whether it's somewhere in the late Iron Age or later, that we can start talking about a really pure, clear-cut monotheism.
And so I've seen this a lot online, and you can read articles on the subject, so on and so forth, but I feel like this needs to be in YouTube as well. And that is my own personal question. How old is Judaism?
Well, depends on what you define Judaism. Because Judaism as we know it today, rabbinic Judaism or the various forms of Judaism that we know today, are based on traditions that go back thousands and thousands of years. For example, we have ample textual and archaeological and physical evidence of Judaism from now backwards and back into the time of the Hellenistic period. No question about it. Now, even so, the traditions that were on the ground during the Hellenistic and Roman period have evolved, and they're very different from what's currently professed by the various types of Judaism. But they're still the same. It's still the same religion that's developed over time, and no religion stays the same. If you look at Catholicism today or Islam today and compare it to what it was centuries ago, it has gone through a process of development. Now, once you start going further back, before the Hellenistic period, we can see the connections and the continuity, but there's a lot more evidence of major changes that occur. So, for example, that's why many people will talk about Israelite religion up to the end of the Iron Age and talk about Judaism from the Persian period onwards, because it is a continuity, but there's a lot of change, a lot of development, a lot of major things that have gone on in that period. And again, it's not a clear-cut, here it went there. It's an ongoing process that's slowly changed with many undercurrents and many different viewpoints that every once in a while, a certain viewpoint became, more prominent. And then, for example, rabbinic Judaism of today, to a large extent, is the continuity of a specific faction in Second Temple, early Roman period Judaism. And while others sort of, went into the dustbin of history. So that's how, things never stay the same. They develop and their influence, etc. So, but I think you can talk about that. There is a clear-cut cultural connection between traditions that existed in the Judite and Israelite kingdoms in the Iron Age up until Judaism and today. It's completely different. And if you would take an observant Jew today and put him in a time tunnel and take him back to Jerusalem in the Iron Age and show him the temple, he would probably have apoplexy and die, because it's so different. But nevertheless, you can trace the continuity and the traditions that as they evolved.
And that pretty much confirms my thought as well. I mean, if I were to look it up on, let's say, Britannica, for example, it really gives you the example that it's really not black and white, right? And there's so much continuity between, ancient Israel and their religion and what we have today. And so it's really awesome that you were able to clarify on that. Now, what do we know? And this is a broad question, and that is, what do we know about ancient Israelite religion and religious practices? Did it vary also according to city and region, or was there more of a clear-cut practice and belief?
Well, in the Iron Age, you could talk about, I would say, grossly speaking, of traditions of the Israelite kingdom and the Judite kingdom. But then you could also talk about urban traditions and rural traditions, official religion and family religion. There's a lot of variations. And of course, if you're at a site which is on the border between the area where the Philistines live and the area where the Judites live, and there's an intermixture between them, what does it tell us? Who are they? What are they? Are they mixing between mix and match? So it's not always simple. And I think in general, we would like to think of things being very uniform because it makes it easy to understand. But even today, even though like the Pope will declare that all Catholics do this and this and this, not all Catholics do this and this and that. Yeah.
So Troy Von Clemens had asked, what do we know about the history of Yahweh, and how did it evolve in Israel over time?
There are a couple of Egyptian sources from the late Bronze Age which may mention tribes of Yahweh or something like that. So Yahweh was a god that existed apparently in the late Bronze Age, but he wasn't a very central and important god. He's not mentioned in any way extensively in any of the Canaanite texts or significantly in Egyptian texts. So he apparently was a god of a very specific group of people, and they probably were one of the main components of Israel. Now, interestingly, the name Israel,
Light will not stop my plunder.
the L ending, is another god. But Yahweh became the important god. Now, what happened with time, according in Israelite religion, Yahweh took on names and attributes of other gods and incorporated into his, into his identity. So it could very well be that, there was a group who believed in a god named Yahweh, and there were groups that believed in other gods, and they got together, and over time, the Yahweh became the important god. Now, by the way, for example, in the Northern Kingdom, they pronounce Yahweh in a different way than in the Southern Kingdom. So it might indicate, different traditions about that God. It's a very complex, and again, our vision of Yahweh as the single God, that may be very much influenced by later understandings of who this God was, and then we're projecting this back into the Iron Age.
That is really interesting. Actually, I think a lot of people are really going to find this very insightful. That is great. Is there a link, Verum Rex had asked, in your opinion, between Zoroastrianism and Old Testament religious beliefs?
Well, first of all, when you compare the history of, let's say, Iron Age Israel and Zoroastrianism, so they appear more or less at the same time. But if I remember correctly, the earliest Zoroastric texts are from the 5th or 6th century BCE. So we're talking about at the very end of the Iron Age or even post-Iron Age. So that said, in the Persian period, that means the late 6th, 5th, 4th century BCE, the Persian Empire, which was substantially, a substantial part, at least important parts of it were that Zoroastrianism was the main religion. They controlled the land of Israel, and they were both controlling people of Judah who were in the land of Israel, but they were also controlling areas where exiles from the Israelite and Judite kingdom were in Babylonia and beyond. So there was probably interface from that time onwards, and we know that there was an interface between Jews living in Babylonia and Persia, also in the Hellenistic and Roman period. So there has, over the ages, been a lot of interface. Neighbor, and there's all kinds of aspects of interface between Iranian traditions and Jewish traditions. There's a whole field of research that deals with that. Now, there have been various claims that monotheism came from that, and the concept of good and bad, and the importance of fire, and all kinds of aspects. So one of the things is, people are always looking for, what's the influence of that? You know, can we always put out everything? Basically, everything is influenced by everything. You know, and you can always find some sort of influence on something. So I would say probably Persian traditions, including Zoroastrianism, did come in contact with Jewish traditions, and there might have been, you know, bi-directional influences. I don't think, though, there are good chances that this influence occurred already in the Iron Age. It probably occurred, if it did occur, it occurred post-Iron Age. And then again, the question is how deep and how, you know, profound these connections were. And that's already a more problematic issue.
Do you think that Akhenaten's attempt at a form of monotheism could have had an impact on Canaan as well, or no?
It has been suggested, and for example, the famous one is Freud. You know, suggested this in his book. What do you call it? Moses and Monotheism, or something like that. That's the name of the book. That there is some connection, that a tradition of monotheism entered Israel through the concepts that were used in Egypt during the Amarna period. The only problem with that is that that's in the middle of the 14th century BCE, and evidence of monotheism in Israel. Even if we look at the biblical thing, and we say that it occurred sometime in the, you know, right before the Israelites came into the land, you know, under Moses. That's in the mid 13th, late 13th, early 12th century. So there's quite a distance between the two. And not to mention that archaeologically, it would seem to be that monotheism really becomes more and more on the ground only in the later Iron Age. So it's a little hard to make that connection. That said, you never know. You know, you could have ideas, undercurrents of ideas that don't appear in the official texts, whether in Egypt and other places, that exist. You know, we're dependent on such a small portion of what's actually going on in the past. So who are we to say that it's impossible that the concept of monotheism wasn't out there?
That's a good point. I knew I needed to bring that up because I know that some of my subscribers would have instantly brought up Akhenaten and his attempt at monotheism. So that's interesting. I'm glad we were able to go ahead and cover that briefly. Now, here's another subject that I really enjoy, and that is religion and violence. And there's a lot of scholarship done. It's really fascinating, regardless of what culture, regardless of the people. And the Old Testament, in many ways, depicts a world of religious harmony that is Thank you for checking out my YouTube channel today, The Study of Antiquity and the Middle Ages. I'm your host, as always, Nick Barksdale, and today we are joined by a very special guest, Dr. Mayer. Dr. Mayer, thank you so much for coming on today.
My pleasure. Great to be here.
Now we're going to get back on track to religion here. And so basically, Spector continued to ask, for clarification on any differences between Canaanite and Philistine religion specifically. You clarified quite a bit of that already, so I'm going to move past that. But he also asked, he said, although a hot topic, was there actual child sacrifice in these religions?
Well, we don't have clear evidence of child sacrifice among the Philistines. There seems to be some evidence of child sacrifice that existed in the Phoenician culture, the so-called Tophet, in which they did some sort of a sacrifice, either burning the babies when they were alive or burning the babies after they were dead or something of the sort. This was vilified by both the biblical writers and by the Romans. One of the reasons why the Romans fought against the Carthaginians supposedly was because of this habit. Over the years, there has been quite a debate among scholars. Did they or did they not actually burn babies? I would say nowadays most accept that there was some sort of a sacrifice involving infants. Now, question is, first of all, were they being killed or burnt while they were still alive? Were they done afterwards? And it just, as someone pointed out, it's in many societies the most common method of birth control is throwing out not wanted babies in the garbage. So, the fact that the Phoenicians burnt the babies, is it worse to burn a baby or throw the unwanted baby in the garbage? Who's going to qualify that? There were different ways in ancient societies to deal with unwanted children. So it could very well be that the child sacrifice was just one of the ways which was more accentuated and more out there than the other ways that were done, without showing it. It's like in the excavations of Ashkelon in the Roman period, they found what apparently was a whorehouse, a house of ill repute, and in the sewage system under this house, they found the skeletons of a lot of babies. So you get rid of it silently, but and is that any worse from if you're taking those babies and you're burning them? I don't know. It's like hard to say. It could be that this and you're burning them. I don't know. It's like hard to say. It could be that this whole image of these horrible people who are burning babies is just this is one method of birth control in antiquity.
Right.
Going back to the original question, we don't have evidence of Philistines conducting this type of ritual.
Interesting. Do we have any evidence of them practicing any form of ritualistic killing whatsoever, even if among adults?
No.
Interesting.
Again, but we don't have a lot of Philistine burials, so we don't have a lot of information on that.
True. Very good. That's very interesting that you brought up the Roman aspect. So it's interesting to see how they, for their own benefit, they ignore their own practices while trying to, demonize the other for propaganda purposes. That's very interesting.
Listen, that's till today. We ignore what's not convenient for us. The famous garbage archaeology project where they conducted an archaeologist in Arizona, I think, if I remember correctly, did a project in which he excavated the garbage of modern day families, the houses, and at the same time conducted interviews with these families to get what they eat and what they drink, etc. And consistently, people wrote down that they drank a lot less beer than the amount of beer bottles that were found in their garbage. So we all have we have a view of ourselves that is not necessarily related to what we really are. So I think also when you look at your enemies, you can vilify your enemies, but then whether you're hiding it or you don't even realize you can be doing something not just as bad but similar.
Today, we have a very fun episode planned out for you, and that is a subject that many of you are going to love if you love the Late Bronze Age, the collapse, and piracy. The title of this episode being Piracy in the Bronze Age Collapse. We are joined by two very special guests, and that is none other than Dr. Aaron Mayer and Dr. Louise Hitchcock. And so I'd like to begin by talking about primary sources. But before we jump into that, based on your experience, Dr. Mayer, and your imagination, and based on the years of research you've given studies or subjects like this, when you hear the term piracy in the Late Bronze Age, what do you imagine?
Well, I think in just about any historical period that we have relatively good documentation, and even to a certain extent when we go back into the Bronze Age, there seems to be evidence of groups who were, pirates, raiders, who plied the seas, in various ways, whether from a ship base or from a coast that was hard to access, and they plundered shipping and other things, and when you have rich shipping on the one hand, that's something that attracts piracy, and of course, in periods in which the central powers are less powerful, and they don't have the ability to stop piracy, so piracy also flourishes. So the Late Bronze Age is a good example of a period when there's a lot of international shipping in the Eastern Mediterranean, and we know this from many sources. And at the same time, at the end of the Late Bronze Age and the beginning of the Early Iron Age, that's a period when there's a process of collapse and change and transformation. Many of the so-called superpowers of that period go through either collapse or substantial changes, and that opens up the possibility of piracy. Now, you don't have to expect that everybody was with a wooden leg and an eye patch and said "ah" and like that, but people throughout history, in many areas throughout the world, and then we're talking in times when there's excellent documentation, piracy was a common thing. So there's no reason to expect that it didn't exist in antiquity as well.
Well, that's a good question, because that's what got me interested in researching that topic, because I would often read articles about the sea people or book chapters or accounts or something, and it would say they were pirates or they committed acts of piracy, and it was never explained what that meant. So to me, it was a meaningless term, and that's what inspired me actually to start researching the topic, because it made me wonder, what did it mean to be a pirate in the 12th century BCE? And what I tried to do was to look at what was common to pirates across time zones and time periods. One thing I learned is that pirates typically do not write their own histories, somebody else does. So the histories tend to be very unflattering. In this way, it's kind of like the Philistines, in that the historical accounts of the Philistines come from the Old Testament. And so they're not about giving a factual account. They are usually negative portrayals. And so reading these histories and these accounts, though, gave me some indication of what was common to pirates in the Greek period, the Roman period, North Atlantic period. And then I also looked at seafaring in the Bronze Age, because, of course, the ship technology was different, the weaponry was different.
And when it comes to the subject of piracy in the Late Bronze Age and in the collapse, do we have any primary sources on this particular subject? And if so, who were they and what can they tell us?
Well, there's not a lot of sources, but there's some Hittite sources which mention it. There's, for example, some of the depictions of the so-called sea peoples, for example, from Ugarit, seem to hint to sort of like a raiding type of image. Now, whether it was this is like a regular military raid, or it's a piracy-like raid. It's perhaps hard to tell. And then there's a couple of sites which have been suggested to be related to piracy. For example, on Cyprus, there's a couple of sites where where promontories were overlooking shipping lanes, which have been suggested as perhaps somewhere where pirates were located. There's a site on the northern coast of Egypt, Marsa Makruh, which Bates Island, which was suggested as perhaps related to piracy. For example, if you go on forward towards the Roman period, there were whole sections of the coast of modern-day Turkey, which were known to be pirate areas, and the Romans fought these people. So there's no reason to assume that this was not the case back in those times as well. And again, if ships laden with goods and riches are coming by, and very often in antiquity, ships were sailed quite close to the coast. I mean, not in danger of being pushed in, but nevertheless keeping the coast, the highest mountains on the coast as close as possible to make navigation simpler. So it's no big deal to push off a boat from the coast and attack them. Just like the Somali pirates of today. They're utilizing the simplest ships. Nowadays they got more sophisticated, but in the beginning, all you need is a shipping boat and a Kalashnikov, and you could take over a super tanker. And particularly in times when there's economic troubles and political issues, so I think this only exacerbated. And I think we don't have a lot of sources on it, but the sea peoples, what we call the sea peoples, among them the Philistines, I wouldn't say that all of them are pirates, but due to the fact that the sea peoples and the Philistines are appearing during a time of collapse, an extended time of collapse, Louise and I have argued again and again and again that we have to take into account that at least some of these peoples and groups had piracy in them, whether some of them were pirates or that was part of their activities, etc. But that's something to take into account when understanding this period and this phenomenon.
Gosh, it's really fragmentary. We have the Egyptian sources that talk about the people, the sea people. They call them the people of the sea, or the people of the Great Green, or the people from the islands. The term sea people is actually a modern term used collectively to refer to these 7 or so different tribes of sea people, like the Shardanu, the Peliset or Philistines, the Luka or the Lycians. And the Egyptian sources talk about how they were engaged. And one of my favorite quotes is, and I'm not remembering it precisely here because I'm doing it from memory, but it was like, confident in their hearts, they felt, we shall not fail. And then it talks about how they were, just completely destroyed. And what we learned from this Egyptian source, the Egyptian sources, is that the sea peoples, if engaged in direct combat, they could be easily defeated. And that their success lay in sort of hit and run commando tactics. And for Crete, the people move from the coastline. A lot of them moved to the mountains to more easily defendable sites. And what I kind of learned about this, but also from reading about the Barbary pirates, is that the Barbary pirates desolated the coastlines of North Africa. And pirates overall tend to use these hit and run tactics, first of all, because it means you could have a small crew, but pirate ships often had larger crews, but you could have a small crew. You didn't have to worry so much about casualties. And even in the 18th century, medicine wasn't great. So you'd have less problem with casualties, and you could easily overtake a village by surprise and burn it and carry off what you needed and also take slaves. Seems to be a pattern in historical piracy that whenever you have piracy, you also have slavery or slave trade, because that just becomes one more commodity the pirates can use. And sometimes instead of becoming slaves, these people they join the pirate culture. And usually you do that through what we would call in anthropology rites of initiation. So you become a pirate by showing your loyalty by engaging in acts of piracy. We have 14th century mentions of the Luca and the Ahyawa by the Hittites, and that they were sort of plundering. And also we have the famous letters that are mentioned in Search of the Trojan War, the famous Hittite letters that talk about Parsha𝓁 and always sort of attacking the Hittite world. And Parsha𝓁 wasn't so much a pirate, but a mercenary. And this gets into an idea of what I read this article by scholar Thomas Gallant, who works on modern Greek history. And by modern, I mean within the last several hundred years. And that he refers to what he calls military entrepreneurship. And this means there's like a continuum. If you make your money as a fighter or an independent mercenary, you might be a mercenary, you might be a robber, you might be a pirate, but you would be able to sort of act along this continuum. And then other sources we have that are more like, you have to try to read into them. You have what seems to indicate a shortage of metals at Pylos in the Mycenaean kingdom, in that there's a tablet saying that there was no allocation for the metalsmiths, which indicates that that trade was being disrupted, maybe. And then you also have references to watchers guarding the coast, which means they were on the lookout for anyone that could cause trouble. And you have references to muster 600 rowers. And so they might be engaged, not just using these rowers for maritime trade, but also to keep and maintain a presence to keep the sea lanes clear. And then there's like a letter from the king of Ugarit to the king of Cyprus, where he says that they are at my shore, they are doing great damage. And so that would be a source. And we can also think in terms of archaeological sources, in the sense that you have all these destructions around the Mediterranean.
One subscriber had asked if the Iliad is essentially just about the Greek golden age of piracy. He goes on to say that in the story, he says, Achilles boasts, 12 cities of men have I laid waste with my ships, and even by land I avow throughout the fertile land of Troy. From out all of these I took much spoil and goodly, and all would I have ever bring to Agamemnon. He wants to know, is the Iliad really just showing us an example of piracy in the late Bronze Age? And I'd also like to bring up the Odyssey as well and ask if that could also tell us anything about piracy in the late Bronze Age.
Well, first of all, as I assume you probably have talked about this in the past, the Homeric texts are a very complex, multi-layered phenomenon. And there are apparent memories of the Aegean Bronze Age in it. And there's various discussions. How can we define what is a memory from the late Bronze Age in the Homeric text? And although most scholars would say nowadays that the most significant part of the Homeric text actually reflects much later Iron Age, 8th century, 6th century, later on, way past the Bronze Age Aegean. Nevertheless, it does seem to reflect also aspects relating to the collapse of the Aegean Bronze Age and the collapse of the palace societies that existed in Greece at that time. And both during the collapse and probably beforehand as well, and afterwards as well, there were phenomena of related to piracy. So that might be reflected in these various things here. But again, you have to take into account that the Homeric text cannot be read as a blow-by-blow depiction of a specific historical event, but more of, it gives you the flavor of the times, and it gives us all kinds of different flavors of the time. And for example, a depiction of piracy might reflect both later Iron Age materials and the transitional period, and even beforehand, all enmeshed together.
Well, that's a good and a difficult question, because we know that Homer worked in the 8th century BCE, not in the 12th. What he might be relying on is historical memory, tales that we get from the Hittite kingdom. It's interesting. I don't remember if Aaron mentioned this, but the Old Testament term for the Philistine kings is Sarin. And out of that, you get the Greek word tyrannos. And this is not a linear B word. It's, we don't see this in linear B, but there is a Luvian word called tarwanis. And it could be that the word for a pirate captain, it means warlord. The word for a pirate captain could be Anatolian. And what Homer might be talking about are sort of handed down tales. I'm always troubled by the Iliad as a source that's taken historically, because it always seems that the people get in there and they mix things up, and just when things get interesting, the gods step in and sort of solve it all. So I wouldn't be surprised if there was historical memory, and certainly there would have been plundering going on, probably even in Homer's time. So that's how I tend to see things like that. I know the Odyssey is seen as a lot closer to being an account of pirate activity, but certainly we might think of the Mycenaeans as going out and plundering, but you don't want to plunder everything. It's kind of like with too much automation. Henry Ford made the comment, if everything's automated, who's going to buy the cars?
I'd like to start by asking, has archaeology told us anything about piracy in the late Bronze Age?
Well, there's nothing, I would say, very, very explicit about it. There's, as I said before, there's hints from a couple of texts, and there's a couple of sites that have been suggested to be connected to piracy, but there's nothing, it's not as if, they found a pirate, settlement like they have in the Caribbean or something like that. It's not as definitive of that. I think it's more what the various people who are talking about piracy in these periods are more, I would say, more saying is that based on the fact that in periods when we do have extensive historical documentation about piracy, it's very logical to reflect it back to these periods as well. And so that's I think the main thing. Unfortunately, we don't have the grave of someone with a wooden leg or an eye patch or something of the sort.
That would be amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah. When I sent these questions to Dr. Hitchcock, she's like, I love these. This is going to be a long episode. I like it. She said a lot of these questions are going to be answered with, we don't know. And I was like, I'm fine with that. I was like,
well, listen, I think there is an issue here of it's you can't prove it, but again, very often we have to use analogies from different cultures and periods to try to understand the periods in which things are a little less clear, the dark ages, let's call them, and often you do something that sounds logical, but you can't go very much farther than that based on the current finds and inscriptional material.
And so now we're going to talk a particular favorite subject, and that is art. In your opinion, does art tell us anything about piracy in the late Bronze Age?
Oh gosh, it tells us so much, just in that we don't have any accounts of the Sea Peoples tribes by them, and also with seafaring, we only have several shipwrecks, none of them necessarily pirate wrecks, and so most of what we know about ships comes from iconography and how it's either similar or changes. And what the encampment reliefs show, as well as these sort of really badly painted Mycenaean 3C pots, is that the preferred ship seems to be the Mycenaean galley, which is of course based on earlier Minoan ships. And it's sort of a longboat with a bird head device. And you see similar devices also on Sardinian bronze ship models. And then there's a stirrup jar from the Cycladic island of Keros that shows what I always thought was a Mycenaean ship, but more recently it's been identified as a Sardinian ship. And then some of these pottery sherds actually show, they're fragmentary, they're not complete, but they show fragments of people fighting on a ship. And so it indicates there's some kind of fighting platform on these galleys. And you see spiky-headed people, which indicates the spiky-headed helmets or the feathered helmets you see in the encampment reliefs. You tend to see two kind of helmets: the horned helmet, like you see behind me on my and you see, well, actually the horned helmet is on my left, and the feathered helmet is on my right. And these are two main kinds of helmets you see. And we don't really know for sure what they are made of, but you see similar horned helmets on the Sardinian warriors, except with the Sardinian warriors, they're coming out of the front instead of out of the side. And then with the feathered helmet, they've actually found at the site of Portes in Arcadia in Greece, one of these metal bands that would fit around the head, and it had remains of canvas in the middle for like sticking feathers or quills or whatever they used to make these helmets from. And that's the first time they've actually found what is regarded as a Sea People's helmet. So that's a rather important find. What's interesting is that what you'd never see with depictions of the Sea People, you never see the boar's tusk helmets associated with heroic Mycenaeans, which is also mentioned in the Iliad. And why does the Iliad know that? Is because it's a Bronze Age. It's because it's a Bronze Age text, or is it because they robbed tombs and they found actual boar's tusk helmets? There's also, I'm kind of digressing a little bit here, but there's also like Hittite turns of phrase in the Iliad. There have been comparisons made to various Mesopotamian myths. So it's something that's kind of stitched together. It's not really a uniform sort of story. But getting back to the art, we have the encampment release. We have these pottery representations. We have this helmet. There's a couple BC period burials. By 3C period, I mean the period during the collapse. We don't have a lot of burials from this era of what might be considered pirates, but there's one. There's one in the from, I believe it's from Rhodes, and it shows or it is of a man who's buried with a Now-2 sword, famous Now-2 sword we talked about in an earlier pod, and also a spear, an Italian style spearhead, an Italian style razor, and amber jewelry, and lots of other accoutrements with them. But we don't find much in the way of rich warrior burials from this period. So it's really kind of an important find. And then, of course, we have the weapons. I'm not sure, if you consider the weapons to be art or material culture, but it's still a piece of evidence. We don't have a lot of them. I think there are 17 now two swords found altogether in Greece. And I mean, the thing is, though, you wouldn't expect to have a lot because bronze often tends to be recycled and put to some other use. So 17 could be considered quite a lot. And then there's one of these hilltop defensible sites in Crete. They've actually found both a now two sword and an Italian razor in a house, which is an interesting context because it might indicate a house where one of these mercenaries or pirates was in fact living.
So based on other periods in history, such as, for example, we know that when it was not farming season, certain groups in medieval Europe, such as the Northmen, would actually go Viking, basically, you know, their version of piracy. Based on the history of piracy, would you say that in the Bronze Age, it would have been seasonal?
It might have been, particularly, people along the coast, because in traditional agriculture in the Mediterranean, you don't have what to do in your field, 12 months a year, and there are dead periods or less active periods. So if you're living along the coast or not far from it, it might be very logical to go out and to do it. Just like some of the empires utilize farmers in the off seasons to go on military campaigns. That's one possibility. Or, for example, farmers, would bring home the olive crop during one season and make olive oil, and then in the off season they would weave. So some people weave, and some people make carpets, and some people go out and rob ships. So it's you got to keep your food on the table. Now another thing is, and I would assume this would be particular so in times of collapse and droughts and things like that. When there isn't enough food from agriculture, people have to look for alternative income. This is, by the way, what's happened, and is still happening to a certain extent in Somalia. People who are living in a failed state have to feed their families. I'm not saying it justifies them going out and being pirates, but that's the incentive. That's the reason why they're going out, because you look out at sea, and a couple of kilometers off the coast, there's ships carrying all the riches in the world, sailing by. So, you can take out your ship and steal it, and then you can put food on your table. So I think that probably is, again, something that we had in many, many periods throughout history, even those when we don't have direct and clear-cut documentation of it.
Yes, absolutely, because in the Bronze Age, the technology... Oh, there's one other thing I want to mention about the ships. What you see on the Medinet Habu reliefs, and a scholar named Geoffrey Emanuel has written a lot about this, is that you have a brailed sail, which you don't see on earlier Mycenaean galleys. And it's thought that this innovation was added from Canaanites. And it kind of points to sort of entangled culture that you would get amongst the sea people, especially with the different tribal names. And although we can't locate all of them, we certainly know the Luca were from Lycia. The Ahiawan were probably Greek, and possibly also Greeks living in the Anatolian coastline, and the Peliset, who we associate with the Philistines. And then there are others that are a bit more and we know that the Shekelesh, who are often associated with Sicily, occupied Tel Dor because of the tale of 𝐤𝐤𝐻𝐿. So you have sort of changes in the ship iconography give us changes in the technology. These ships were not capable of sailing all year round in rough seas, and you had what was known as a sailing season, which went from April to October, with both April and October being the sort of iffy months where things could get rough and you could get stranded someplace. And in fact, Bernard Knapp, who's written on the Amarna texts and talks a bit about seafaring also, has written about how you have actual temporal distance, but you also have cultural distance. And he mentions how a seafarer who got stranded in Egypt ended up staying there for 6 years. And so even though the distances could be short, people might spend more or less amounts of time in certain places. But it was April to October. And again, this tells us where not all historical references are accurate. For example, we know the Cilician pirates sailed all year round because they're referred to as having lived on their ships. It seems that the Vikings, though, adhered to a sailing season. I'm not a huge expert on the Vikings. It's something I've just read a little bit about. An area I need to do a lot more reading on, where there's a lot of information, is Chinese piracy. But the Vikings also tended to have the sort of sowing season and the sailing season. So they would actually farm part of the year and go raiding the other part of the year. So there definitely was. And, we have to sort of make some assumptions or try to figure out, well, when the pirates were taking off part of the year, where were they hanging out? And it's been suggested by 𝐤𝐿𝐼𝐻𝐿 that there's a fortified site in the Gorge of the Dead in eastern Crete near the Palace at Catazacro, where you might have had a pirate enclave because it would have made a suitable place for hiding out. Also, Aaron and I have suggested that Ma Paleo Castro, which is a promontory on Cyprus, would have been a good place to hide out. Also, possibly Pila Kokinokremos on Cyprus. So they would have probably spent part of their year maybe just reverting to a farmer type lifestyle, and another part of their year raiding. Although it seems like piracy at the end of the Bronze Age, whereas it was sort of a ongoing but sporadic activity earlier on, at the end of the Bronze Age, where it becomes intense, that you would have had probably just a couple generations of pirate activity, and then they seem to, once the Hittites lose their grip on coastal Anatolia and the Egyptians lose their grip on Canaan, and some of the centers in Cyprus are disrupted, you seem to have where they resettle quite quickly.
And so I would assume realistically we probably don't, but I could be wrong. And that is, do we know anything about the sizes of different pirate groups? What can we expect to be average or abnormally large?
Well, I would assume that if you had small piracy, like people living on a coast and going out on a small boat or ship, then you're talking about a small group of 5, 10, 15, 20 people, no more than that. Though if you understand some of the sea people phenomena as related to piracy, so perhaps there you had larger groups working maybe, with several ships simultaneously, to do what they're doing. Now, again, this is very well paralleled with many, many historical examples of piracy, of just a bunch of farmers in a boat with some weapons, down to pirate fleets. And there's, for example, depictions of the Roman Navy fighting large fleets of pirates, that which were a major problem that they had to deal with in major naval combat.
Okay, I actually talk about this, or we actually talk about it in our World Archaeology article. And what we relied on for demographics was partly Asaf Yasser Landau's book, where he argues that the Philistines were Mycenaean colonists. But he does some anthropological and demographic studies and suggests that the numbers were not all that huge, around 3,000 to 4,000, I think. And we also know that in the 18th century, the numbers were not so great, about 3,500, but they don't start out that big. And this is a good thing that Marcus Rediker talks about. The North Atlantic piracy, you have just 2 original ships, and which were crewed by, I don't know how many people, but from these 2 original ships, you end up expanding to 3,500 or so pirates. And what happens is that as they capture prizes and attain followers, the followers have to go into another ship because you can only carry so many people. And then as I kind of liken it to hunter-gatherer tribes, because I'm not saying that pirates are hunter-gatherers, but what happens is with hunter-gatherer tribes is that they tend to have a catchment zone that they forage in. And when the group gets too big, or if there's fighting and disagreement, they fission off and the group goes to occupy another area. And I think we can look at the pirates like in this way, in this regard, in that when more and more ships get captured and you have it gets too crowded within a certain geographic area, they split off and let's say exploit another niche. Except for them, exploiting a niche isn't growing and hunting food or producing anything. It's plundering. And that's kind of interesting. Again, the Cilician pirates seem to be more of an anomaly. It's suggested, or it's recorded, that there were up to 10,000 of them. And in fact, it's been argued that there were so many Cilician pirates, they couldn't have all come from Cilicia. So they had to have also acquired quite a number of followers. But they seem to be the sort of the exception to the rule, in that they sailed all year round and their numbers were so great. It was more attractive, piracy was more attractive to members of the British Royal Navy in the North Atlantic era, because the way the British Navy would sort of kit out their ships would be to have the minimum number of people on the ship to make the ship run smoothly, and then accounting for death and accident, things like that. And the differences with the pirates is that they would have the maximum number on the ship that they could have, because their economy was to sort of share everything, to share it equally. It was very much an egalitarian society in that regard. And maybe the person who got a little bit more on a pirate ship, and then this is in historical times, would be the doctor or the captain, who could attain leadership through skill and prowess. But again, they did not really portray themselves as having so much more than anyone else on the ship. And they could also have as much grog as they wanted, instead of grog being rationed out, again, as in the British Royal Navy. So even though you might have a short life as a pirate, I mean, usually if you made it to 30, you were an elderly pirate. And on these ships, and again, this is very well portrayed in Master and Commander, where you have the young boy who's on the ship. People would be pressed into the British Royal Navy in childhood. And there's no reason not to think that this also happened in the time of the Sea Peoples. And there is no indication of hierarchy from what we know in the iconography of Sea People ships, where they're shown as prisoners on the Egyptian relief. There's nothing that really picks out one of the particular Sea People as special or different, except one that is I think they have their hands manacled behind their back, and that might be the only difference, and that might indicate the captain. But there's nothing to indicate any sort of hierarchical structure. And from everything we know of historical piracy, it seems to be an egalitarian structure where everything is shared. And this is interesting in terms of what we know about feasting. Feasting in the 13th century world of the Mycenaeans was something provisioned by the palaces. And you would have what they call a diacritical feast. And what that means is space is segmented, whereby you have the sort of people, the farmers and so forth, outside the palace, and you had the more elite people in the more inner areas. And the more inside you were, the more elite you were. It's kind of like today when you go to a rock concert. Are you standing in the crowd, or do you have the backstage pass? And that sort of connotes your difference within the hierarchy. Now, when we get to Homer, the Homeric term for feasting is deus, and deus means to share. So it means that things were shared, as opposed to you having this hierarchy of feasting. And the two main activities that do take place in Homer are feasting and fighting. And this would also seem to sort of go along with the idea of piracy. And so it would, like, you might have a ship that's overcrowded. At the same time, if they wanted to take a city, the ships could actually beach with a minimal crew so they could carry off more stuff. And apparently the Mycenaean galley was a ship that was fairly easy to operate. So you could have a minimal crew and maybe have your other crew waiting elsewhere, or maybe just operate with a minimal crew. And while the Mycenaean galley would be the ship of preference, again, what we know from historical piracy is that pirates would, it would be like a crime of opportunity. If you took a ship and it wasn't quite perfect, you'd use it anyway. And we do know that in ancient times, before, like, you had the isthmus, or you had at the isthmus of Corinth, before the canal was cut through, with smaller ships, you could actually drag them over land or put them in a cart and move them that way. So you might have a variety of ships, but again, there were always preferred types of ships.
So when it comes to weapons and armor in the late Bronze Age, and then the subject of piracy, most of us who have studied the Sea Peoples are familiar with the reliefs that show them fighting the Egyptians. And in some cases, we know they've got horned helmets, so on and so forth. When it comes to typical piracy and ruling out possible large naval battles that may not have been related to piracy, such as these battles of the Nile and stuff like that, would we have been expecting realistically more farm tools to be used in these acts rather than actual military weapons?
Who knows? I mean, listen, in the end of the day, ancient military naval warfare is basically the same as land warfare, except you're doing it on a platform at sea, because you didn't have long-range weaponry as they had, cannons, etc. So almost all naval warfare is basically bringing your ships together, and then either from very close range shooting arrows one another, or boarding. And that was the major component in ancient naval warfare, is to maneuver your vessel so you can ram the other and then board. You can use a sword, but if you don't have a sword and you have an agricultural implement that you can hit someone on the head, that might work as well. But I would assume that the pirates, if they were more organized and they had weapons of different types, and it could very well be, and this is something that Louise and I have suggested, that the pirate groups were multi-ethnic, multicultural groups of various origins, and again, one of the reasons why we say this is because, again, when you look at pirate groups in better documented periods, they're very often comprised of a very mixed bag of people of different origins. And it could very well be that each one brings the sword or the dagger or the bow and arrow typical of his culture, and then they fight in this mixed bag of equipment.
Well, I don't know what you would call military grade in the Bronze Age, but what we tend to see in depictions of the Sea People, and it's very similar again to what you see in these Sardinian bronze figurines, and you also see it in the ingot god at 𝐤𝐿𝐿𝐿, which is kitted out like a Sardinian warrior, except for his ingot that he stands on. Although recent studies have shown that the ingot and the beard on the ingot god were later additions. And they tend to be kitted out with a spear and a shield and a helmet. And then it seems like they wear a corselet, and the corselet was probably made of leather. It could even, and we know from both from Aegean art as well as from Homer, we have these descriptions of oxhide shields. And that's where you actually make the shield out of animal hide on a wooden core. And I was in the Maritime Museum in Sydney a few years ago, where I saw some Aboriginal armor, and the armor was actually, it wasn't armor, but it was like a body shield you wore, and it was horsehide. And instead of just one layer of horsehide, there were multiple layers of it to create a cushion to protect one. I would think something like metal armor would be very rare. We only have two kinds of evidence, as far as I know, for metal armor, and that would be you find these sort of plates for making plate armor, small plates like about that big, that would be stitched to something. We never find huge numbers of them. We find isolated pieces, and they're often in a ritual context. And so if people collected them and made a few, sewed them to something, just had a few or had a lot, I don't know. And then we have the famous Dendra armor from the Mycenaean world, which is quite a bit earlier. I think it dates to like the 15th or 16th century. But the armor is made out of concentric rings of bronze, and each ring is tied to the previous ring with horsehide, and it weighs about 30 kilos, and all the weight hangs from your shoulders, and it's very painful to wear. You would have to be wearing some kind of leather padding underneath. And then if you fall down, you're literally like a turtle on its back. You cannot get up. And because it's kind of a one-off, a lot of people believe it was probably more like ceremonial armor that the king would wear, like going in a chariot procession, do like the queen wave as he's going along. But it wouldn't have, it makes you think also of something like jousting, where you're just in a stationary thing and you're trying to knock somebody else out of their chariot. But it doesn't seem to me to be of much practical value. What it seems to see, if you had metal, maybe a breastplate, but it seems like mainly what you have are sort of leather armor, and maybe hide armor and wood. And then the shields you get depicted in earlier Aegean art, these big figure of 8 shields. And what you tend to see more is like a hoplite style armor, almost with the sea people, with a smaller round shield, and then the spear and the sword. And you also see this depicted on the famous warrior vase from Mycenae, which also dates from the era of the sea people. And usually you only see the side, because it's better preserved, where they're wearing the horned helmets. On the other side of the warrior vase, there are actually people wearing these sort of feathered or porcupine style helmets. So it really is kind of a vase depicting Greeks as sea people's types.
So we know that piracy in the late Bronze Age could probably be very sporadic. And so I want to talk about control over the shipping lanes. When it comes to the late Bronze Age, which governments or national entities can we expect to be patrolling with their navies, basically?
Well, you have the Egyptians and the Hittites. Probably also some of the Aegean polities had navies. And I would assume that in times when these kingdoms, empires were strong and they projected their power, then they would be more effective in stopping piracy, whether actually physically being there and stopping them, or knowing that, oh, I don't want to mess with these people, so I'm not gonna steal from the ships that are connected to them. But I would assume that even in times of when the Egyptian empire was strong, there still were people out there who were trying to rob the roads and rob the seaways.
And now, do we know anything about pirate bases and possible locations for hideouts, forts, and ports?
Probably river valleys, strategic areas like promontories, areas near choke points. A choke point would be an area where the geography would force a group of ships to sort of spread out. For example, Troy being on the Straits of the Dardanelles is a perfect example of a choke point. And it's probably why Troy was a wealthy city, because it would have controlled transportation from the Mediterranean to the Black Sea. And it could be why it was let's say a desirable target for Aegean and other warriors to try to capture. So places like that, any place that occupied a strategic area. And it's interesting. We did a paper a few years ago where I started looking at Crete just in terms of its of strategic placement. And in the earlier era of the Minoans, it's known as a period of peace, and that there was a Minoan thalassocracy, although the Minoan thalassocracy is something mentioned in the 5th century by Thucydides. And some historians have argued that, and I know one of your listeners is going to get very upset with this, but that Thucydides developed this idea of a Minoan thalassocracy to legitimize the idea of an Athenian thalassocracy. Now, this is not my idea. This is an idea that has been floated by a number of historians. And when I was working on my PhD on the Minoan palaces, I'd always go to sites very blinkered, just focused on the architecture and the building and not really paying much attention to the landscape. And the last couple of trips I made to Crete, I went around thinking more about where these sites were situated. And a lot of them are either situated near the coast or on the coast or a little ways back from the coast, or even overlooking the coast, but also strategically placed near a river valley. For example, there's a very important palatial villa in southern Crete called Myrtos Pyrgos, and it's on a hill. It overlooks the Libyan Sea, but it also overlooks a river valley. And river valleys, from what we know about later studies of pirate geography, river valleys were favorite hideouts for pirates because they could hide there, but they could also undertake ambushes from there, just as they could from promontories. And it seems like what also sort of helped contribute to what we call the Pax Minoica, or Minoan peace, most of their sites were not fortified, was the fact that they located their power centers in strategically placed areas. And that alone could have helped contribute to their security. Now we see this also with the Mycenaean palaces on the mainland. They're located again near the coastline, in bays, harbors, maybe a little ways back. For example, Mycenae was not so visible in the Argolid. However, Tiryns was. In Mycenaean times, the sea came practically right up to Tiryns. And this has been determined by core samples of the soil. And so they would have had a presence advertising themselves, advertising their presence. And that presence would be like a deterrence. And just like today we have deterrences. In the era of the Barbary pirates, as a deterrence, you'd have these fortified cities, and they'd have captured pirates that were dead in a gibbet hanging over the walls as sort of a means of deterrence. But getting back to the Mycenaeans for a moment, a lot of the sites that were areas that were occupied under the Mycenaeans later became occupied by the Venetians. So that indicates also their attractiveness as sort of trading centers, but also trading centers would also help to sort of create a sort of sense of presence.
One subscriber had asked, when it comes to piracy, were there certain trade routes that we can think were the most affected when it comes to piracy? And if so, did pirates and their presence influence the development or expansion of navies from national entities?
Well, for the early periods, that's really hard to say. I mean, what do we know about it? We know so little about it. I mean, we do know that in later periods that the Romans, and then later on in the Western navies were very, there were periods when they were very, very occupied with fighting piracy, and at the same time sometimes utilized pirates, or what they called privateers, for their uses. And listen, till today, it took quite a few years for Western modern navies to get a hold on the Somali pirates. They were running circles around, but the Western countries for quite a while. So I'm sure these were issues that were problems for many navies and many kingdoms and many polities over the centuries.
I'm actually glad you brought up basically a lot of entities throughout history using pirates as almost a contracting group to mess with people, right? Based on that, realistically, do you think that, let's say, ancient Egypt or the Hittites in Anatolia may have also had similar relations with pirate groups as well, paying them to basically attack, let's say, rival trade centers?
It could very well be, and we know that both the Hittites and the Egyptians used soldiers of various origins, whether they were people who were captured and then enlisted into the army, or they were mercenaries who came from afar. And for example, the Chardanu apparently served as mercenaries in various armies at the time. And we know that, for example, in later times, in the Iron Age, there were Greek mercenaries who hired themselves out to all kinds of kings and political entities in the Eastern Mediterranean. So I assume that existed in earlier times as well. And one of the ways to win a war is to be tricky. And if you can use your against your enemies all kinds of different groups that exist out there, so you're doing your job well. Because in warfare, until the Geneva Convention, it didn't matter how you did it as long as in the end you came home and you were victorious. So you could be very, very sneaky and underhand. Listen, until today, what they say, that the second oldest profession in the world is spying. So that's also part of it.
We now come to a question I think you're going to enjoy, and that is the question of disease and piracy in the late Bronze Age. And my question is, do we have any records at all or any evidence that suggests possibly pirates having any issues with disease that would have been around during the late Bronze Age?
We don't have any records of pirates and their diseases because we don't have any records of pirates written by pirates almost ever. And I'll come back to the disease in a moment, but I want to mention the language of the Barbary pirates. You've heard the term lingua franca, correct? Mm-hmm. We usually think of lingua franca as a language used that different cultures use to communicate internationally because it becomes like an international language. However, the original use of the term lingua franca was the name of the Barbary pirates language, which was an amalgamation of like Arabic, Turkish, Greek, Italian, and several other languages. And we have very few examples of it. And it's kind of a modern, only partially deciphered language. So we don't even have their histories written by them anyway. So we don't have any records specifically of pirates and their diseases. What we do have, we have plague deities that were, as I talked about in the other pod, worshipped throughout the Bronze Age and into the Iron Age, indicating plague was around. We have historical evidence that the Hittite king and his son died of plague, which could have created enough weakness in their kingdom to make it easier to overthrow them. We have a mouse from the Uluburun, which could have been a plague carrier of disease. Ships, without a doubt, carry diseases, and we don't know what kind, if any, would have been carried then, but it's quite possible that certain ships of pirates had disease, but we really don't know what role it precisely would have played. I mean, we also know, as I mentioned before, we know that in the Amarna letters that there was a shipment of copper that was late getting from Cyprus to Egypt because they were gripped by the hand of Nergal, which means they had a plague. So there were probably plagues and illnesses going on, which probably created moments of weakness. Might have been seen as a disease brought by different groups of people who traveled by ship. Pirates might have had it, but we don't have any really any hard evidence.
And so when it comes to the late Bronze Age, and not just in the collapse, but periods leading throughout the Bronze Age, we've come a long way in scholarship and archaeology and understanding trade and trade routes
in the Bronze Age. And though we have a lot more to learn, I was hoping that you could tell us, when it comes to trade routes throughout the Mediterranean during the late Bronze Age, how affected do you think these trade routes were?
Back in the 1980s, when I was a student, I told my history professor that I wanted to do a paper on economy in the classical period. And he said there was no economy because there was no word for it. It was just oikos, which meant the household. And then you had this historian, Moses Finley, who sort of started, he sort of brought structuralism into classical history, arguing that you had structures even if you didn't have texts talking about them. And so you would have to have economy. And it's only then that you started to have economy talked about really broadly. And then you started to have Roman historians coin hoards and their significance. And it's really only in the 90s and later that you start to have talk about pre-monetary economy, which is the economy of the Bronze Age trade and so forth. And so it's been the last 30 years have been really exciting for trying to understand even Bronze Age economy, because it's become an area that's more legitimate to work in, an area that more people are interested in. And so it's really kind of a new way of looking at things instead of just looking at big buildings and big men. I think the coast of Crete was susceptible because it seems to have become somewhat desolated. You still have a few big centers that persist into the Iron Age, and it's probably because they're so big that they weren't attacked. Sites like Hanya in the northwest and Knossos in the north central area. But then you have all this other movement to mountaintops. And of course, the Mycenaean sites were susceptible because they were destroyed. And you have a kind of a depopulation in the mainland that we talked about in connection with pandemic. Any coastal areas are going to be great for having trade, but they're also going to be susceptible to piracy, especially with these attacks by night. You asked me earlier about garden tools being used as weapons. I'm sure they were. You have this one part on the Medinet Habu reliefs that show what looks like a garden hoe on a rope being used to pull down the mast on the Mycenaean ship. So was it a grappling hook or was it a garden hoe? I really don't know, but there's no reason you wouldn't. But something that you do see as a great change is we get into the era where the so-called sea people settle, and you have all these new sites or newly inhabited sites or newly amalgamated sites. It's like when people migrate, they don't migrate to places where they're strangers. They usually migrate to some place with a prior connection. And so instead of destroying like a lot of these Canaanite sites, it seems like the sea people settled among them and sort of formed what we would call, what Aaron and I call an entangled culture. But you don't see weapons. We have hardly any Philistine weapons. What we do have are tools. So there's a shift in terms of how metal is being used. But back to trade routes. The trade routes we would know from sort of the movement of imports. For example, Crete had very few raw materials. What they were able to export was their in the earlier era of the palaces was textiles and probably wood. And we know the Mycenaeans had a perfumed oil industry at Pylos from the Linear B texts. And we know that we know how pottery moved around from seeing Mycenaean pottery in the Levant or in Egypt. We know that gold had to be coming from Egypt. Ivory had to be coming from Egypt or Syria, but probably mostly from Egypt. So it's sort of the sort of movement of these items that partly helps us understand trade routes. You also get earlier in the Mycenaean period, you have Baltic amber in the Mycenaean shaft graves This doesn't necessarily mean that Mycenaeans were traveling all the way to the Baltic region, but you would have what we call down the line trade, where things move from one place to another, just like the caravanserai routes. So you probably had direct trade, you probably had indirect trade, and especially tin and copper. I mean, these had to come from certain specific areas. And so we can use this sort of distribution of finds to help reconstruct trade routes. Now, having said that, there are a couple of really interesting things. Sardinia and Sicily, which are very close together, and the Western Med is a place I've just started looking at. And I have a Sardinian PhD student coming to work with me next year. And you should actually do something with her, because she knows Sardinian archaeology really well, and she's going to be one of the few people that can really translate it to the Anglophone world. Anyway, you have a very different material culture on Sicily and Sardinia, despite the fact they're extremely close together. And it seems like trade routes that were going from Cyprus to Sardinia bypassed Sicily and went mainly straight to Sardinia, although you do have some Aegean objects in the region of Syracuse in Sicily. But Sicily otherwise seemed to be a very isolated in many ways, although you do have a Mycenaean-style building from the 12th century that we're about to submit an article on right now. But still, not much contact. The contact seems to be more between Sardinia and Cyprus. And it seems kind of weird in some ways, because what were the Cypriots getting? Because Cyprus had copper and Sardinia had copper. I'm thinking maybe they were getting Cornwall tin from the Sardinians or exchanging technologies. But Sardinia also has a very unique material culture based on these round fortresses called Nuraghi. But I'm kind of digressing a bit. But what I'm trying to say is that the trade routes were not always as direct as we'd like to think, because you might have certain areas being bypassed for we don't know why. And you would also have currents that would make a difference. Anyway,
that's enough for now. There's always next time. Well, this was a fun stream, and until next time.
Want to tell the Rebbe the words of the new song that we're singing with Mashiach, right? So I'm just going to read him. Am Yisrael, have no fear. Mashiach will be here this year. We want Mashiach now. We don't want to wait. Okay? We want Mashiach now. We want Mashiach now. Am Yisrael, have no fear, Mashiach will be this year. Am Yisrael, have no fear, Mashiach will be here this year. And we want Mashiach now, we want Mashiach now, we don't want to wait. We want Mashiach now, we don't want to wait.